Lin Fan transmigrated into the world of Dragon Ball Super and obtained the Slacker Master system. So long as he accepted disciples, he would be rewarded. Whenever his disciples increased their combat power, the master would receive double the improvement in return. Thus, Lin Fan embarked on a path of frantically taking in disciples. Yet without him even realizing it, one disciple after another stepped onto the path of divinity. Lin Fan himself became an existence of absolute invincibility. When the Omni King convened the Tournament of Power, every participant turned out to be one of his disciples. Was this not in disguised form a grand chaotic brawl among his own disciples? The gods of destruction protested one after another, lodging complaints. Omni King, all of these people are Lin Fan's disciples. The Omni King replied calmly, I am also Lin Fan's disciple. Do you have any objections? The world of Longzhou Chao. After defeating Morin Bu, Earth regained peace. What is this place? How have I ended up here? Wasn't I just sparring with Morin Bu? Could it be that my PS3 experienced a power surge? Dazed, I realized that secondhand goods are never reliable. Lin Fan abruptly opened his eyes and found himself lying within a Taoist temple. In front of him, an enormous Bagua diagram was displayed. Earlier, he had been delightfully engrossed in playing Longzhou Jianguang, sure dueling the NPC Morin Bu. But due to an overzealous strike on his secondhand PS3, the controller was broken. A surge of electricity raced through his hand and body, clouding his consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself here. As he wondered about this strange place, an overwhelming flood of memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave. In an instant, he understood. He had traversed realms, finding himself entwined in the very narrative of a novel. Though initially astonished, he quickly embraced his fate, having long been prepared by the countless stories he had read. Staring in complete awe at the exterior of the Taoist temple, he murmured in disbelief, what? This is truly the Longzhou Chao world. A devoted fan of Longzhou, he was intimately familiar with every installment, having watched each one no fewer than 5 times, including Longzhou Chao. Damn, how can I survive in this world? In other realms one might scrape by, but here how can I endure? Any villain could obliterate an entire planet. Even though the protagonists are formidable, facing death remains an utterly unpleasant ordeal. By the way, wasn't I a transmigrator? Where is my golden finger? He mumbled. In that instant, a system alert resonated within Lin Fan's consciousness. Beep, the Xinyu Shifu system is activating and binding with its host. Progress at 10, 50, 100. Binding successful. You have received a novice starter pack. Xinyu Shifu system. Could that name be any more unappealing? But still, although the name is unbecoming, it appears quite promising. By taking on disciples, one can earn rewards, and as the disciples' combat power grows, so too does that of the master, even doubling it. Elated, Lin Fan mused that if he could recruit disciples like Sun Wukong, Baijita, and Jillian, wouldn't that allow him to soar without further cultivation? Moreover, he had just received a novice starter pack. What might it contain? Open the novice pack. Beep, novice pack successfully opened. Congratulations, you have acquired Chaoqiang Qigong Pao Wukong, Shu Body Ju Sanmu, Tianzuan Bloodline, and a combat power of 1 billion. Listening to the system's prompt, Lin Fan squinted with a smile and remarked, this novice pack is decent, but what exactly is this Body Ju? Examining the Chaoqiang Qigong Pao, it is an enhanced version of the standard Qigong Pao, its potency multiplied several-fold through a hastened charging mechanism. Body Ju, a cultivation technique specifically designed for humans, which when invoked propels the user into a dominant state that multiplies combat power manifold, the exact factor depending on the practitioner, with limitless potential. Sanmu Tianzuan Bloodline, the highest echelon of the Sanmu Xingren lineage, which upon activation unveils celestial vision, multiplies latent potential manifold, and grants unique effects. Lin Fan remained unperturbed by the Chaoqiang Qigong Pao, but when confronted with the Body Ju and the Sanmu Tianzuan Bloodline, he was momentarily taken aback. Anyone acquainted with Longzhou would know that humans in this world possess meager innate talent. Even the strongest human Kelolin could only stand aside without daring to intervene. Yet with Body Ju, this predicament was effortlessly resolved, limitless potential seemingly rivaling even the Super Scion bloodline. In truth, to Lin Fan, the Scion bloodline was hardly significant within the realm of Longzhou Chao. It could only be attributed to an overwhelmingly potent protagonist aura. Sanmu Tianzuan bloodline. Should I fuse with it? In Longzhou Chao, aren't the Sanmu Xingren essentially equivalent to Tianjin Fan? If I merge with this bloodline an extra, I would sprout on my forehead. Wouldn't that mar my handsome visage? He mused while caressing his face in a self-admiring manner. Indeed, Lin Fan was strikingly handsome, with chiseled features and notably fair skin. Forget the Sanmu Tianzuan bloodline. With the Xinyu Shifu system, any future bloodline I acquire will undoubtedly be just as formidable. Why do I feel so disdainful of this system's name? He mused before exclaiming time to learn Wukong Shu. Now learn Chaoqiang Qigong Pao. Learn Body Ju. Beep, congratulations, host. You have mastered Wukong Shu, Chaoqiang Qigong Pao, and Body Ju. In that very instant, Lin Fan felt countless streams of knowledge surge into his mind like a tidal wave. At the same moment, a gentle current of energy gradually infused his Du Meridian. Checking host attributes, host Lin Fan. Techniques, Chaoqiang Qigong Pao and Wukong Shu. Special skill, Body Ju. Racial bloodline, human. Base combat power, 1 billion. Observing his attributes, Lin Fan couldn't help but scratch his head. 1 billion seemed rather modest. In the realm of Longzhu Chao, combat power is immensely elevated, far surpassing that of any other Dragon Ball world. With myriad destruction gods, great priests, and fearsome bosses from alternate dimensions, making it simply terrifying. A base combat power of 1 billion was hardly anything. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before Beerus and Whis descended upon Earth, though Sun Wukong might avert the crisis. Yet crisis loomed. Who could guarantee that no misstep would occur? Should Beerus truly choose to devastate Earth, none would be spared. Contemplating these thoughts, Lin Fan felt an urgent drive to bolster his combat power. He rose determined to venture out and discover the true nature of this place. At that moment, a questioning voice echoed from outside the door. Tianjin Fan, is there truly a master here? Upon hearing the voice, Lin Fan couldn't immediately discern its source, but the question sparked an instantaneous recognition within him. The visitor was undoubtedly either Jiaozi or Tianjin Fan. Only one who was always by Tianjin Fan's side could be Jiaozi. Tianjin Fan replied, indeed, Jiaozi. Indeed, it was the two. As Lin Fan mulled over their words, his mind raced. Had Tianjin Fan come seeking a master? It was highly plausible. According to the lore of Longzhu Chao, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi had long been devoted to cultivating in a secluded paradise, so their arrival here was hardly surprising. Soon after, a slight smile curved on his lips as he mused, clearly these are disciples practically delivered to my door. Just then a deep, resonant male voice sounded from outside. Junior Tianjin Fan, I seek an audience with my senior. I, Tianjin Fan, seek an audience with you, esteemed elder. Lin Fan did not rush to respond, for he had already made up his mind to take Tianjin Fan as his disciple. Moreover, he wanted Tianjin Fan to believe that he was the reclusive sage they imagined him to be. As for whether there were any such reclusive sages in this temple, Lin Fan was unaware. Tianjin Fan and Dumpling exchanged glances outside the door. Dumpling asked in confusion, what if no one is here? Should we go in and take a look? Tianjin Fan quickly interrupted, no, Dumpling. We are here to seek knowledge. We must adhere to proper conduct. Yes. Dumpling complied obediently. I, Tianjin Fan, come to pay my respects to you, esteemed elder. Tianjin Fan called out once more. Yet no response came, and Dumpling prepared to use his precognitive abilities to foresee whether anyone was present inside. At that moment, a calm voice echoed from within the Taoist temple, come in. Upon hearing this, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi exchanged delighted glances and hurried inside. As they entered, they beheld a handsome young man in Taoist robes sitting cross-legged on the Bagua diagram, eyes closed in meditation. This person was none other than Lin Fan. While waiting outside, Tianjin Fan thought that since he wanted to impress Tianjin Fan as an otherworldly master, he must act the part convincingly. So he casually found a set of Taoist robes to wear. Tianjin Fan examined the handsome young man before him, surveying him from head to toe. Could this person be an otherworldly master? Or perhaps a disciple of one? Once again, he focused intently on sensing the other's aura, but to his surprise, he could not perceive the slightest trace of Lin Fan's energy. He was stunned. Could it be that he was the otherworldly master in the temple? As a practitioner, he understood that if he could not sense the other's aura, it could only mean two things. First, the person was an ordinary individual. Second, the person's power far exceeded his own, hence he could not detect it. Despite his youth, the aura surrounding this individual was certainly not that of an ordinary person. Immediately, he joined his hands in respect and greeted, Senior, I am Tianjin Fan, here to seek your guidance. I hope you will take us as your disciples. Lin Fan at that moment opened his obsidian-like bright pupils, a sharp glimmer flashing across his gaze. Tianjin Fan felt that glimmer and was astounded. Indeed, this young man was extraordinary, certainly a figure of seniority. At such a young age, he must possess some special method of nurturing. These Tao practitioners place great emphasis on methods of self-cultivation. After all, as long as they outlast the big shots, they become the big shots themselves. Seeing Tianjin Fan's earnest and worshipful gaze, Lin Fan knew he had achieved his goal. Seeing your sincerity, I can accept you. Tianjin Fan was overjoyed and immediately knelt down, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Master. Ding. Congratulations to the host for accepting Disciple Tianjin Fan, gaining a battle power of 1 billion precognition, telepathy, and giant Kamehameha. Current host battle power 2 billion. Tianjin Fan noticed that Jiaozi beside him was still in shock and quickly exchanged a glance. The latter understood the implication. He immediately knelt down. Thank you, Master. Ding. Congratulations on accepting Disciple Jiaozi, gaining a battle power of 500 million super spirit time, house, divine aura, and ultimate Kaioken. Current host battle power 2. 5 billion. Lin Fan was overjoyed upon hearing the system's notification. These rewards were quite impressive, especially the super spirit time house. This super spirit time house was definitely better than the spirit time room from Dragon Ball. However, now was not the time to assess the effects of these abilities. Looking at Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi kneeling on the ground, he said, "Get up." The two stood up and then sat cross-legged on the cushions. With a wave of his sleeve, Lin Fan brought forth an aura of inscrutable mystery. Tianjin Fan, your most powerful technique is the Kamehameha, right? Tianjin Fan's heart trembled uncontrollably as he suddenly looked at Lin Fan, his face filled with astonishment. How did Master know his most powerful technique? He had never met Master before, nor had he interacted with him. How could he possibly know his technique? Then Tianjin Fan realized, slapping his thigh. It must be that Master deduced it, or perhaps he had the ability of precognition. An otherworldly master. Indeed, he was an otherworldly master. He had not come to the wrong place. Instantly, his gaze towards Lin Fan became filled with even more admiration. Yes, Master, my most powerful technique is the Kamehameha. Tianjin Fan respectfully nodded and replied earnestly. Lin Fan continued, I also have some understanding of the Kamehameha. Its power is decent, but it has a fatal weakness. It requires a long time to charge. Tianjin Fan was astonished. He did not expect Master to have knowledge of the Kamehameha and to even point out its flaw. It seemed that Master not only understood the Kamehameha, but could also perform it. After considering this, he immediately nodded and bowed. Please teach me, Master. Lin Fan slightly nodded. The reason your Kamehameha charges slowly is that you need to increase its power. However, if there isn't enough power, it doesn't qualify to be called a Kamehameha. I have mastered a technique called Super Kamehameha, which is similar to yours, but boasts greater power and requires less charge time. I now pass it on to you. Tianjin Fan was overjoyed and once again bowed in deep respect. Thank you, Master. Lin Fan began explaining the theory and the key points of executing the Super Kamehameha. The reason the Super Kamehameha is more powerful and requires less charge time is primarily due to the method of charging. When charging the Super Kamehameha, you can do it like this, and then like this, just like that. Tianjin Fan listened intently, captivated. After Lin Fan finished speaking, Tianjin Fan remained in a state of rapture, feeling invigorated, as if he had just sipped a fine wine, lost in the enchanting explanation. Lin Fan observed Tianjin Fan's state, knowing he was in contemplation, and did not disturb him, instead turning his attention to Jiaozi. Jiaozi, I also know that your main attack method is the Kamehameha, but its power is too weak. I will now teach you the giant Kamehameha. Jiaozi was not particularly interested in cultivation, simply being by Tianjin Fan's side was his greatest satisfaction. However, since Master was willing to teach him, he was naturally eager to learn. He thank you, Master. Following that, Lin Fan imparted the key points of the giant Kamehameha to Jiaozi, and due to his foundation in the Kamehameha, Jiaozi quickly grasped it. At that moment, Tianjin Fan also awakened from his contemplation. Lin Fan looked at the two of them. It seems you both have understood your techniques. We have understood. The two replied in unison. Since you have understood, then go outside and demonstrate it for me. Yes. The three of them arrived outside the Taoist temple. Tianjin Fan flew out several meters, his expression grave, soaring into the air and hovering at a high altitude. With his right hand placed on top of his left, the little finger of his right hand touching the index finger of his left, and his thumbs pressed together, he formed a frame aiming at a mountain in front. Following Lin Fan's teachings on energy accumulation, he controlled his breath and strength, increasing the level of energy buildup as a dense energy flowed through the meridians of his body. He shouted, super strong, Qigong cannon. Bang! A dazzling light shot forward with overwhelming force, striking the mountain ahead. Boom! The energy of the Qigong cannon accurately struck the mountainside, and in an instant a deafening explosion echoed, sending plumes of smoke swirling into the air. A gigantic hole appeared halfway up the mountain, deep and terrifying. The surrounding birds and beasts, frightened by the horrific blast, scattered in all directions. Tianjin Fan looked at his hands in disbelief, murmuring to himself, did I really do this? His previous Qigong cannon also had such power, but it required him to channel all his strength. Without doing so, it was impossible to achieve this effect. However, when using the Qigong cannon, channeling all his strength would result in visible veins and significant physical exhaustion. Yet now, by combining the method taught by Master Lin Fan, he effortlessly reached the peak of energy accumulation, demonstrating immense strength. Is this truly my doing? Looking at the hole in the mountainside and the energy still emanating from his hands, he believed this fact. It was indeed his work. It was not a lie at all. After realizing this, he quickly flew down to Lin Fan's side, his face beaming with joy, respectfully asking, thank you for your guidance, Master. Is there anything I need to pay attention to? Quite good, just keep practicing, control your strength well, and the power will improve, and energy buildup will accelerate. Thank you for your guidance, Master. At this moment, Lin Fan turned to Dumpling. Dumpling, go. Yes, Master. Dumpling walked a few meters forward, raising his right hand and pointing his index finger at the large tree ahead. A surge of energy enveloped his entire body. Giant whole wave. Whoosh. The originally small beam of light instantly grew to the size of a head, with an energy buildup speed comparable to the giant whole wave, but its power increased by dozens of times. Whoosh. The giant whole wave slammed into the large tree ahead, directly destroying it, crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Jiaozi gazed at the towering tree that had fallen, his eyes wide with shock, displaying a reaction of sheer fright. He never expected that his Dongdong wave could possess such power. This is indeed known as the giant Dongdong wave. He flew back to Lin Fan's side, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master. Jiaozi, I can see that you are not one to seek battle. You prefer to stay by Tianjin Fan's side for companionship. Therefore, regarding cultivation, you can adopt a more relaxed approach, focusing on refining your super abilities instead. Lin Fan knew that Jiaozi possessed several super abilities, including precognition, telepathy, and perception. If these abilities could be cultivated properly, they would hold great significance. Thus, for Jiaozi, there was no need to deliberately cultivate the Dongdong wave. Losing his super abilities would be akin to picking up sesame seeds while discarding watermelons. Jiaozi also felt that he was not fond of cultivation, replying, yes, Master. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Fan turned his gaze to Tianjin Fan, saying, Tianjin Fan, I have another treasure to bestow upon you. Tianjin Fan did not inquire about what it was, but instead expressed his gratitude. First, thank you, Master. Although he had only been a disciple for a short time, just an hour, he understood one thing: the items given by this master would undoubtedly be of great value. Lin Fan curiously asked Tianjin Fan, are you not curious about what I am about to give you? Tianjin Fan honestly explained, I am curious, but I will know soon enough, so there is no need to waste Master's breath. Huh. All right. Lin Fan raised his hand, gathering energy, and placed it upon Tianjin Fan's chest. Jiaozi and Tianjin Fan watched this scene, filled with confusion about what was happening. However, they did not ask further, as they would soon find out. Lin Fan, with a thought, spoke to the system, activate the three-eyed celestial bloodline for Tianjin Fan. The system immediately responded. Ding, three-eyed celestial bloodline successfully activated for Tianjin Fan. In that moment, Tianjin Fan clearly sensed a significant change occurring within his body. Meanwhile, Jiaozi also felt a powerful aura emanating from Tianjin Fan. The third eye on his forehead radiated a strange light, as if it could see through all things in the world. After hearing the system's notification, Lin Fan slowly withdrew his hand and said calmly, Tianjin Fan, I have just bestowed upon you the three-eyed celestial bloodline. You must make good use of it from now on. Tianjin Fan was taken aback, unable to close his mouth as he stared at Lin Fan. After a moment, he slowly asked, Master Lin Fan, what did you say? The three-eyed celestial bloodline. As a three-eyed human, he naturally understood the significance of the three-eyed celestial bloodline, the highest and purest lineage among his kind. Every three-eyed person aspires to possess such a lineage. Having it not only greatly enhances one's potential, but also signifies a distinct identity. Any three-eyed individual who encounters someone with the three-eyed celestial bloodline would revere them like a deity. Thus, when Lin Fan informed him that he had been granted the three-eyed celestial bloodline, Tianjin Fan felt completely numb, as if he had plunged into an icy cavern, his body frozen and unsure of what actions to take next. Lin Fan was well aware of what the three-eyed celestial bloodline represented for Tianjin Fan. To put it plainly, it was a transformation akin to an ordinary person soaring to greatness. Smiling calmly, he said, you did not hear incorrectly. It is indeed the three-eyed celestial bloodline. Upon hearing his master's words again, Tianjin Fan knelt on the ground with a thud, repeatedly bowing his head in excitement, Thank you, Master, thank you, Master. As your disciple, I will not let you down. I will cultivate diligently and will not waste a single moment. What Lin Fan needed was this kind of determination. Only by his disciples' hard work could he enhance his own combat power. I believe in you, and so I have prepared another gift for you. Hearing that there was another gift, Lin Fan was truly overjoyed. He raised his head, both eager and excited. Thank you, Master. Don't be in such a rush to thank me. This next gift will leave you drenched in sweat. A gift that makes me break into a sweat? Lin Fan asked, puzzled. Lin Fan smiled faintly, his slender lips parting as he spoke. Indeed. You've surely heard of the hyperbolic time chamber, haven't you? Lin Fan tilted his head, slightly lost in thought. Yes, it sounded familiar. Before Lin Fan could even prompt him, realization dawned instantly. Master, your disciple remembers. The hyperbolic time chamber rests atop the divine temple. Correct. The divine temple does possess one. But I too have one. Only mine is called the ultra hyperbolic time chamber. Lin Fan did not intend to give the ultra hyperbolic time chamber to Lin Fan. Rather, he meant for him to enter and cultivate within it. A gift so demanding it would leave him drenched in sweat. Ultra hyperbolic time chamber effects. It replicates Earth's vast expanse, mountains, rivers, and plains within its confines. Any attack unleashed inside causes no damage whatsoever to the chamber itself. Gravity may be freely adjusted up to 99999 times Earth standard. Temperature can likewise be calibrated between 120 C and 520 C. 10 years spent inside equate to merely 1 day in the outside world, and time within induces no physiological aging. Yet restrictions apply. Each individual may enter no more than 10 times in their lifetime, with a maximum of 10 persons permitted simultaneously per session. Upon entry, the occupant's spiritual energy begins to deplete gradually. Once fully exhausted, they are automatically expelled. How long one endures depends entirely on the strength of their spiritual energy. When Lin Fan first learned of these capabilities, he was awestruck. This chamber surpassed the Divine Temple's version by an incalculable margin. If his memory served him well, the Divine Temple's chamber imposed numerous constraints. Its efficacy paled in comparison. First, gravity was capped at only tenfold Earth's norm. Second, 1 year inside corresponded to just 1 day outside. Third, no more than 2 individuals could enter simultaneously. And over a lifetime, one could accumulate no more than 2 days' worth of real-world time inside, i.e., 2 years within, beyond which the exit would vanish forever. These specifications were utterly incomparable to those of the ultra-hyperbolic time chamber. Lin Fan stood stunned, murmuring instinctively, ultra-hyperbolic time chamber. Precisely, an evolved, upgraded iteration of the original. I shall send you inside now. 10 years within equals 1 day outside. What a... Lin Fan gaped, his third eye bulging wide, so wide it seemed ready to burst from its socket. He recalled clearly the Divine Temple's chamber rendered 1 year equivalent to 1 day outside. Yet this ultra version stretched 10 years inside to match the same single day. The disparity in ratios was staggering. Lin Fan observed his shock without surprise. It had been precisely what he expected. With serene composure, he added, "Don't rejoice too soon. How long you endure depends solely on the strength of your spiritual energy. Once depleted, the chamber will eject you. Furthermore, each person is limited to 10 entries across their entire life." Lin Fan then outlined the ultra-hyperbolic time chamber's essential properties for Lin Fan. Even with its lifetime cap of 10 entries and reliance on spiritual energy reserves, Lin Fan remained profoundly astounded. The chamber's capabilities dwarfed those of any conventional hyperbolic time chamber. Clenching his fists, he reflected, now bearing the bloodline of the three-eyed celestial sovereign, his latent potential and innate talent had soared. 10 years of cultivation within the ultra-hyperbolic time chamber would undoubtedly catalyze a quantum leap in his power. The prospect filled him with exhilarating anticipation. Noticing his eagerness, Lin Fan wasted no further time. Turning to Lin Fan and Jiaozi, he commanded, "Follow your master." The two hastened after him. Within moments, the trio arrived at a broad, level stretch of ground. Lin Fan raised his hand, and with a single sweeping gesture unleashed a boundless, awe-inspiring aura. In an instant, a hyperbolic time chamber spanning 120 square meters materialized before them. Enter Lin Fan. Lin Fan stared silently at the ultra-hyperbolic time chamber, not moving, not speaking. His heartbeat quickening, breath deepening, blood surging through his veins. When I emerge, I shall truly be a force to be reckoned with. The very thought sent shivers of exhilaration through him. Jiaozi looked up at Lin Fan, eyes gleaming with hopeful expectation. "Master, may I enter with Lin Fan?" Very well, I permit it. After all, the chamber accommodates up to 10 at once. But Jiaozi, focus intently on refining your psychic abilities once inside. Yes, master. Go now. At Lin Fan's command, both dashed swiftly into the ultra-hyperbolic time chamber. Lin Fan glanced around, spotted a towering ancient tree, and ascended effortlessly using his flight technique, settling comfortably upon its broad boughs to rest. Meanwhile, within his consciousness, he examined the system's newly granted rewards: Ultra Precognition, Telepathic Link, Divine Chi, and Ultimate Kaioken. Ultra Precognition foresees events precisely 2 seconds into the future. Telepathic Link enables silent mental communication with others within a 100-meter radius. Divine Chi, a unique, essential aura indispensable for attaining godhood. Ultimate Kaioken, the perfected form of Kaioken, dramatically reducing physical strain, stamina consumption, and enabling flawless execution of high multiple Kaioken techniques. Surveying these abilities, Lin Fan could not deny his elation. Each was an unparalleled rarity, a treasure among 10,000. Ultra Precognition grants foresight into the next 2 seconds. Applied in combat, it reveals an opponent's precise attack trajectory before it unfolds. Between masters, even a tenth of a second may decide life or death, let alone 2 whole seconds. How does Ultra Precognition compare with HIT's time skip technique? Time skip allows instantaneous temporal displacement, whereas Ultra Precognition unveils the immutable flow of imminent fate. If the time of precognition exceeds the time of the flash time skill's jump, then precognition is superior. Conversely, if the jump time of flash time is greater than that of precognition, then flash time is formidable. Lin Fan didn't want to waste any more time. He only knew one thing, which was to learn it all. Without any hesitation, he focused his mind. Learning precognition, telepathy, and the ultimate King Fist. Utilizing divine energy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring precognition, telepathy, and the ultimate King Fist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for merging with divine energy. Numerous techniques and mental methods flowed into Lin Fan's mind, all seamlessly connecting. After a while, he felt his body beginning to change. A vast and majestic aura surged in like divine light, continuously pouring into his body. Whoosh! Divine energy. 3 minutes later, Lin Fan clearly sensed that a special energy had been added to his body, which was precisely divine energy. Divine energy is a prerequisite for becoming a deity. Only by possessing divine energy and reaching a certain level of cultivation can one become a god. Otherwise, no matter how high one's combat power is, it is difficult to become a true god. At most, one would merely be close to godhood or possess combat power that surpasses a god. Of course, all of this is exceedingly difficult. From Lin Fan's understanding, the only person with such power would be Jillian from the Power Conference. Half an hour later, Lin Fan completely stabilized the divine energy within his body and comfortably patted himself. The feeling of possessing divine energy is truly exhilarating. As long as my cultivation and combat power reach a certain level, becoming a god will be an effortless task. Current status of the host Lin Fan. Techniques: Super Chi Cannon, Sky Dance Technique, Giant, Whole Wave. Special skills: Dominant Body Technique, Ultimate King, Fist, Mind Communication, Super Precognition. Special items: Super Spiritual Time House. Race Human. Base Combat Power 2. 5 billion. In the realm of the King of Worlds, the old King of Worlds, who was studying the data on beautiful women, suddenly looked in Lin Fan's direction and put down the materials in his hand. His action immediately puzzled the East King of Worlds, as he knew that the old King of Worlds would never put down his study materials for trivial matters. Now that he did, it surely indicated a major event. What happened? The old King of Worlds directly smashed his fist on the head of the East King of Worlds, shouting, "Can't you check for yourself?" The East King of Worlds looked aggrieved, but obediently used divine abilities to sense all things. In a moment he felt it, and stared at the old King of Worlds in shock, saying, "How could there be a divine aura? Who possesses divine energy?" The old King of Worlds suddenly relaxed, and continued to pick up his study materials. The East King of Worlds felt helpless. This ancestor truly was an ancestor so carefree. However, he felt that he should meet this person who possessed divine energy. With a flash of his figure, he instantly disappeared. Lin Fan, meanwhile, was unaware that merely merging with divine energy had attracted the attention of the old King of Worlds and others. He was still contemplating whom to take as his disciple next. A stream of light descended from the sky, instantly alerting Lin Fan. But without needing to think much, he knew that the other party's power was certainly above his. Although he currently had a base combat power of 2.5 billion, it was still too low and utterly insufficient. When he saw that the newcomer was short in stature with a white punk hairstyle and purple skin, wearing the uniform of the King of Worlds with a Pandora earring, he instantly recognized him. Oh, the East King of Worlds. Why is he here? Could it be because of what just happened? Did he sense my merging with divine energy? It's quite possible. After all, divine energy is essential for becoming a god. As beings of divinity, it's normal for them to sense the essence of divinity that I've merged with. Standing up from the tree, he flew to the side of the East King of Worlds and greeted, "It is indeed the East King of Worlds. I apologize for the lack of hospitality." The East King of Worlds scrutinized Lin Fan carefully and confirmed that this person possessed divine energy, which had already merged into one. Who exactly is he? How is he able to cultivate divine energy? Judging by his Taoist robe, he should be a cultivator becoming a god through the Tao. Why does he know me? But thinking further, since the other party could cultivate divine energy, it was normal for him to recognize himself. Otherwise, how could he sense the power of heaven and the divine aura? The East King of Worlds was kind in nature, and seeing Lin Fan smiling and greeting him, he naturally reciprocated with courtesy. He smiled and said, "Hello. May I ask who you are? How could you cultivate divine energy?" Lin Fan realized that it was indeed the divine energy that attracted the East King of Worlds. "My name is Lin Fan, and about divine energy, it was just a coincidence that I managed to cultivate it." Naturally, he would not reveal how he obtained divine energy. The East King of Worlds pondered for a moment and ultimately could only believe Lin Fan's explanation. The other party must have a fortunate encounter. Perhaps years later, he would be chosen as an apprentice King of Worlds or even become a King of Worlds. The King of Worlds of the Seventh Universe is not just a single entity. There are also the West King of Worlds, North King of Worlds, and South King of Worlds. Currently, these three positions are vacant. If someone possesses a chance, it is easiest to comprehend divine energy now as they need individuals. After thinking about this, the East King of Worlds became even more courteous towards Lin Fan. Once Lin Fan became any one of the three vacant positions of King of Worlds, he would be his companion. That's great. It shows you are exceptionally fortunate, and I look forward to the day you become my companion. This statement left Lin Fan momentarily stunned. What did this mean? Becoming his companion. Becoming a King of Worlds. Lin Fan had no interest in becoming a King of Worlds. However, he also did not want to refute. He smiled and said, "Let's hope so." At this moment, the East King of Worlds noticed the super spiritual time house nearby, but he did not realize this was a spiritual time house, thinking it was simply Lin Fan's residence. "Lin Fan, then I shall take my leave." After his brief understanding, he realized that Lin Fan was not a violent person and might even become his companion. Therefore, he felt no need to stay any longer for observation. It would be better to hurry back and report to the ancestor to avoid another hammer blow. Lin Fan politely said, "Come visit when you have the time." The East King of Worlds smiled and transformed into a stream of light, leaving. After he departed, Lin Fan once again flew back to the tree and began to ponder whom he should take as his disciple next. "With my current strength, it seems challenging." Ding. The host's disciple Tianjin Fan has increased base combat power by 1 billion, and the host receives double the increase of 2 billion. The current base combat power of the host is 5 billion. Not bad. It hasn't been long since entering, and Tianjin Fan's base combat power has already improved by 1 billion. It seems. Before he could finish his sentence, a reminder sounded in his consciousness. Ding. The host's disciple Dumpling has increased base combat power by 100 million, and the host receives double the increase of 200 million. The current combat power of the host is 6 billion. Dumpling is doing well. He even managed to increase his base combat power by 100 million. This is quite remarkable for him. Lin Fan knew that Dumpling was not fond of cultivation, so being able to increase his combat strength by this much was truly a surprise. At the same time, he could imagine that Dumpling had not been idle inside, but was diligently cultivating. Suddenly, Lin Fan had a flash of inspiration. "Next, I will take Sun Wukong as my disciple." A slight smile appeared on his lips, hinting at a deeper meaning. He had made up his mind. First, let's see if there is anyone in the Taoist temple. He flew to the Taoist temple and checked around, but found no one. No one at all. Since there is no one, why is this Taoist temple still so clean? And there are Taoist robes. This is not scientific. Have they gone out? Forget it, can't worry about that, I'll deal with it when they come back. Three-eyed bald donkey, come out. Three-eyed bald donkey, come out. A melodious female voice shattered Lin Fan's contemplation, leaving him puzzled. Three-eyed bald donkey. Isn't that what they call Tianjin Fan? In the world of Dragon Ball Super, surely no one would call Tianjin Fan that. After all, Tianjin Fan has a nice personality, and is not unpleasant, who would be so rude as to refer to him by that name. Suddenly Lin Fan thought of someone. Could it be her? Arriving at the entrance of the Taoist temple, he saw a woman standing there. She appeared to be in her 30s, dressed in a blue qipao with a full and curvaceous figure, her hair styled in two half-circle ponytails. Seeing her, Lin Fan couldn't help but think to himself, it really is her. Lin. Although this woman looked to be just over 30, Lin Fan estimated she was probably in her 40s. However, women who have practiced in the Dragon Ball Super world tend to appear quite youthful and vibrant. It's hard to discern her true age. Lin is one such woman who has practiced, as she once trained under Master Roshi alongside Tianjin Fan. Later, when Tianjin Fan secretly left, Lin developed resentment towards him, hating him for not taking her along and for being unfeeling and ungrateful. Over the years, Lin has been tirelessly practicing demon arts and has now mastered them to a significant degree, feeling ready to seek revenge on Tianjin Fan. Thus, she has come all this way. Arriving here, Lin saw the righteous Lin Fan and paused for a moment before asking with a darkened expression, "Is Tianjin Fan here?" "Not here." Lin Fan, well-versed in the Dragon Ball Super story, knew that this woman had feelings for Tianjin Fan. Her quest for revenge stemmed from deep love. However, according to the developments in Dragon Ball Super, Tianjin Fan was oblivious to Lin's affections and ignored her. In Lin Fan's eyes, this woman in both appearance and figure certainly matched Tianjin Fan. Upon hearing that Tianjin Fan was not here, Lin grew anxious. She was well aware that Tianjin Fan and Chaozi had come here. Could it be that this Taoist has hidden him away? It must be so. After thinking this, her expression turned cold. "I advise you to hand over Tianjin Fan." Lin Fan replied naturally, "All right." Lin was taken aback for a moment. Oh, was he really agreeing? She thought he would conceal it a little longer. However, since he was willing to hand over Tianjin Fan, that was a good thing. "Where is he? Hurry up and hand him over." Lin Fan couldn't help but smile, as this woman was rather impatient. But it is precisely such women who dare to love and hate. "Don't be anxious. I can't hand over Tianjin Fan right now, because he has gone to a very special place and will be back shortly. I rest assured it won't exceed a day." Lin Fan had already calculated in his heart that with Tianjin Fan's current mental strength, he could only stay in the hyperbolic time chamber for a maximum of 10 years, which equated to 1 day in the real world. It was precisely for this reason that he spoke with such confidence. Lin's brows furrowed slightly, her gaze fixed on Lin Fan. Looking into his obsidian-like bright eyes, she sensed no fluctuation, as if he were speaking the truth. "Where has he gone that is so special?" Lin Fan, of course, wouldn't reveal this at the moment. "I can't say for now, but after a day you will definitely see him." Seeing Lin Fan's confident demeanor, Lin contemplated for a moment, then said, "All right, I will wait a day. If Tianjin Fan does not appear, I will question you." Lin Fan smiled, not saying anything. With his current battle power of 4.6 billion, dealing with a Lin would be easy. Noticing his silence, Lin pondered for a moment and asked curiously, "Did the three-eyed bald donkey come to seek you as a master?" Lin Fan did not deny it. "That's right, I am now the master of Tianjin Fan and Chaozi." Lin's eyes flashed with cunning as she grinned mischievously. "I want you to expel that three-eyed bald donkey from your sect." Lin Fan would surely not agree. Tianjin Fan was currently increasing his battle power in the hyperbolic time chamber, and he had also given him the bloodline of the three-eyed heavenly sovereign. To expel him from the sect would mean he would lose a lot of battle power. Would he agree? Obviously not. Tianjin Fan has done nothing wrong. I cannot do that. I know your reasons for resenting him, but Lin, I must remind you that liking someone is not expressed in this manner. Seeking revenge against him and opposing him will only push him further away. This is not a good way to express it. Lin was momentarily stunned. Her brows furrowed, her face displaying disbelief. "How do you know my name? Did that three-eyed bald donkey tell you?" She couldn't help but think, could it be that he has been thinking about her all along? That he hasn't forgotten her? Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. In this Dragon Ball world, how could he not know your name? He knew everyone's names. It was like having a god's perspective. But he still said, "That's right, Tianjin Fan told me. All these years he has been thinking of you. It's just that due to some special reasons he hasn't come to find you." Lin Fan felt that these two were quite suitable for each other. Now that he had the opportunity to play matchmaker, he would seize it. As for the special reasons he mentioned later, he couldn't find a way to explain it. Such complex issues were better left for Tianjin Fan to handle. Hearing this, Lin felt delighted. Oh, indeed, Tianjin Fan was thinking of her. However, she still had many confusions. What special reason does he have for not coming to find me? Well, you'll just have to ask him yourself later. Lin thought for a moment and agreed. Asking the person in front of her he likely didn't know either. Lin Fan no longer spoke much to Lin. Finding a lounge chair, and bringing it over. Yulin thought he was preparing a seat for her. Thinking to herself, the master of the three-eyed bald donkey is quite nice, understanding, and considerate, even moving a lounge chair out for me to rest. Just as she was happily walking over to express her gratitude, she saw Lin Fan comfortably lying on the chair, letting out a sound. Ah, so comfortable. By the way, going outside to bask in the sun should be even more comfortable. Thinking about this, he immediately took the lounge chair and swiftly walked outside the temple. Watching Lin Fan arrange the lounge chair, Yulin furrowed her delicate brows and pouted her alluring lips. Humph. How annoying. She then followed him outside, arriving not far from Lin Fan. Lin Fan suddenly thought of something and looked at Yulin. Oh, by the way, are you tired? Yulin thought resentfully, finally asking if I was tired. Finally realizing that I, as a guest, should be allowed to rest. Politely she replied, not tired. She felt that Lin Fan would certainly courteously offer her to sit down and rest. Not tired. That's great. Could you run to the town and buy me some snacks and drinks? Yao Lin was filled with confusion, staring at the person lying on the recliner before her. She wondered if he was tired just so that she could go to town and buy him snacks. Lin Fan, seeing her expression of speechless surprise, explained, look at this beautiful environment around us. If we had some snacks and drinks while enjoying the scenery, wouldn't that be a delightful experience? Yao Lin's anger suddenly surged as she felt as if she was being treated as a lackey. The three-eyed bald donkey is your disciple, but I am not. She coldly replied, why should I buy for you? I'm not your disciple. Don't be so hasty. If you handle this well, I might let Tianjin Fan marry you. Lin Fan was not surprised by Yao Lin's temper, nor did he blame her. After all, for all these years, Yao Lin had harbored resentment towards Tianjin Fan for his past actions, and her cultivation of demonic arts was also due to him. Therefore, it was only natural that she felt pent-up frustration over time, and it was normal for her to have a bad temper. At that point, if Tianjin Fan could shower her with affection to alleviate the fire within her, that would be great. Upon hearing this, Yao Lin bit her lip, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks as she stammered, you say. What? I don't want that three-eyed bald donkey to be with me. Oh, is that so? Then I will let him marry someone else. Lin Fan spoke nonchalantly. As soon as the words left his mouth, it was as if he had stepped on Yao Lin's tail. She jumped up instantly. She shouted at Lin Fan in a delicate voice, you dare. Lin Fan was completely unfazed, curling his lips into a playful smile. Did you not just say that you didn't want to be with Tianjin Fan? So why are you angry now? Then I also don't want him to be with anyone else. Lin Fan teased, isn't that contradictory? It's not contradictory, this is. Yao Lin took over the conversation, but could not articulate a coherent argument for quite some time. Lin Fan pressed her, what is this? Is this not wanting him to have a good time? Yes. Is this a punishment for him? Yes. Is this love so deep that it turns into hatred? Oh, exactly. Only after Yulin finished her response did she realize she had misspoken, feeling as if she had been toyed with. With a swift motion, she took out a talisman from her waist pocket, adopting an attacking stance. How dare you toy with me? I shall punish you properly. Ready, set. Thunder. One could see the talisman in her hand transform into a blazing fire, burning rapidly until it was entirely consumed. Concentrate. In that instant, a dark cloud appeared above Lin Fan's head, rolling ominously. You smelly Taoist, I'm giving you a chance to apologize now. Yulin cursed out loud. Lin Fan chuckled lightly, completely unperturbed, which only increased the fury brewing within Yulin. Fine, then I'll grant your wish. Descend. Boom. From the dark cloud above, ominous thunder roared and transformed. A deafening explosion resonated as a bolt of thunder, as thick as an arm, descended towards Lin Fan. Yulin wore a look of amusement, as if she could already envision the thunder striking Lin Fan, leaving him in a disheveled state. Boom. The thunder exploded. A cloud of smoke billowed up, carrying a burnt scent that spread around. Upon catching the scent, Yulin was even more delighted, her face beaming as she exclaimed, you still want to challenge me? Even if it's the master of the three-eyed bald donkey, so what? Wasn't he still blown up by me? She smugly wiped her delicate nose. This demonic technique isn't bad at all, Lin Fan said flatly. While Yulin was reveling in her triumph, she failed to notice what was behind her, smugly saying, of course. Suddenly, she realized something was off. That voice sounded oddly familiar. Turning towards the source of the sound, she saw Lin Fan comfortably lying in a chair, eyes closed, basking in the sunlight. This made her instinctively widen her eyes, her face filled with astonishment. You. Clearly she had struck him with her demonic thunder, yet why was he completely unscathed, instead appearing to enjoy himself elsewhere? He looked utterly relaxed. In reality, with the speed of her demonic thunder attack to Lin Fan, it was merely a joke, slower than a snail. With such speed, how could she possibly hit Lin Fan? Wasn't that just a joke? Lin Fan ignored her. He spoke to himself. Lin, with your current strength, you are no match for Tianjin Fan. It is impossible for you to vent your frustrations on him. Lin naturally would not believe Lin Fan's words, pridefully stating, Humph, I have been diligently training in demonic arts all these years. How could I not be a match for the three-eyed bald donkey? Don't try to scare me. To this, Lin Fan merely smiled lightly, choosing not to argue with her. Lin saw that Lin Fan had stopped speaking and wanted to say something else, but after a moment's thought swallowed her words. From Lin Fan's earlier demeanor, she knew she was not his opponent at all. This she was aware of, as she just didn't want to admit it out loud. Meanwhile, a system notification echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Ding, disciple Tianjin Fan's base combat power increased by 300 million. Master gains double combat power increase of 600 million. Current host base combat power 2 billion. Oh, another increase of 300 million so soon. It seems the bloodline of the three-eyed celestial is indeed impressive. Tianjin Fan, I hope you can hold on a little longer. Huh. The weather is so nice, let's take a good rest. Lin Fan stretched lazily. 20 hours later. The next day, afternoon. Lin grew a bit impatient watching Lin Fan lounging in the chair enjoying the scenery and snacking. She asked with displeasure, You said we only had to wait a day for the three-eyed bald donkey to appear. Where is the three-eyed bald donkey? Don't worry, hasn't it not yet been 24 hours? Lin Fan replied without a hint of anxiety. Ding, disciple Tianjin Fan's base combat power increased by 400 million. Master gains double increase of 800 million. Current host combat power 6 billion. Whoosh! At that moment, two ragged men flew over, one big and one small, one of whom had 3 eyes and was bald. The other appeared to be a child, also bald, but with a single hair, looking somewhat comical. Upon seeing these two, Lin recognized them immediately. She exclaimed sharply, Three-eyed bald donkey. Though her face was filled with anger, her eyes also showed a hint of joy and grievance, much like a woman scorned. The newcomers were indeed Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi. Hearing someone shout, Three-eyed bald donkey, Tianjin Fan felt quite displeased. This was simply an insult. The dumpling beside him also looked unhappy. Insulting Tianjin Fan was tantamount to insulting oneself. They turned their gaze towards Lin, yet neither recognized her. After all, when they left all those years ago, Lin was just a child. A girl changes a lot as she grows, especially after twice 18 years. Although Tianjin Fan and the dumpling were angry, they still flew respectfully in front of Yi Fan and greeted Master. Lin Fan pointed to the clothes on the ground and said, Put them on. He knew that the two must have looked ragged and disheveled after coming out. Yes, the two took the prepared clothes and flew into the Taoist temple, and shortly after they returned wearing new garments. Before Lin Fan could speak, Lin immediately shouted, Three-eyed bald donkey. Die. Tianjin Fan did not expect that this woman would call him that again. Why did she call him Three-eyed bald donkey? It seemed he had never met her, nor had he offended her. But there was a slight feeling of familiarity. He puzzledly asked, Who are you? Why do you call me that? Isn't it a bit rude? Could she be a friend of Master? That shouldn't be possible. How could Master have such an impolite friend? Seeing that Tianjin Fan did not recognize her, Lin felt even angrier. It was clear he had forgotten her. Flushing with anger, she shouted, Three-eyed bald donkey, you really have forgotten me. Upon hearing this, Tianjin Fan thought, Did we meet before? Why can't I remember? Lin Fan reminded him from the side, You once apprenticed under the Crane Immortal along with her and the dumpling. After Lin Fan's reminder, Tianjin Fan recalled indeed there had been a little girl under the Crane Immortal's tutelage. Now that he looked closely, this woman did bear some resemblance to that little girl. What was that little girl's name? Tianjin Fan momentarily forgot. The dumpling, surprised, said, Lin. Is that you, Lin? Tianjin Fan quickly realized yes, she was indeed called Lin. The woman before him was actually the little girl from back then. Lin, she had truly changed dramatically. Seeing Tianjin Fan's astonished expression, Lin felt a little sweet inside, while also a bit smug. That's right, I am Lin. Thinking to herself with a sense of pride, Tianjin Fan, you must regret not taking me with you back then. She inadvertently straightened her waist, showcasing her impressive figure. Tianjin Fan, puzzled, asked, How did you end up here? Lin Fan felt quite helpless. Was Tianjin Fan really that oblivious to Lin's feelings for him? But upon reflection, if Tianjin Fan were attuned to such things, he wouldn't have been single for so long. Though both were bald, Lin had a stunningly beautiful and heroic android wife, while Tianjin Fan had yet to gain anything. Lin clenched her delicate fist in anger, naturally unwilling to voice her inner thoughts. Instead, she exclaimed sweetly, I have come to take your life. Tianjin Fan was taken aback, puzzled as to what he had done wrong, and why someone would seek his life. Yulin wasted no time and waved her hand, conjuring a talisman. Tianjin Fan, your master said, I am not your match. Today I will show him who is stronger. Gather soldiers. Thunder and lightning. The talisman in her hand suddenly ignited, burning to ashes at a visible speed. This move was the same lightning technique she had used against Lin Fan. At that moment, a dark cloud began to gather above Tianjin Fan's head, and ominous sounds resonated from within. Clearly something was brewing. Such tricks were easily seen through by Tianjin Fan. Moreover, his combat power had surged, awakening the first stage of the three-eyed celestial lord. He was no longer the Tianjin Fan of old. Seeing him unfazed, Yulin thought she had intimidated him and felt quite pleased that dealing with this three-eyed bald donkey was a piece of cake. Three-eyed bald donkey, just wait to be blasted into cinders. With a vigorous motion of her right hand, she commanded, congeal. Boom. A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm was formed and hurled downward. Tianjin Fan raised his hand. A chi blast quickly shot upward. Boom. In an instant, he obliterated the lightning. Not only that, but the dark clouds Yulin had gathered were also dispersed, replaced by a gentle breeze. Yulin was left in shock. Her heart trembled uncontrollably as she stared with wide, watery eyes at Tianjin Fan, unable to believe that he had destroyed her demonic lightning with just a chi blast. Moreover, the dark clouds were also blown away. Tianjin Fan cast a nonchalant glance at Yulin, realizing her combat power was simply too low, only a few tens of thousands. With such weak power, did she really think she could compete with him? Absolutely impossible. Furthermore, he was no longer the person he was the day before. He was now the three-eyed celestial lord, Tianjin Fan. Yulin, you are not my match. Focus on your training. The demonic lightning was one of Yulin's attack methods, and now that Tianjin Fan had easily countered it, she was well aware that she was not his opponent. Yet she still felt quite indignant. After years of hard training, her aim was to embarrass Tianjin Fan and make him regret not taking her with him back then. Now how could she easily concede? With these thoughts in mind, she quickly fished out a talisman from her pocket, first glancing at Lin Fan, then directing her attention to Jiaozi. She dashed forward, brandishing the talisman, preparing to stick it onto Jiaozi's forehead. Once affixed, he would have to obey Yulin's commands. Lin Fan was aware of the talisman's effects since in the Dragon Ball Super World Master Roshi had once fallen victim to it. However, among the entire main cast, only Master Roshi had been caught, as the old man was just too lecherous. With even a slight visual stimulus, his defenses dropped to nearly zero. Nevertheless, Lin Fan did not warn Jiaozi. With Jiaozi's current combat power, avoiding this attack would be a simple task. Jiaozi was confused when Yulin shifted her attack focus onto him, not quite understanding why he was chosen as the target. Regardless of Yulin's intentions, Jiaozi would not allow her to strike him. He employed the sky dance technique, swiftly soaring into the air to evade her attack. Yulin looked at Jiaozi in astonishment. If she remembered correctly, Jiaozi had been significantly weaker in the past, not as strong as herself. How could he now seem even stronger than she was? This was illogical. Upon seeing the dumpling fly away, Yulin tugged at her lips, momentarily unsure of what to do. Tianjin Fan, witnessing Yulin's frustrated and angry demeanor, advised, Yulin, why must you do this? We share the same master and have no deep-seated grudges. Even though we have parted ways before, we can still be together now. For some reason, upon hearing these words, Yulin felt as if her heart was smeared with honey, sweet and delightful. A blush appeared on her cheeks, and in her watery eyes a hint of panic flashed repeatedly. Her heart raced as she bit her lip and whispered, can we really be together now? Tianjin Fan responded affirmatively, saying, of course. Lin Fan, seeing the silent Yulin, spoke up, since the conflict has been resolved, Tianjin Fan, I have something I need you to do. Tianjin Fan looked at Lin Fan and immediately replied respectfully, Master, please command me. Go challenge Sun Wukong. Tianjin Fan and the dumpling were momentarily stunned, curious, as they asked, challenge Sun Wukong. Lin Fan gently nodded. Tianjin Fan hesitated for a moment before saying, Master, although I have made some progress, I am still far from Sun Wukong's level. His strength had indeed improved significantly, but he was acutely aware that challenging Sun Wukong was an utterly impossible task. Lin Fan smiled. He was well aware that Tianjin Fan was not Sun Wukong's opponent. His intention in having Tianjin Fan challenge Sun Wukong was not to defeat him. Rather, it served another purpose, to pique Sun Wukong's interest, to let him know of his existence, and then he would find a way to take him as a disciple. Once he had Sun Wukong as a disciple and trained him in the Spirit Time Room, wouldn't his combat power soar? Just thinking about it sent a thrill through Lin Fan. Your goal is not to defeat him, but to experience his combat strength. It's merely a casual sparring match, but I want you to give it your all. Lin Fan suddenly understood it was just a spar, and he had thought it was about defeating the other party. Understood, master. At the same time, he was also looking forward to seeing how far his current strength had come and how he would measure up against Sun Wukong. With these thoughts, Lin Fan felt an inexplicable excitement. You should go find Sun Wukong now. Yes, master. After responding, Lin Fan immediately used the sky dance technique and flew towards the direction of the West Capital. Sun Wukong's home was not located within the city of West Capital, but rather in the outskirts, which Lin Fan and the others were very familiar with. The dumpling, seeing Lin Fan fly away, quickly followed, saying, Master, I'm going to. Go ahead. Yulin, having just found Lin Fan, was naturally reluctant to part with him and hurriedly chased after. Not far from Sun Wukong's home, he was operating a farming machine, steering it, while complaining, this is so boring. How can it be so boring? I want to practice. He was so absorbed in his complaints that he didn't pay attention to the road ahead. With a crash, Sun Wukong and the farming machine tumbled off the cliff. Just a few seconds later, Sun Wukong supported the farming machine with his right hand and flew back up. Wukong, what are you doing? At that moment, Lin Fan and the dumpling, who had just flown in, curiously asked upon seeing Sun Wukong supporting the farming machine. Sun Wukong looked up and said, it's Lin Fan and the dumpling. He placed the farming machine on the ground, scratched his head, and said with a frown, I accidentally drove the farming machine off just now. Lin Fan paused for a moment. Did someone like this really exist? But then he thought, isn't this just how Sun Wukong is? Aside from training and eating, he was almost clueless about everything else, and he couldn't focus on anything else. Flying to Sun Wukong's side, he asked in confusion, Lin Fan, how come you all are here? I have gained quite a bit of improvement, so I wanted to find you for a sparring match. Lin Fan stated plainly about his intentions. He believed Sun Wukong would be willing to accept. As expected, Sun Wukong, upon hearing Lin Fan's words, instantly became excited, laughing exuberantly, and eagerly exclaimed, Really? Lin Fan, that's great. Seeing Sun Wukong's reaction, Lin Fan smiled, knowing that Sun Wukong would never refuse a challenge. Perhaps even if he didn't propose a contest, Sun Wukong would have brought it up himself. I was just too bored, which is why I turned on the farming machine. Let's go, Lin Fan, we shall spar. Sun Wukong eagerly took to the sky, flying towards the desert mountains, careful not to spar on his own land, for he feared being scolded by Chi-Chi. Lin Fan and Jiaozi flew up to follow him. After a while, the three arrived at the desert mountains. Jiaozi, concerned that Sun Wukong might harm Lin Fan, reminded him, Wukong, take it easy. Sun Wukong, while stretching his arms, nodded and said, Don't worry, Jiaozi. He was very clear in his heart that Lin Fan was not his opponent, so he had to hold back. Come on, Lin Fan. Lin Fan's expression was serious. Wukong, it has been a long time since we last fought. Sun Wukong also grew serious and replied, Indeed, I can't remember how many years it's been, only that it was during the world's first martial arts tournament. That's right, Wukong. Thinking back to that time compared to now, we were truly weak, like mere ants. Although he couldn't recall exactly how many years ago it was, Lin Fan clearly remembered that back then Sun Wukong couldn't even transform into a Super Saiyan. His brother Raditz had yet to invade Earth. Sun Wukong couldn't help but reminisce about his training from back then, recalling, Yes, I was really too weak. Hey, Lin Fan, I believe we will grow even stronger. One day, when we face our current selves, we will find ourselves weak too. Lin Fan resonated with this sentiment, especially since he now possessed the bloodline of the three-eyed heavenly sovereign, which meant that his current strength was merely a starting point. That's right, Wukong, let's fight. Lin Fan instantly raised his aura, and in an instant a whirlwind enveloped the surroundings, dust swirling up continuously. Centered around him, it spread out over 100 meters. Sun Wukong was first taken aback, then thrilled, excitedly exclaiming, Lin Fan, you've improved so much. This is really something to look forward to. Sun Wukong also elevated his aura and charged forward, first with Lin Fan following suit. Bang! The two fists met. Boom! Boom! As fists collided, a vast surge of energy radiated outwards from the two, stirring up clouds of dust. Bang! 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 Both combatants retracted their fists and launched a flurry of punches at each other, each collision compressing the surrounding air. In this moment, Sun Wukong had yet to unleash his full power in normal form, while Lin Fan had reached his peak strength in that same state. Because of this, Lin Fan quickly gained the upper hand. After blocking Sun Wukong's attack with one punch, he swiftly delivered another. With a resounding thud, his fist struck Sun Wukong's chest perfectly, sending him flying several dozen meters away, crashing into the desert mountain. Seeing this, Jiaozi was astounded. Lin Fan actually hit Wukong. Although it was only Wukong in his normal state, it was still impressive. Lin Fan did not pursue the attack relentlessly. After all, this was not a fight to the death. He hovered in the air. Looking down at Sun Wukong, he felt a thrill of excitement. Ever since Wukong could transform into a Super Saiyan, he had not dared to imagine that one day he could send Wukong flying. Now that he had sent Sun Wukong flying, he felt a surge of exhilaration, as if something suppressed deep within him had finally been released. It felt amazing. His spirits lifted. Sun Wukong shot out from the dust and smoke, standing at the same height as Lin Fan, excitedly proclaiming, "Lin Fan, you are truly incredible now." With a brimming spirit, Lin Fan responded, "Wukong, the best is yet to come. Come on." Sun Wukong grinned, striking his classic attack pose, his gaze locked on Lin Fan. He suddenly charged towards Lin Fan. This time, both his power and speed had significantly increased, unleashing half of his strength in normal form. Seeing his opponent's speed drastically increase, Lin Fan did not dare underestimate him and met the charge head-on. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged countless punches. From a distance, Jiaozi could only see the afterimages of their fists. The speed was simply too fast. Minutes later, Lin Fan gradually found himself at a disadvantage, unable to withstand the relentless attacks, his defenses faltering. Bang! Sun Wukong unleashed a punch, which Lin Fan barely managed to block. At that moment, Wukong's right foot followed unexpectedly, kicking Lin Fan off guard. In that instant, Sun Wukong concentrated a ki blast in his hand. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the ki blast, Lin Fan realized he could not evade it and quickly raised both hands to shield himself. Boom! The ki blast exploded instantly, sending a cloud of smoke billowing. Suddenly sensing danger, he instinctively looked into the smoke, only to see Sun Wukong charging out like a wolf, delivering a kick to his abdomen. Bang! Oh! Lin Fan plummeted rapidly, crashing hard into the ground, creating a pit several centimeters deep and several meters wide. Jiaozi watched in shock, deeply worried, but breathed a sigh of relief as Lin Fan quickly got back on his feet. Lin Fan did not leap into the air, but raised his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers before his third eye, slowly tracing a line. In an instant, his third eye shone with a blinding white light, and wherever his gaze fell, flames erupted, even on the barren desert. Seeing this scene from above, Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, is this a new technique from Lin Fan?" With that, Lin Fan clenched his fists and shouted, "Ah!" The momentum around him surged dramatically, forming a vortex at Lin Fan's center, whipping up fierce winds that slashed at everything nearby. The storm expanded from several meters to dozens, then hundreds of meters. Dust and stones flew as the sky turned grayish-yellow. When Lin Fan's third eye turned fiery red, the storm finally ceased. This marked the first phase of Lin Fan's Sanmu Tianzuan bloodline, Sanmu Hanjiang state. In a flash, he appeared before Sun Wukong, raising both hands and confidently declaring, "Wukong, come on." Seeing the overwhelming aura emanating from Lin Fan's, Sun Wukong was brimming with excitement, feeling an intense thrill. Ever since defeating Majin Buu, he had not engaged in a real fight. Now it seemed he could finally have a good fight. He struck an attack pose. "Bring it on, Lin Fan." Whoosh! Just as his words fell, Lin Fan charged forward fast as light. Bang! His fist struck Sun Wukong's abdomen. Uff! Sun Wukong instinctively exhaled, but Lin Fan did not cease his assault. His fist transformed into a palm, and a ki blast exploded right in front of Sun Wukong. Whoosh! Boom! Lin Fan frowned, sensing that the ki blast had missed. Using his powerful aura, he dispersed the smoke from the ki blast, revealing Sun Wukong had created several meters of distance between them. The latter grinned. Huh! He elevated his strength to the peak of his normal state and charged swiftly. Bang! The two fists clashed repeatedly, their figures flickering, leaving only fleeting shadows in the air. After a full half-hour of battle, Lin Fan gradually gained the upper hand, striking towards Sun Wukong's chest with an overwhelming force, as if clouds had descended upon the sea. In an instant, the clouds surged and the wind howled before his fist even landed on Sun Wukong's chest. The surrounding air had already been devoured by the terrifying might of the punch. It was utterly terrifying. Bang! Sun Wukong was hit by a punch, and Lin Fan seized this opportunity to deliver another punch immediately after. Another punch struck his chest, and he quickly grabbed Sun Wukong's arm, spinning him around forcefully before throwing him away. His palm faced Sun Wukong. Boom, boom, boom. 3 energy blasts were unleashed in succession, hitting Sun Wukong squarely. Sun Wukong's body fell downward, but after dropping a few meters, he steadied himself. He looked towards Tianjin Fan, his tone filled with excitement as he said, "Tianjin Fan, you are really too strong now. Without transforming into a Super Saiyan, I am no match for you." After finishing his words, he clenched his fists tightly. Huh! Sun Wukong let out a fierce shout, his momentum skyrocketing, and an overwhelming pressure erupted instantly. His hair suddenly turned golden. Super Saiyan 1. Although the battle had not yet begun, Tianjin Fan could already sense the terrifying aura emanating from Sun Wukong. This was his first time facing Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan 1 form. Without comparison, he already knew that with his current strength, he was no match for Sun Wukong. Before he could think further, Sun Wukong had already soared up his speed, now dozens of times faster than before. The Super Saiyan 1 form represented a 50-fold increase in his normal state. Tianjin Fan unleashed the bloodline of the three-eyed celestial and entered the three-eyed red general state, barely able to defeat Sun Wukong in his normal state. Now that Sun Wukong had transformed into Super Saiyan 1, his power had increased 50-fold, leaving Tianjin Fan without any means of resistance. Bang! He struggled to block the fierce punch from Sun Wukong, pain radiating through his hand. At that moment, Sun Wukong's second punch came crashing in. Tianjin Fan wanted to block it, but he suddenly realized that the pain in his hand had not yet subsided. His movements were sluggish, and he couldn't keep up with Sun Wukong's rhythm at all. Bang! A solid fist struck his chest, sending him flying backward several dozen meters. Before he could steady himself, Sun Wukong had already appeared behind him, delivering a powerful punch to his back. Oh! Tianjin Fan instinctively let out a cry of despair. He plummeted from a height, like a rapidly falling meteor, shattering the silence of the sky with a thunderous crash as he struck the ground. In an instant, a deep pit of 7 to 8 meters appeared, clouds of dust billowing up. Dumpling, witnessing this scene, wasted no time and flew towards the pit, anxiously calling out Tianjin Fan. Sun Wukong looked at the dust rising from the ground and couldn't help but murmur, "Did I go a bit too hard?" Thinking this, he immediately flew down and waved his hand to disperse the smoke. He saw Tianjin Fan standing in the deep pit, tattered clothes and covered in dust, which immediately brought joy to Dumpling and Sun Wukong. Dumpling flew down and excitedly asked Tianjin Fan, "Are you okay?" Tianjin Fan smiled and nodded. "Don't worry about me, Dumpling, I'm fine." In reality, he was enduring immense pressure and pain, a feeling of suffocation occasionally gripping his chest. Yet he knew he couldn't fall, it would be too embarrassing. Seeing that Tianjin Fan was all right, Sun Wukong was overjoyed. "That's great. Tianjin Fan, I thought I had gone too hard. Let's continue our competition." Tianjin Fan felt a mix of amusement and helplessness, wanting to say, "Wukong, you really hit hard." He repeatedly said, "Wukong, let's not compete for now. I'm not your opponent. I need more training before we can compete again." He was acutely aware that he was barely holding on, and after Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 1, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of his figure. In such a state, how could he possibly be a match for Sun Wukong? Hearing this, Sun Wukong felt a bit disappointed, but still retracted his Super Saiyan state. "All right, Tianjin Fan. Next time remember to challenge me." "I'm so bored," Sun Wukong said, scratching his head, somewhat complaining. Tianjin Fan nodded. "Okay. By the way, Tianjin Fan, how did you suddenly improve so quickly?" Sun Wukong asked, puzzled. He knew that Tianjin Fan had never given up on training. However, he had never made such progress before. In his normal state, he was no match for Tianjin Fan, and it was only by transforming into Super Saiyan that he could suppress him. When it came to this matter, Tianjin Fan wore a proud expression and said with a smile, "Wukong, Dumpling, and I have been taught by an extraordinary master these past few days, and both of us have made significant improvements." He couldn't help but think, "I wonder how my master compares to Wukong. Perhaps my master is even stronger. After all, he was able to boost my combat power so much in such a short time. He must be formidable." However, Wukong was also very strong. Just in the Super Saiyan 1 stage, he could easily crush Tianjin Fan. If he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 or 3, the mere pressure from him might render Tianjin Fan unable to resist. Unconsciously, he felt a bit excited. If Wukong and his master were to have a duel, who would win? Sun Wukong suddenly paused, scratching his head in astonishment and saying, "Wow, there's an extraordinary master." "Where?" "In the Hill Mountains." Tianjin Fan did not hide this feeling that his master Lin Fan wouldn't mind if he revealed his location. In an instant, Sun Wukong was as energized as if he had received a shot of adrenaline. "Tianjin Fan, can you take me to meet your master?" Without needing Sun Wukong to clarify, Tianjin Fan understood what he was thinking. Wukong, you want to challenge my master, right? Tianjin Fan spoke his thoughts aloud, and Sun Wukong chuckled. Tianjin Fan, I can't help it whenever I hear about a master. Tianjin Fan felt both amused and helpless. Wukong was still the same Wukong. He knew a true martial arts enthusiast. Before Tianjin Fan could respond, Sun Wukong impatiently said, Tianjin Fan, let's hurry up and go. All right, Wukong. Dumpling, let's go. The three of them flew towards the hill mountains. After Lin Fan put away the time-space spirit house, he returned to the entrance of the Taoist temple, lying on a chair and enjoying the gentle sunlight. Though he closed his eyes to rest, he knew that Sun Wukong would be arriving soon and his future capable disciple was about to come. Thinking of this, he felt a surge of excitement. At this moment, Yulin walked out of the Taoist temple looking at Lin Fan lying on the chair and curiously asking, are you a real Taoist? Lin Fan couldn't help but open his eyes. What do you mean? You the Taoist just lie on the chair all day resting? I have never seen you meditate or cultivate. I suspect you are a fake Taoist. Yulin expressed her thoughts as it was her first time encountering such a Taoist who did not cultivate, spending all day eating, drinking, and enjoying the scenery. Lin Fan closed his eyes again, unconcerned. He was indeed a fake, and there was nothing to dispute about that. However, he would not admit to being fake, so he made up a few words. Cultivation is about following one's heart and acting freely. The myriad laws of nature lead to the ultimate path. Yulin was taken aback. I misjudged. He is indeed a real Taoist. Although I didn't understand a word, it sounded profound. What if? Should I also become his disciple? Then I would have the same master as the three-eyed bald donkey. As she contemplated these thoughts, Lin Fan opened his eyes, gazing towards the sky ahead. They're coming. The speed is even faster than I expected. It seems this monkey can't wait any longer. A voice suddenly echoed in the air. Are you interested in a chat? Number 17 was taken aback and quickly turned around only to see a young man who had appeared behind him without his notice. This left number 17 in shock, and a chill ran down his neck. When did this person appear, and he had not even realized it? If the other party had any malicious intent and launched an attack, wouldn't he be caught off guard? The young man he was looking at now was none other than Lin Fan. While contemplating this, he tried to sense Lin Fan's aura, but to his astonishment, he found that he could not perceive any energy from Lin Fan, as if the person before him was just an ordinary individual. An individual without any energy. Yet he knew that the person in front of him was not an ordinary person. Could an ordinary person perform the void dance technique? Clearly not. Number 17 asked in surprise, who are you? Lin Fan had been waiting for this very moment from Sun Wukong, without any hint of reservation, nodding in agreement. Sure, I am also eager to see what kind of effect the Super Saiyan 3 combined with the ultimate Kaioken will have. Sun Wukong was overjoyed and hurriedly clasped his hands together in greeting Master Lin Fan. To encourage Sun Wukong to train diligently, Lin Fan pondered for a moment before saying, Wukong, actually, if you want to compete with me, it is not impossible. Upon hearing about the competition, Sun Wukong's interest was piqued, and he quickly asked, Master Lin Fan, can we compete now? Did you not say that you would be punished? As he spoke, he rubbed his fists together, appearing eager to try. Wukong, you misunderstood. We still cannot compete now, but once you reach the same realm as the gods, then it will be possible. Lin Fan said with a smile. Sun Wukong and the others were confused. The same realm as the gods. What kind of realm is that? Could it be that we also become gods? Tianjin Fan and the others thought the same way, but they felt it was impossible. How could they possibly become gods? Seeing their disbelief, Lin Fan realized it was time to paint a grand picture. Exactly, it means to become gods. Only by becoming gods can we engage in sparring. Sun Wukong immediately scratched the back of his head and exclaimed, huh? Become a god? What must I do to become a god? This seems too difficult. In his heart, he felt that if strength could measure a god, then he could become a god, for all the gods he had seen were not as powerful as he was. Tianjin Fan and the others also found it challenging. Lin Fan, however, smiled and presented the grand vision. Wukong, since you wish to become my disciple, I can teach you the method to become a god. Sun Wukong wasn't particularly fond of being a god, but he wanted to compete with Lin Fan, his face filled with excitement before he could even speak. Lin Fan continued, not only can I help you become a god, but I can also amplify your power countless times, allowing you to transform into a Super Saiyan god. Red-haired Sun Wukong and the others were hearing about the Super Saiyan god for the first time. Super Saiyan god? What is that? It sounds even more powerful than my Super Saiyan 3. Lin Fan smiled. Wukong, in fact, Super Saiyan 3 is not that impressive. Perhaps in this universe you might still be able to hold your own, but in this universe there are many who can easily defeat you. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan and Jiaozi widened their eyes in astonishment. They knew that Sun Wukong had defeated Majin Buu, a formidable being who had saved Earth and the universe countless times. If there are many who can defeat him in this universe, how terrifying must their battle power be? Yulin did not know Sun Wukong's strength, but seeing the expressions of Lin Fan and Jiaozi, she could roughly guess that Sun Wukong was even stronger than Lin Fan. In other words, he was stronger than herself, and she thought to herself, in this world, no, in this universe there are so many powerful beings. However, upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong felt no disappointment. Instead, he was quite excited and eagerly asked, Master Lin Fan, who else can defeat me? I wish to spar with them. Lin Fan smiled slightly and held up 2 fingers, saying, I will mention 2 people for now. The first one, Beerus. The second one, Whis. In truth, in the 7th universe, only these 2 could easily defeat Sun Wukong, but to confuse him, Lin Fan had to put on an act. Sun Wukong turned his head to the side, deep in thought, as he murmured, Beerus. Whis. Why have I never heard of these 2 names? Lin Fan said nothing in response. Sun Wukong hurriedly asked, Where are they? Lin Fan anticipated this question from him, but he wouldn't reveal the answer. Neither the current Sun Wukong nor he himself were capable of facing Beerus. Against such an enemy, their fate would be death. The time is not right to reveal this. I will tell you when you become a Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong felt as if his heart was being suspended with Lin Fan's words, leaving him hanging. Wasn't this just teasing him? Seeing that Sun Wukong was about to speak again, Lin Fan reiterated, Wukong, you don't need to ask. Even if you do, I won't say anything. When the time comes, I will naturally tell you. Revealing everything to Sun Wukong, now leaving him no room for thought, would not be wise. Lin Fan intentionally kept him in suspense. Seeing Lin Fan's resolute attitude, Sun Wukong knew it was futile to ask further. Yet he understood one thing: he still needed more training and improvement. His journey forward had not yet reached its end. Currently, there was an opportunity. He clasped his hands together respectfully and said, Master Lin Fan, please teach me how to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting Sun Wukong as a disciple. You have gained combat power 3 billion Super Saiyan Bloodline, Super Saiyan God Red Vast Heart Ultra Ultimate Flash. Current host base combat power 9 billion. Lin Fan had not anticipated that at this moment Sun Wukong would sincerely address him as master. This lazy master system would only reward the host when the disciple truly acknowledged him as a master. Although Sun Wukong had called him Master Lin Fan several times before, the system had not granted any rewards, indicating that those were not genuine. Now, however, it was sincere. At the same time, he was unexpectedly granted the title of Super Saiyan God Ultra Red. Without this reward, transforming into a Super Saiyan God would require 6 righteous Saiyans to concentrate their just heart's light upon one individual. Lin Fan did not inform Sun Wukong of this transformation method. If he did, Sun Wukong would undoubtedly rush to find others for his transformation and then challenge him. Once transformed into a Super Saiyan God, combat power would no longer be calculated by billions, but would enter a completely new phase, as it represented a qualitative leap. All along, Lin Fan believed that in Dragon Ball Super the increase in combat power was excessively bizarre. Ultra Red, Ultra Blue, and techniques like Ultra Instinct and demonic forms could not be measured by simple multiples. They represented a qualitative change, a brand new stage. Had Lin Fan received such a reward earlier, he would have certainly agreed to spar with Sun Wukong, as turning into a Super Saiyan God and easily handling Ultra Instinct Sun Wukong would have been a straightforward task. However, now that he had told Sun Wukong that they could not spar until the latter learned to transform into a Super Saiyan God, he naturally would not go back on his word. Otherwise, wouldn't he be a flip-flopper? Master, please teach me how to transform into a Super Saiyan God. I'm begging you. Sun Wukong saw Lin Fan fall into silence and thought he was contemplating. Lin Fan came to his senses and smiled, saying, Wukong, transforming into a Super Saiyan God is not urgent for the time being. With your current strength, you won't be able to maintain that form for long. This was indeed true. The Super Saiyan God form consumed a tremendous amount of energy and stamina, and its energy and stamina consumption was no less than that of the King Kai Fist. I will first teach you the ultimate King Kai Fist. Sun Wukong was thrilled to hear he could learn the ultimate King Kai Fist, his heart aflame, like a blazing furnace, warm and lively. He really wanted to learn the ultimate King Kai Fist, as this had always been his trump card skill. Now being able to learn the ultimate version of the King Kai Fist made him very happy. All right, master, let's begin. At this moment, Yulin stepped forward, saying, I also want to become your disciple. Lin Fan looked at Lin and was not surprised at all. She admired Tianjin Fan, and since Tianjin Fan had entered his sect, she naturally wanted to join him as well. It was merely a matter of time. He was just a bit surprised that Lin had come to this conclusion, so quickly wanting to become his disciple. Sun Wukong looked at Lin in surprise and said, "Hey, aren't you Master Lin Fan's disciple?" "Not just now, but now I am," Lin replied confidently. Lin Fan was slightly taken aback, saying, "Oh, are you that confident?" "Of course," Lin said confidently. Seeing her confidence, Lin Fan was curious where she got such confidence from. Did she think that because she viewed herself as a woman he must accept her? If that was her thought, then she was mistaken. "Aren't you afraid I won't accept you?" Lin said sternly. "I'm not afraid if you don't accept me as your disciple. I'll kneel before you until you do. When others see me kneeling before you, they'll think you're bullying me. You're a godly figure. You wouldn't want others to think that, would you?" While this is simply shameless, a woman resorting to such underhanded tactics. She wasn't wrong. Setting aside the rewards for accepting disciples, he naturally preferred to have as many disciples as possible. Even without rewards, a woman kneeling before him begging to be accepted as a disciple, he would definitely accept her. Just as she said, he didn't want others to think he was bullying a woman. "All right, Lin, I accept you. But Lin, you must call me master properly, so I can hear if you're sincere. If you truly wish to become my disciple, then I will accept you. If you are not sincere, then let's forget about it." Lin Fan found it very easy to verify someone's sincerity as long as the other party called him master and the system did not grant a reward. It meant they were not sincere. Lin bowed respectfully and greeted Master. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for accepting Lin as a disciple, gaining combat power of 100 million Tianshi art, healing arts, and mastery of super ki." Lin Fan felt a bit disappointed when he heard the system only rewarded him with 100 million combat power. However, upon reflection, he realized that Lin's combat power was originally not high, or receiving a basic combat power reward of 100 million from the system was already quite good. Regarding the rewards, Lin Fan could see at a glance that the Tianshi art was indeed suitable for Lin's cultivation. As for the other things, he felt they were not suitable, and even if they were, he wouldn't hand them all over to her at once. Looking at Lin, he said, "Lin, I can feel that you are sincere. Since that is the case, I will teach you the Tianshi art. However, we must follow the order. I need to teach Sun Wukong the ultimate King Kai fist first." When Lin heard about the Tianshi art, she was shocked. She had heard of this art, which encompassed a variety of spells far more powerful than her demon arts, and could be said to be on a completely different level. She had originally thought that since she practiced demon arts, Lin Fan wouldn't have anything to teach her, as there were very few people in this world who understood such arts. But she never expected that Lin Fan actually understood it. If she learned the Tianshi art, she would definitely be able to contend with Tianjin Fan, or even surpass him. Truly deserving of being a godlike figure. She hurriedly bowed respectfully and thanked, "Thank you, Master." Lin Fan wasted no time and had Sun Wukong sit cross-legged to start imparting the theoretical knowledge of the ultimate King Kai fist. Wukong, the King Kai fist created by North Kai, focuses on tapping into the potential of the body, while the ultimate King Kai fist takes it further. It requires not only control over the explosive potential of the body, but also control over the body's contraction and flexibility. 1 hour later, Lin Fan explained the theoretical knowledge of the ultimate King Kai fist to Sun Wukong. Since Sun Wukong already knew the King Kai fist, after an hour of theoretical insights, he felt as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. Sun Wukong couldn't help but say, "Listening to your words is like hearing a revelation." Lin Fan, who was drinking water, almost spat it out. Tianjin Fan quickly reminded, "Wukong, it's better to hear one phrase from you than to read 10 years worth of books. Wukong, take your time to comprehend this. Later I will send you to the hyperbolic time chamber." "The hyperbolic time chamber? Are we going to the temple?" Sun Wukong asked in surprise. Tianjin Fan reminded, "It's not the temple's hyperbolic time chamber, it's the hyperbolic time chamber, which is many times more powerful. Its effects are..." After 4 or 5 minutes of description, Sun Wukong finally understood the effects of the hyperbolic time chamber. Excitedly clenching his fist, he exclaimed, "Amazing. I get it now. No wonder, Tianjin Fan, you were able to boost your combat power so much in such a short time." Tianjin Fan chuckled. Meanwhile, Lin Fan turned to Lin and said, "Lin, the Tianshi art will be quite difficult to practice, and it will require a lot of effort. Are you still willing to cultivate it?" "I am willing," Lin replied without hesitation. At the moment she answered, Lin Fan's mind moved. "Learn Tianshi art." Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Tianshi art. A wave of memories regarding the Tianshi art flooded into his mind like a tide. I will now explain the Tianshi technique to you. The Tianshi technique, also known as the Way of the Tianshi, primarily employs 3 types of seals: first, summoning spirits; second, commanding ghosts; and third, bearing the Tao. When the divine harmonizes with the Qi, and the Qi harmonizes with the true body. Without the true essence, all is but a grand name. The divine can enter stone, the divine can manifest in form. Immersed in water, one does not drown; engulfed in fire, one does not burn. The technique of the Heavenly Master is quite complex. Lin Fan spent a full 3 hours explaining it to Yulin, which finally allowed her to memorize everything. However, she merely memorized it, she did not fully understand it. To truly grasp it, she would need to ponder and comprehend it herself. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was already impatiently waiting on the side. He already understood the King of the World Fist and could use it proficiently. Although the ultimate King of the World Fist required mastering aspects like body control and breath, he had basically comprehended it and was just looking for a place to showcase his skills. The hyperbolic time chamber was the best place for this, but Lin Fan was busy teaching Yulin, so he couldn't interrupt and could only wait eagerly by the side. Now that the teaching session was over, he couldn't wait to ask Master Lin Fan, "When can I enter the hyperbolic time chamber? I can't wait any longer." He looked as if he could hardly bear it. Lin Fan stood up and flew back to the previously spacious area, while Sun Wukong and the others hurriedly followed, their faces filled with excitement, finally able to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Having heard Tianjin Fan mention the effects of the hyperbolic time chamber before, he had long been eager and couldn't wait to see it for himself. Soon they arrived at the previously flat area, but Tianjin Fan and Dumpling were left speechless. Where was the hyperbolic time chamber? It seemed to have vanished. Little did he know that while he went to find Sun Wukong for a match, Lin Fan had already put the hyperbolic time chamber away. Sun Wukong and Yulin were equally puzzled. He habitually scratched the back of his head. "Master, why did you bring us here? Didn't we come to the hyperbolic time chamber?" Lin Fan said nothing, merely curving his lips into a graceful arc. With a wave of his hand, he declared whoosh. Suddenly a house appeared on the flat ground. Tianjin Fan was very familiar with this house and exclaimed, "The hyperbolic time chamber. Could it be that the hyperbolic time chamber can also be taken back? It must be just like that. I had thought that once the hyperbolic time chamber was out, it couldn't be retracted. After all, such a large house can indeed be taken back, just like the items from Capsule Corporation." Upon hearing Tianjin Fan's words, Sun Wukong and the others scrutinized the hyperbolic time chamber, which appeared to have nothing particularly special about it. At this moment, Lin Fan said, "You two hurry and go inside. Once your spiritual energy is completely exhausted, the hyperbolic time chamber will automatically eject you." Sun Wukong had long been unable to contain his excitement and rubbed his fists together. Yes. In an instant, he flew into the hyperbolic time chamber. Yulin didn't hesitate any longer, glanced at Tianjin Fan and followed closely behind Sun Wukong. Lin Fan looked at Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, "Do you two want to go in as well? Each person has 10 opportunities in their lifetime." Tianjin Fan thought for a moment. Although each person has 10 opportunities in their lifetime, they shouldn't waste them carelessly. It would be better to wait until his spiritual energy was stronger before going in. He shook his head. "Master, we won't go in just yet. I want to consolidate my strength first." Lin Fan also didn't suggest Tianjin Fan enter, as it was better to stabilize his power first. There was no need to waste the opportunity. "All right, you go consolidate your strength." Lin Fan flew back outside the temple, then lay down on a chair to begin researching the rewards he had previously obtained. Previously, when he accepted Sun Wukong as his disciple, in addition to gaining 3 billion combat power, he also acquired the Super Saiyan Bloodline, Super Saiyan God, Super Red Vast Heart, and Super Ultimate Flash. Among these rewards, the one he understood the least was the Vast Heart. He didn't quite grasp what it was. As for the Super Ultimate Flash, just from the name, he knew it must be a super version of Vegeta's Ultimate Flash. He examined the Vast Heart. Effect of Vast Heart can merge with anyone. After a successful merge, the merged individual can communicate with anyone in the 12 universes, no distance limitation. For instance, if the merged individual is in the 7th universe, they can communicate with Jiren from the 11th universe, but they need to locate the other parties or a first. Lin Fan was instantly astonished upon seeing the effect of the Vast Heart. The effect was simply invincible. As long as he could locate the other parties aura, no matter where they were in the 12 universes, he could communicate telepathically with them. This way, he could recruit elites from other universes without even needing to travel to them, as long as he was persuasive enough. Damn, truly invincible. Such a method could only be possessed by beings like Whis, right? No, even Whis probably doesn't have such a method because they are limited to their own universe, unlike him, who can communicate across the 12 universes. The effect of the vast heart might only be possessed by beings at the level of the Grand Minister. Did he just stumble upon a divine artifact, truly deserving of being the main protagonist? The more Lin Fan thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't wait to merge with the vast heart right now, but after considering it, he decided to hold off and take a look at what the super aura control was. He examined super aura control after learning one can have ultra-subtle control over their aura. He also looked at healing technique, can perform simple healing on oneself or others. This super aura control is also quite impressive. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were able to better master their aura under Whis training, which allowed them to break their limits and transform into Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan Super Blue. If Sun Wukong is fortunate, perhaps when he comes out of the hyperbolic time chamber his body will reach its current limit state, and then I can teach him super aura control. He might just get closer to Super Blue. If he can fuse with the divine aura, stepping into the divine state should be no problem. However, the divine aura is something one can only encounter by chance. It's best to be laid back about it. Sun Wukong and Vegeta will eventually step into the divine state. As for this healing technique, it seems average. The healing strength isn't as strong as he had imagined. If the healing strength were very strong, it would be considered a divine technique. In any case, this time's gains are still pretty good, especially having obtained the vast heart. By the way, let's merge with the vast heart now. With a thought, he declared use vast heart. Ding, vast heart used successfully. At that instant, Lin Fan felt something surge into his body. A radiant array of multicolored light emanated from his body, enveloping him entirely. Lin Fan instantly focused his mind, and warm, soothing energy flowed within him. In the hall of the Sovereign King, the High Priest accompanied the Sovereign King in playing a match 3 game. With each sphere eliminated, a planet would vanish from the mirrored surface. The Sovereign King was thoroughly enjoying himself. Suddenly, the High Priest gazed outside the hall of the Sovereign King, a ripple flashing in his eyes. Was it a vast power? He looked at the Sovereign King and respectfully said, "Your Excellency, please excuse me for a moment." Instantly departing the hall, he stood upon a planet outside the palace, directing his gaze towards the source of the vast power and unleashing his divine strength. He wanted to ascertain what was happening. Within the hall of the Sovereign King, he could not freely exert his divine power, otherwise it would raise the vigilance of the Sovereign King's guards and could potentially lead to unnecessary conflict. Moreover, it might also provoke the Sovereign King's displeasure. Thus, he had no choice but to step outside to deploy his divine power. After a short while, he exclaimed, "What is going on here? I cannot seem to find the source." His heart trembled uncontrollably as he was shocked to discover that he could not pinpoint the specific location from which this vast power was emanating. He only discerned a general direction, that being towards the 6th and 7th universes. It seems I need to consult Whis and Beerus. The emergence of such variables is uncertain whether it is good or bad. 5 minutes later, the radiance enveloping Lin Fan gradually dimmed until it ultimately faded away. Lin Fan unconsciously lifted his head to gaze at the sky, softly stating, "Is this the power of the vast heart?" After fully merging with the vast heart, Lin Fan felt an inexplicable connection with the 12 universes. It seemed that with just a thought he could effortlessly communicate with anyone. However, one thing he was unaware of was that his act of merging with the vast power had already attracted the High Priest's attention. Should I find someone to test this out? I will first learn other skills before attempting. Utilize the Super Saiyan bloodline, learn the Super Saiyan God transformation, learn Ultra Ultimate Flash, learn healing techniques, and learn Super Ki Mastery. Ding, congratulations to the host for merging with the Super Saiyan bloodline. Ding, learned Super Saiyan God transformation. Ding, learned Ultra Ultimate Flash. Beep, acquired healing technique. Beep, acquired Super Chi Mastery. Current host status, host Lin Fan. Techniques, Super Chi Cannon Sky Dance Technique, Giant, Whole Wave Ultimate Flash. Special techniques, Body Dominance Technique, Ultimate King, Fist Telepathic Communication, Super Precognition God of Super Saiyan's Healing Technique. Special items, Super Spirit Time Room. Racial Bloodline Human Saiyan. Base Combat Power 9. 1 billion. Seeing his data, Lin Fan smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, I've improved quite a bit since I first arrived. This lazy master system is indeed impressive. I wonder how much combat power Sun Wukong can gain in the Super Spirit Time Room this time. I hope it brings me a surprise. No need to think too much, let's try the power of the vast heart first. After merging with the vast heart, Lin Fan also understood how to use it. This requires searching for the opponent's aura so that a connection can be made for mental communication. He pondered for a moment. Who should I communicate with? For my first search, I should find someone exceptionally talented and powerful. Exceptionally talented. Suddenly Lin Fan's brow brightened, and he lightly tapped his hand excitedly, saying, "Isn't Broly the one who is exceptionally talented? Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan. Whether in talent or growth potential, he is indeed a terrifying existence. If I remember correctly, Broly and his father Paragus were exiled to planet Vampa. But where exactly is planet Vampa? Without a coordinate, how can I search? This is really a headache. If only I had a cosmic map, that would be much better." Suddenly Lin Fan recalled something, a smile spreading across his lips as he knew who had a cosmic map. Without hesitation, he soared into the air, flying towards West City. A moment later, Lin Fan arrived at West City. As the most famous city in the Dragon Ball world, it was naturally very prosperous and thriving. Lin Fan did not come to West City for shopping. He had important matters to attend to, and standing in the sky over West City, he quickly found his target. He quickly flew over. Vegeta, who was gobbling down pizza, raised a bucket of water beside him, tilted his head back, and drank with gusto. "Vegeta, eat slower. Saiyans really eat like savages," complained Bulma, who was beside him, graceful and radiant. As she spoke, she tossed the box into the trash, in her every move exuding a feminine charm. Suddenly, Vegeta's gaze sharpened significantly, as he clearly saw a person flying through the air, immediately putting down the bucket of water. Seeing Vegeta's actions, Bulma thought it was her words that had persuaded him, feeling a bit excited and somewhat pleased. Over the years, she rarely managed to persuade Vegeta to do anything, so now being able to convince him to eat more elegantly made her feel accomplished. Vegeta stood up in a flash, his gaze fixed on the sky. Bulma was confused by his behavior and instinctively looked up, noticing someone flying towards them. Could it be Gohan? It didn't seem like it. The figure grew closer and descended, appearing beside Vegeta and Bulma. The newcomer was a young man with a perfect physique and a stunningly beautiful face, with breathtakingly defined features. Even Vegeta couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "This guy is so handsome." Then he muttered in his heart, "This pretty boy can't compare to me, the exceptionally talented Prince Vegeta." Bulma, on the other hand, directly praised "so handsome." This made Vegeta extremely jealous, snorting heavily. Humph. The newcomer was none other than Lin Fan. After sizing up Vegeta, Lin Fan carefully examined Bulma. Although she was no longer young, her charm remained, and her figure and skin were well maintained, appearing to be only in her 30s. In terms of looks, she was not inferior to those younger girls. Moreover, the mature beauty she exuded was something young girls could not compare to. She was simply a captivating and seductive enchantress. However, Lin Fan knew that staring at someone else's woman like this was quite impolite, especially with her husband right beside her. He quickly changed the subject. "Bulma, hello." Bulma exclaimed in shock. "Huh? You know me? How could I not know the illustrious billionaire Bulma?" Upon hearing this, Bulma smiled brightly, her enchanting eyes sparkling with joy, covering her mouth as she laughed. "Haha, you're flattering me." Vegeta, on the other hand, was quite displeased. Aside from Son Goku, no one else dared to make his wife laugh like that. "What are you even worth?" Vegeta questioned with a scoff. Sweet talk, who are you, and what are you doing here?" Lin Fan, aware of Vegeta's personality, remained unbothered and calmly replied, "Hello, I'm Lin Fan. I'm here to find Bulma, to borrow a cosmic map." A cosmic map? Both Vegeta and Bulma were momentarily taken aback. Lin Fan gently nodded. Bulma apologetically said, "I'm sorry, I don't have a cosmic map." Vegeta crossed his arms and coldly commanded, "Did you hear that? You can leave now." Lin Fan furrowed his brows, knowing Vegeta was very proud and also quite jealous, but this jealousy seemed excessive. Just as he was about to speak, Bulma immediately scolded Vegeta. "Vegeta, how can you be so rude? Hurry and apologize to Lin Fan." However, the proud Prince Vegeta would never apologize to anyone. He let out a cold snort from his nose. Seeing her husband's demeanor, Bulma looked at Lin Fan with an apologetic expression. "Lin Fan, I'm truly sorry. He's just that kind of person. Please forgive him." If Bulma hadn't spoken, Lin Fan would have certainly questioned Vegeta. But now that Bulma had already apologized on his behalf, he felt it inappropriate to say much, especially since he needed Bulma's help. In reality, Lin Fan knew that Bulma probably didn't have a cosmic map, as she seemed uninterested in studying the universe. Asking her was merely a casual inquiry. His main purpose for coming here was to ask her to contact Jark. Jark was a galactic patrolman who roamed the universe, traveling through the 7th universe's galaxy. He certainly had a cosmic map. "It's fine, Bulma. Can you help me contact Jark?" "Jark?" Bulma paused slightly. If Lin Fan hadn't mentioned it, she would have almost forgotten about this person, a galactic patrolman who resembled Ultraman. However, she was curious how this person knew that she was acquainted with Jark. She hadn't even told Vegeta and the others about Jark's existence. How do you know I know Jark? Lin Fan anticipated she might ask that, smiled slightly, and said, I divined it. In this world, there are people like fortune tellers, and since Bulma knew a fortune teller, she wouldn't have too many doubts about this explanation. Bulma was skeptical. I don't believe you. If you say you divined it, what else did you predict? As a devoted Dragon Ball fan, it was incredibly easy to fool these people. Since she didn't believe him, he decided to elaborate. With a charming smile, he said, I also predicted that you know Jark primarily because of your sister Tai Si. Your sister Tai Si gave up a privileged life to pursue adventures because she enjoys writing adventure novels. During her adventures, she met the galactic patrolman Jark and followed him onto his spaceship, traveling across the universe in search of inspiration. Bulma, do you agree with what I've said? Bulma was momentarily stunned. Everything he said was correct, with not a single detail wrong. Her sister Tai Si did indeed meet Jark in that manner. Could it be that he really did divine this? If he didn't divine it, how could he know so clearly? Lin Fan seized the opportunity to say, Bulma, I truly have no ill intentions. I just want a cosmic map. Vegeta coldly interjected from the side. If you harbor any malice, I will annihilate you. Lin Fan did not refute this statement. Instead, he echoed, Bulma, Vegeta is right. If I have any ill intentions, Vegeta can defeat me. Upon hearing this, Vegeta seemed to interpret it as Lin Fan acknowledging his strength, instinctively raising his nostrils with pride. With her arms crossed, Bulma pondered for a moment. All right, I will contact you, but I don't have Jack's contact information. I can only reach out to my sister first. Thank you. Bulma took out her phone and dialed her sister's number, but no one answered. After calling 3 times with no response, she said, I'm sorry, no one is answering the phone. I can only wait for my sister Tai Si to call back. Once she replies, I will contact you. What's your number? Lin Fan laughed awkwardly, saying, I don't have a phone. Although he had been here for a few days, he hadn't bought a phone. Due to a lack of money, the money for snacks had been given by Lin. Bulma was also a generous person, taking out a capsule. With a bang, a delicate phone appeared. This phone is a gift for you. Once my sister replies, I will contact you. Lin Fan did not hesitate and accepted the phone directly, saying, thank you. He thought to himself that Bulma was indeed a good person. If Yamcha were a bit more devoted, Bulma would not have become Vegeta's woman. However, if Bulma became Yamcha's woman, her chances of appearing might diminish. This would be a significant loss for Dragon Ball. You're welcome, Bulma said with a smile. Lin Fan smiled slightly and said farewell. As he prepared to use the sky dance technique to fly away, Vegeta interjected, wait. Lin Fan looked at Vegeta curiously, asking, Vegeta, is there something else? What is going on with the aura around you? How could I not notice it? If it weren't for Lin Fan tilting his head to drink water earlier, he wouldn't have realized Lin Fan had flown in. He couldn't feel Lin Fan's aura. Lin Fan did not conceal anything. Because I am a god, you cannot sense my aura. Vegeta frowned. A god? What's so great about that? Those gods are just average. Lin Fan did not refute. Regardless of whether it was East Kaishin or North Kaishin, none were a match for Vegeta now. However, he did not wish to waste more words with Vegeta, taking off into the air towards the Taoist temple. Vegeta, seeing himself being ignored, was furious. In this universe, he had yet to encounter anyone who could disregard him. Those who had ignored him had already been killed by him. Even if Frieza were revived, he could easily defeat him. But now this god who appeared out of nowhere dared to ignore him, truly thinking of himself as a god. Hoo-hoo. He quickly flew in front of Lin Fan. Do you dare to ignore me? Lin Fan smiled disdainfully. What's there to fear? In an instant, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Lin Fan squinted his eyes, surveying Vegeta with a piercing gaze. Vegeta erupted in fury, feeling deeply insulted. The way Lin Fan looked at him was clearly a sign of disdain, and to disrespect him was tantamount to an insult. Get lost. His fists clenched tightly, his aura surged dramatically, and in an instant charred clouds appeared in the sky, darkening the day with a chaotic gloom. The wind began to swirl around, gathering towards Vegeta. A beam of golden light flashed by, revealing Vegeta with golden hair, crackling with electricity. Lin Fan said with slight surprise, oh, you're transforming into Super Saiyan 2 without even fighting yet. He understood Vegeta's combat style well. He preferred to defeat his enemies quickly and leave in style. However, in any major battle, Vegeta had never succeeded. He was either beaten or on the verge of being beaten. Vegeta let out a cold snort. I want to finish you quickly. He initially didn't intend to transform into a Super Saiyan, but sensing Lin Fan's strength, which was not ordinary, and that he was a god, he realized that remaining in his base form would likely not be enough. He didn't want to embarrass himself, nor did he want to look pathetic, so he directly transformed into Super Saiyan 2, intent on defeating Lin Fan in one blow. You actually know about Super Saiyan 2? Vegeta was a bit taken aback. He had expected Lin Fan to be astonished by his transformation and his immense power, but it seemed that Lin Fan was completely unfazed. This made him feel somewhat slapped in the face, and his anger inexplicably intensified. Just as he was about to make a move, Bulma below immediately called out, "Vegeta, what are you doing?" Vegeta, consumed by rage, could not care less about Bulma at this moment. He simply snorted in disdain, ignoring her, and charged at Lin Fan, shouting, "What a trivial god, get lost." Seeing Vegeta charging at him, Lin Fan showed no fear. He was not only equipped with the human race's explosive technique, the domineering body technique, but also had the transformation ability of Super Saiyan God. With Lin Fan's current domineering body technique, he certainly would not be a match for Vegeta in Super Saiyan 2 form. However, Lin Fan did not intend to transform into the domineering body technique, but chose to become a Super Saiyan God instead. He was eager to see how much his power would increase after transforming, or rather what sort of entirely new stage he would enter. After all, the Super Saiyan God could not be measured by ordinary billions of combat power. It was a qualitative leap. Super Saiyan. Sorry, I can be considered one too. As Vegeta charged forward, he found this statement ludicrous. Did Lin Fan think he was a Super Saiyan? Wasn't he the prince of the Saiyans? It was truly ridiculous. Ridiculously so. Lin Fan clenched his fists and shouted, "Ah!" In that instant, the air around him became turbulent, the winds howled, and the dark clouds hanging in the sky were blown away, dispersing into the atmosphere. Boom! A deafening thunderclap rang out, and a massive flash of light tore through the darkness, causing the earth to tremble violently beneath the immense lightning. Boom! Another rumble of thunder echoed from the depths of the vast void, surging forth from beyond the 8 poles, causing the entire sky to seem as if it were collapsing, shattering in explosions. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, they fused together. At this moment, a stream of red light emanated from Lin Fan, forming a golden red beam that descended from the heavens, enveloping him. It was as if he was bathed in heavenly light. Vegeta, halting in his tracks, was filled with shock. What was happening? This transformation scene was something he had never witnessed before. The commotion was enormous. Not just him, but everyone else was dumbfounded, gazing at the sky. What was going on? How did the sky change so drastically in an instant? Krillin, Android 18, a Master Roshi, Yamcha, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and others from the main group all turned their eyes toward this spectacle. That direction is Bulma's house. What happened? They hurriedly employed the flight technique to speed toward Bulma's location. At that moment, the sky above seemed to connect directly with the universe, revealing not just the sky, but a cosmic scene. First came the sunlight of spring, followed by the summer rain, the autumn breeze, and the winter snowflakes. In just 1 minute, all 4 seasons passed, and the red light surrounding Lin Fan grew ever more intense, rapidly expanding outward. Those who noticed this scene were not just the people on Earth, but also the North Kai, the Elder Kai of the Kaioshin realm, and the East Kai. The Elder Kai set down the magazine he was holding, clasped his hands behind his back, and gazed towards Earth, incredulously exclaiming, "A god! A god has emerged on Earth." The East Kai, sensing Lin Fan's aura, respectfully remarked, "Yes, this person is Lin Fan, who has merged with divine energy." But what is the nature of his transformation? When we became gods, there was no scene like this. Just as he finished speaking, a melodious music echoed in the universe above Earth. The Elder Kai's sunken eyes suddenly bulged, his gaze dazed, muttering, This is the cosmic gospel." The East Kai, puzzled, asked, "What is the cosmic gospel?" The Elder Kai directly smacked the East Kai on the head, scolding, "If you had paid attention to divine texts regularly, you wouldn't be afraid. Always looking at boring beauty magazines." The East Kai's lips twitched as he looked at the Elder Kai with a wronged expression, repeatedly questioning himself. Is it me? Is it really me? It seems to be you. Feeling wronged, he glanced at the beauty magazine that had just been tossed aside by the Elder Kai, where a page was opened featuring a woman in a bikini. The Old Realm King punched down again, exclaiming, still watching, "The cosmic gospel represents the blessings of the universe, and the cosmos itself cheers for it. For tens of thousands of years it has rarely appeared. Its emergence signifies that an extraordinary figure will rise. Now that Lin Fan has become a deity, the cosmic gospel's appearance means that the universe is celebrating him. This person has limitless potential. Yet I wonder whether Lin Fan becoming a deity is a good thing or a bad thing." The Old Realm King couldn't help but express his thoughts. The East Realm King cautiously said, "I don't think he seems like a bad person." The Old Realm King shot him a glare, stating, "Whether he is good or bad, time will reveal everything. If he is bad with Wukong and the others' abilities, they will find it difficult to deal with him." However, since Lin Fan has become a deity, if he were to casually cause destruction, there would be no need for Wukong and the others to intervene. The East Realm King understood the implication and gently nodded. After a while, the red golden light gradually faded in the sky and everything around returned to their original state. Vegeta continued to stare at Lin Fan. At this moment, Lin Fan was enveloped in red flames, his hair turning a brilliant red. The already handsome youth appeared even more striking. His face bore a hint of captivating confidence. The deep and cold gaze made Vegeta hesitant to meet his eyes. Lin Fan couldn't help but raise his hand, clenching his fist, murmuring softly, "Oh, is this the power of a Super Saiyan God? Indeed, quite impressive." He could clearly feel that his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. If calculated by combat power, his current level should have reached 2 quintillion, an extraordinarily terrifying existence. The units of measurement are 100 million, trillion, quadrillion, quintillion, sextillion, septillion, octillion, nonillion, decillion, undecillion, and duodecillion. Each stage is divided into 4 smaller stages, such as 100 million, 1 billion, 10 billion, and so on. Transformations in Dragon Ball Super differ from those in the regular Dragon Ball series. Almost all transformations here are God-level transformations with terrifying boosts to the extent that they cannot be measured by traditional enhancements, but rather seen as a qualitative leap. It is precisely because of this that Lin Fan felt confident enough to defeat Son Goku upon achieving the Super Saiyan God transformation. Son Goku transforms into Super Saiyan 3, which is at the trillion level, while Lin Fan, transforming into Super Saiyan God, has reached 2 quintillion, directly surpassing quadrillion. Extremely terrifying. Lin Fan looked at the dumbfounded Vegeta, a slight smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Vegeta, do you think this counts as a Super Saiyan?" Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Vegeta immediately snapped back to reality, carefully sensing Lin Fan's aura, but was still unable to grasp it. However, he could sense one thing: Lin Fan's current state was indeed that of a Super Saiyan. As for the specific form, he did not know. "What form is this?" Lin Fan replied calmly, "Super Saiyan God." Vegeta was momentarily stunned. The name of this form sounded somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite recall where he had heard it. Seeing his confusion, Lin Fan continued to explain, "The Super Saiyan God is a deity of the Saiyans born to eradicate evil, also known as the savior of the Saiyans." Upon hearing this explanation, Vegeta instinctively widened his eyes in shock. After hearing this, he instantly remembered where he had encountered this transformation state. It was recorded in the historical texts of the Saiyans. He had stumbled upon it by chance. It was said that the Saiyans once faced a catastrophic extinction, and a righteous Saiyan transformed into a Super Saiyan God, defeating their enemies with divine power. However, due to some special reasons, the Saiyan capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan God had vanished without a trace. This record was from countless years ago, so for Vegeta and the later Saiyans, this was merely a legend and not a reality. But now Vegeta clearly saw Lin Fan's transformation. This made him realize that the legend of the Super Saiyan God was indeed a true existence. His expression twisted in shock, overwhelmed by fear. He muttered, "What? This is the Super Saiyan God?" Lin Fan replied lightly, "Could it be fake? Vegeta, let me test your combat power." Vegeta swallowed hard. He knew, without needing to compete, that his combat power was no match for Lin Fan's. For a moment, fear gripped him. If he had known, he wouldn't have been so impulsive. Seeing Vegeta tremble, Lin Fan was reminded of how Vegeta faced Beerus. He sighed. It seems that the proud Prince Vegeta can only put on airs in front of ordinary people. Truly disappointing. Lin Fan was deliberately provoking him, though he already knew it would be no problem to completely overwhelm Vegeta in his current state. But he still wanted to test just how strong this 2 quintillion power really was. Vegeta raised his head, looking at Lin Fan, his lips twitching in indignation, feeling insulted. He was being insulted. He was the prince of the Saiyans, a respected and proud prince. No matter how divine he was, what difference did it make? What could a god of the Saiyans do? After thinking these thoughts, Vegeta let out a roar, "Ah!" Like a long rainbow, he charged at Lin Fan, clenching his fists and launching a fierce attack. At the same time, he shouted, "What can the Super Saiyan God do? What can a god of the Saiyans do? Get lost in front of me, Prince." Whoosh! A massive fist struck towards Lin Fan's head, but in Lin Fan's eyes, the speed of the punch was simply too slow. It was incredibly slow. He easily dodged the attack. Vegeta, in shock, launched a flurry of fierce punches, raining down on Lin Fan like a drizzle. Yet none of his punches landed on Lin Fan, he effortlessly evaded them. Lin Fan was quite pleased with this. After all, the Super Saiyan God, with 2 quintillion combat power, was indeed formidable. However, the physical stamina consumption was a bit much. After just a few minutes, he felt considerably drained. If he were to unleash a skill, wouldn't that consume even more energy? No wonder Son Goku rarely transformed into Super Red in Dragon Ball Super. He mostly used Super Blue. Because Super Blue is stable, consumes less stamina, and offers more boosts than Super Red. Watching Vegeta continue to swing his fists without landing a single hit, Lin Fan raised his hand, curled his finger, and flicked it at Vegeta's forehead. Bang! Oh! Vegeta let out a scream as his body flew back several kilometers, clutching his head and wailing, eventually crashing onto the ground. Bulma, who was standing on the ground, only saw Vegeta flying away but had no idea how far he had gone. She called out in worry, "Vegeta." Lin Fan glanced at Bulma and said, "Don't worry, I didn't harm him, I just taught him a lesson." At that moment, Master Roshi, Krillin, and others arrived. They clearly saw that Lin Fan had merely flicked a finger to send Vegeta flying. Each of them nearly fainted, their eyes wide open, their mouths twitching and brows twitching in disbelief. This was simply too terrifying. Vegeta, such a formidable opponent, was sent flying by a single finger. Such an enemy is terrifying indeed. They felt a chill run down their spines. They had never encountered such a frightening existence. Trunks stood on the ground and shouted angrily, "You bad guy, how dare you hurt my dad?" Goten, standing beside him, Son Wukong, instantly understood his words, and the two immediately began to merge, preparing for the fusion. Bulma, witnessing the situation, hurriedly advised Trunks as she stepped forward and grabbed Trunks. She was very clear in her heart that since Vegeta was knocked away by Lin Fan with just a finger, even if Trunks and Son Wukong fused to become Gotenks, it would have no effect on Lin Fan. It was merely a matter of a finger. Krillin looked toward Piccolo, who was not far away, and said, "Piccolo, what should we do now?" Piccolo carefully observed Lin Fan and pondered for a moment. He doesn't seem to have any malicious intent. The turtle hermit beside them also spoke up, saying, "I also feel that he has no ill intentions." At that moment, two figures flew in from a distance, one bald and the other short. As everyone saw these two, they instantly recognized them. The newcomers were Tien Shinhan and Jiaozi. No one was surprised by their arrival, as whenever anything happened, these individuals would always be the first to appear on the scene, ready to contribute their strength. Krillin exclaimed in surprise, "What are Tien Shinhan and Jiaozi doing here?" They watched clearly as Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu shot straight toward Lin Fan. Was a battle about to begin? Yet even Vegeta had been utterly overpowered by him. Sending Tien and Kaiatsu in would be tantamount to suicide. Krillin immediately shouted, "Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, return at once." Tien turned to Krillin with a courteous smile, then faced Lin Fan respectfully and asked, "Master, what has transpired?" A stunned silence fell over the crowd. Everyone froze. Had they truly heard correctly? Had Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu just addressed him as master? Krillin and the others exchanged glances in each other's eyes. They found silent confirmation. They had not misheard. Tien Shinhan had indeed called him master. Lin Fan smiled faintly and said, "It is nothing." With that, he released his Super Saiyan God transformation. Then, turning to the assembled group, Tien grinned and introduced, "Everyone, this is my master, Lin Fan." He had been cultivating when the sky suddenly warped. Cosmic constellations bloomed across the heavens, bathed in crimson light, with the source radiating from Vegeta's residence. Instantly, he and Kaiatsu rushed to investigate. Upon arriving near Vegeta's home, they beheld Lin Fan in his Super Saiyan God form, and their first thought was truly magnificent. Especially overwhelming was the sheer pressure emanating from him, so immense it defied comprehension. Even a single glance from him could send tremors through one's very soul. Hearing Tien's explanation, the others relaxed somewhat. This man bore no ill intent. Yet why had he clashed with Vegeta? Master Roshi and the others flew over curiously and greeted him. "Greetings, Lin Fan." "Greetings, Master Roshi." Krillin. His gaze then shifted to 18, standing beside Krillin. At first sight, Lin Fan felt an immediate visceral impact. Her eyebrows were like ink-painted arcs, her lips stained crimson, her face a delicate oval, her figure both slender and exquisitely proportioned. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Compared to Bulma, she was equally radiant. If forced to compare, one could only say each possessed her own unique allure. Yet in the blink of an eye, Lin Fan composed himself, offering polite greetings to all present. The assembled group was astonished. This Lin Fan knew them all. Krillin frowned in confusion. "Tien Shinhan isn't your master, Roshi." "Roshi is indeed my master, but so is Lin Fan. Under Master Lin Fan's guidance, I have advanced tremendously." In the Dragon Ball world, there existed no rigid rule forbidding multiple masters. As long as mutual consent existed, one could take on as many mentors as one wished. They sensed Tien's aura, and indeed his presence now dwarfed his former self. Reflecting upon Lin Fan's staggering power, it seemed only natural that Tien's growth under his tutelage would be extraordinary. At that moment, Vegeta descended from the distance. Seeing Krillin, Piccolo, and the others conversing calmly with Lin Fan, he bristled with bafflement and resentment. Yet mindful of Lin Fan's terrifying might, he remained silent. He landed. Below, Bulma called up from the ground, "Everyone come down and join us for a chat." They exchanged glances. The prolonged hovering in midair was impractical. Sitting together to converse made far more sense. Lin Fan descended first. In truth, he had long wished to meet the core heroes, though he had never imagined their introduction would unfold in such a manner. He touched down in Bulma's garden. The group settled onto the grass. Bulma spoke first, offering an apology. "Lin Fan, I'm truly sorry." Vegeta acted rashly. "I never imagined you were Tien Shin'en's master." Vegeta sat apart, arms crossed, his expression sullen. Lin Fan merely smiled, completely unperturbed. "It is nothing." He understood Vegeta's temperament well, and believed a measured lesson would serve him well. Humbling his prideful, stubborn nature would make future discipleship far smoother. Piccolo scanned the surroundings, sensing something amiss. Krillin noticed his unease and asked curiously, "Piccolo, what are you searching for?" Piccolo replied calmly, "Don't you feel it too? Something is missing." Krillin frowned, looked around, and yes, something was absent. But what exactly eluded him? Indeed, what is missing? Lin Fan, overhearing their exchange, already surmised the answer, and simply smiled. "Goku." Vegeta, scowling coldly, muttered, "Kakarot." He'd been puzzled earlier. Lin Fan's transformation had shaken the heavens, and his own battle aura had blazed fiercely. Why hadn't Kakarot arrived? Krillin, Piccolo, and the others suddenly realized it too. Yes, Goku was missing. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly have stayed away? After all, he was always the most eager when battle loomed. Seeing their bewilderment, Tien laughed heartily. "Goku is currently training." All eyes instantly turned to Tien, as if silently asking, "How do you know?" Tien quickly clarified, "Goku is also Master Lin Fan's disciple." What? Silence crashed over the group like a physical weight. The very air seemed to freeze solid. Goku, a disciple of Lin Fan. It was utterly inconceivable, especially for Vegeta, whose pride churned bitterly. He'd assumed Kakarot was tending crops, yet instead he'd secretly trained and taken a master behind his back, and sworn fealty to this master. Unfathomable. Currently, the host's basic combat power is 13.1 billion. Lin Fan thought to himself, has Sun Wukong really increased his basic combat power by 2 billion so quickly? That's quite impressive. After he emerges, Vegeta will undoubtedly be no match for him. At that time, Vegeta will surely wish to seek him as a master. Tien Shin'en, smiling at the crowd's indifference, comforted, "Isn't it perfectly normal for Wukong to become Lin Fan's disciple? Didn't you all see how formidable Master Lin Fan is?" The crowd nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in his words. Do. At that moment, Bulma's phone rang. She took out her phone to check the caller ID. It was her sister Tais. Immediately looking at Lin Fan, she exclaimed, "My sister Tais is calling. Then you should answer it quickly." Lin Fan was instantly delighted. It was indeed a joyous occasion. Sun Wukong had just increased his combat power by 4 billion, and now Tais was calling. After Bulma answered the call, she inquired about Gak's contact information. Since Tais was closely connected with Gak, she naturally had his contact details. After sharing them with Bulma, they chatted for a while before hanging up. Bulma turned to Lin Fan, saying, "I have obtained Gak's contact information. Then Bulma, please help me contact Gak and ask him for a cosmic map on my behalf." Bulma, being very clever, agreed without any hesitation. Sure. She knew that once she helped Lin Fan with this, he would owe her a favor. In the future, if she needed something from Lin Fan, he would find it difficult to refuse. "Thank you." The crowd was puzzled, wondering what Lin Fan needed the cosmic map for. However, since they had just met, they didn't feel comfortable asking. Bulma wasted no time and immediately contacted Gak. After a while, she ended the call. Looking at Lin Fan, she said, "I have contacted him. He said he would come to Earth in the next few days and will bring the cosmic map." "All right, Bulma, thank you so much." "No problem, your Sun Wukong's master, which makes you our friend. We should help each other out." Bulma smiled. Lin Fan nodded, saying, "Indeed." At the same time, he thought to himself, Vegeta must be incredibly fortunate to have such a wonderful wife. According to the old sayings of the previous world, this is what they mean by, with a wife like this, what more could one ask for? Not only is she beautiful, but she also earns money and helps maintain the relationship, managing both the household and social gatherings perfectly. In Dragon Ball Super, Vegeta treats Bulma relatively well. He bravely confronts the terrifying Beerus for her sake, and most importantly, he is genuinely afraid of Beerus. However, for Bulma, he boldly stands up, proving that she holds a special place in his heart. Yet on a daily basis, Vegeta is extremely proud and concerned about his image, not wanting anyone to see his softer side. At this moment, Lin Fan stood up saying, "Everyone, I have handled what I needed to, so I will take my leave now." With his arms crossed, Vegeta coldly asked, "Where is Kakarot training?" Though he wasn't particularly fond of Lin Fan, he was even less willing to see Kakarot surpass him, as that would hurt his pride. Lin Fan did not conceal anything. Hyperbolic time chamber. After saying this, without waiting for Vegeta to think too much, he immediately soared into the air, flying towards the Taoist temple. For someone like Vegeta, it was necessary to strike at his proud heart and make him show respect for himself. Only then would he sincerely become his disciple, allowing him to reap the rewards. At this moment, Tianjin Fan also said, "I need to go back and train. Farewell, everyone." Saying this, he flew towards the Taoist temple with Dumpling. Vegeta stood still and coldly said, "Kakarot, you actually went to the hyperbolic time chamber behind my back." Without saying more, he flew rapidly towards the temple. The hyperbolic time chamber is located in the temple. Seeing Vegeta fly away, Bulma helplessly called out, "Vegeta, Scions are really reckless, leaving without saying a word." Klin and the others understood Vegeta's intention and smiled helplessly. Vegeta has gone to the temple. Piccolo, lost in thought, suddenly said, "He went to the temple, but won't find Sun Wukong." Why? Everyone present was puzzled upon hearing this. Didn't Lin Fan say that Sun Wukong was in the hyperbolic time chamber? Piccolo explained, "Lin Fan said that Sun Wukong is in the hyperbolic time chamber, while the one in the temple is just the time chamber. The former has an extra word, hyperbolic." Upon hearing this, everyone seemed to realize it was true, but what was the relationship between the two? Bulma waved her hand, too lazy to care. "Forget it, I don't want to think about it, let him go." Seeing Bulma's indifferent attitude, everyone knew there was nothing more to discuss. Piccolo stood up and said, "Then I will head back too." Earlier, he had already sensed that Tianjin Fan's combat power had increased significantly. If he wasted any more time, it might not be long before Tianjin Fan would surpass him. For someone who had never been his opponent, if they surpassed him, it would be a ridiculous matter. Therefore, he absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. Others also began to stand up. Bulma suddenly remembered something important and said with a smile, "Everyone, there is something important I need to tell you." "What is it?" "In another month, I will hold a birthday party, a luxurious cruise birthday party." Everyone immediately congratulated her. "Congratulations, congratulations." Bulma looked at the nearby android 18, her sexy lips curling into a mysterious smile. 18, I will prepare a big lottery on that day. The first prize has a very good reward." Android 18 immediately became interested. A lottery held by the richest would surely have great prizes, perhaps even money. Thinking of this, her eyes sparkled. "All right, Bulma, I must win the first prize." "Huh?" Bulma laughed happily. Klin looked at Bulma's radiant smile and asked curiously, "Bulma, how old is this birthday?" Bulma's face immediately darkened, and Android 18 shot a glare at Klin. "Don't you know not to ask a woman's age casually? Just don't ask, just say it's 18. Klin laughed awkwardly. After chatting for a while, everyone left together. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vegeta arrived at the temple. The current deity of the temple is Dandy, and the servant is still Bobo. Dandy, seeing Vegeta radiating cold and sharp light, instinctively shuddered. "Vegeta, where is Kakarot?" Vegeta asked coldly without preamble. Dend looked utterly bewildered. Shouldn't Son Goku be at his own home? Why would he come here looking for me? "I don't know." Vegeta frowned slightly and scrutinized Dend intently. The latter shuddered, involuntarily intimidated by the prince's piercing gaze. Yet his expression bore no trace of deceit. "Isn't he inside the hyperbolic time chamber right now, eh?" Dend replied immediately, "No, he can no longer enter it. His 2 allotted opportunities have long been exhausted." Vegeta's expression shifted. Of course. The hyperbolic time chamber permitted only 2 entries per lifetime, and Kakarot had already used both. He had been deceived by Lin Fan. At the thought, his fists clenched instinctively, and a surge of furious energy rippled across his frame. "Lin Fan, one day I will defeat you. Even if you are a god, what of it?" Meanwhile, Lin Fan remained blissfully unaware that he had just earned Vegeta's bitter enmity. Upon returning to his Taoist monastery, he reclined on a chair before the monastery gate, letting the cool breeze soothe him while calculating in silence how many days remained until Jaco's arrival on Earth. What a waste of time. According to the lore of Dragon Ball Super, Beerus would awaken in precisely 1 month, and his very first act upon awakening would be to seek out the Super Saiyan God, leading him straight to Earth. His arrival would spell an unpredictable calamity for Earth. Lin Fan had no choice but to ascend to match Beerus's realm of power or even surpass it within that single month. To reach Beerus's level in just 30 days was an immense challenge. Even now, Lin Fan's transformation into the Super Saiyan God yielded only 200 quintillion units of combat power. That figure paled in comparison to Beerus's might, a chasm of unimaginable depth. Yet there was hope. The Super Saiyan God's power scaled directly with one's base combat strength. The greater the foundation, the stronger the transformation. The thought had barely formed when a notification echoed within his consciousness. Beep. Disciple Son Goku's base combat strength increased by 1.8 billion. Master receives double 3.6 billion. Current host base combat strength 16.7 billion. Oh, Goku has advanced again, truly worthy of being the protagonist of Dragon Ball. A single application of Ultra Divine Fist elevated his base strength by 3.8 billion. I sense he still has much further to rise. Beep. Disciple Yuren's base combat strength increased by 650 million. Master receives double 1.3 billion. Current host base combat strength 18 billion. Oh, Yuren too has risen by 650 million. Has she grasped the essential principles of the Celestial Master Art? Lin Fan knew full well the Celestial Master Art was no trivial cultivation technique. To master it entirely and wield it with fluency would unlock extraordinary potential. In future battles, it would grant Tien Shinhan formidable advantages. Yet Lin Fan swiftly sobered from his elation. Though he had gained billions in base strength today, the gap between himself and Beerus remained immeasurably vast. No, I must accelerate my disciple recruitment. I cannot simply wait for them to appear at my door. He pondered who among Earth's inhabitants possessed exceptional latent talent. Gohan. As the first hybrid of human and Saiyan bloodline, his potential was undeniably immense. During the battle against Cell, his one-handed Kamehameha had been nothing short of breathtaking. It had sent waves of ecstatic cheers rippling through countless admirers. Alas, after that moment he had devoted himself entirely to scholarly pursuits, abandoning martial cultivation altogether. When Frisia's forces returned for vengeance, he could not even overcome a low-ranking soldier. A tragic squandering of boundless potential. Approaching Gohan now to become his disciple would almost certainly fail. A man with no passion for cultivation would never step foot into the Ultra Spirit Bomb Chamber. For now, recruiting Gohan must be postponed, reserved only for moments of dire necessity. So, who else possessed outstanding potential? Goten, Trunks. Still mere children, they had yet to grasp the gravity of cultivation. Neither was ready to be taken as disciples. That left Piccolo and Krillin. Piccolo, though not arrogant, carried fierce pride, and would likely refuse outright unless he himself initiated the request. Krillin, meanwhile, had long since embraced domestic tranquility. Why train when one could sleep soundly beside his beloved wife? Damn. So, apart from Vegeta, was there truly no one else on Earth with remarkable potential? Who else had competed in the Tournament of Power? Frieza, Android 17. Both possessed extraordinary potential, equal in caliber to Son Goku himself. Yet Frieza currently resided in Otherworld. To recruit him, Lin Fan would first need to resurrect him, and the soul path lay through the Dragon Balls. But he lacked a dragon radar, making this route exceedingly difficult. On his next visit to Bulma's residence, he would ask her for a dragon radar. For now, Android 17 remained the most viable candidate. For all these years, number 17 has been a forest ranger on the island, as he prefers the company of small animals over interacting with people. Despite his demeanor, he has diligently practiced his cultivation over the years, which is why he performed exceptionally well at the strength competition. The last person standing on the stage is him. Without hesitation, Lin Fan soared into the air, moving swiftly while releasing his powerful aura to search for number 17's presence. Although he did not know the nature of number 17's aura, he was aware that number 17 was formidable. Anyone with a strong aura encountered on the island was likely to be number 17. Approximately 15 minutes later, Lin Fan arrived above an island. Looking down, he saw a vast expanse of greenery. On this island, he sensed a powerful aura. The owner of this aura must be number 17. Lin Fan descended onto the island, where piles of rocks lay scattered about, shaped by wind and sun into various forms: flowers, human figures, and paper cranes. These naturally formed stones were rarely seen. At the beach's edge, a few crabs could occasionally be seen scuttling by. Towering trees, dense as clouds and mist, swayed in the gentle breeze, seemingly threatening to engulf the entire island. I must say the scenery here is quite splendid. Number 17 certainly knows how to enjoy life. With that, Lin Fan prepared to fly in the direction of number 17, only to see a speedboat racing towards him. This made him feel uneasy. Could it be Could it be poachers? Soon Lin Fan realized that he had not guessed incorrectly. The people on the speedboat were indeed poachers. There were 4 men on the speedboat, all of them muscular. They did not notice Lin Fan on the shore because they had parked the speedboat on the other side. The 4 men jumped down holding submachine guns, dressed in tactical clothing, well equipped. One of the muscular men with a black mole on his face looked at another man who had a tiger tattoo on his arm and said, "Big brother, someone has spent a lot of money to buy a rainbow deer. If we catch the rainbow deer, we won't have to work for years." The man with the tiger tattoo laughed heartily and said, "That's right, but we should still be cautious and not attract the forest rangers." The other 3 men scoffed, saying, "Big brother, you're being too cautious. This place is unlikely to have forest rangers. Even if there are, what can they do? The tools we have are no joke." The tattooed brother understood. Even if there were rangers, what could they do? This wasn't their first time doing such things, and they had encountered rangers several times before, all of whom they had defeated. The 4 men took out a device that looked like a compass, but in reality, it was a tracking device for the rainbow deer. The device contained the scent of the rainbow deer, allowing them to find it quickly. This device was known as a scent tracker, a favorite tool of poachers. Quickly, 2 red dots began to flash on the device. Seeing this, the 4 poachers were thrilled. "Big brother, this is great news. There are not just 1, but 2 rainbow deer. With this, we won't have to work for 10 years. Huh." The 4 men burst into laughter, filled with excitement. The man with the tiger tattoo said, "Get ready to act." The 4 men immediately pulled out a universal capsule from their pockets and threw them to the ground. With a bang, 4 flying devices appeared. They skillfully equipped the flying devices, then activated them, flying towards the location indicated by the device. Lin Fan soared into the air, trailing behind them at a safe distance. Thanks to the device, the 4 men quickly arrived at the position of the 2 rainbow deer. These 2 deer were stunningly beautiful, their bodies adorned with vibrant colors resembling walking rainbows. The 4 poachers were thrilled to see the 2 rainbow deer pulling out their guns and getting ready to shoot. Meanwhile, the deer were still unaware of the danger, drinking water by the river. The leader of the poachers nodded slightly, signaling 3, 2, 1 with his fingers. Puff! For muffled sounds echoed. If one did not listen closely, they would hardly notice them thanks to the silencing effect. The 4 men fired simultaneously, pairing up to shoot at the 2 rainbow deer. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the bullets were about to hit the rainbow deer, a person appeared in midair. This person had shoulder-length short hair, wore a dark green long-sleeved shirt, black gloves, and had a stern face. Upon appearing, he effortlessly caught the 4 bullets, his piercing eyes fixed on the 4 poachers. The 4 poachers were shocked to see this sudden appearance, especially since the person was standing in midair without any flying device. How could this be possible? It was completely contrary to common sense, especially when they saw the person's gaze. A chill ran down their spines, cold as ice despite the scorching heat of the day. Swallowing hard, they questioned, "Who are you?" Lin Fan hovered in the air, looking at the sudden appearance with a slight smile. "So it is No. 17. Indeed. The person who suddenly appeared was No. 17, an existence of infinite energy. To the poachers, No. 17 coldly stated, "I am the one who will send you to hell." The 4 poachers, for some reason, felt a thunderous sound in their minds, trembling at the overwhelming killing intent. The muscular man with the black mole shouted, "Big brother, he's just 1 person. We are 4, and we have guns. Let's take him down together." Hearing this, the older brother and the others felt it was a good idea. There was only 1 opponent, while they were 4 armed with weapons. Why should they be afraid? After thinking these thoughts, they straightened their backs, cursing loudly. What a show-off. Get lost. Bang, bang, bang. They kept pulling the trigger. Bullets rained towards No. 17, but he showed no fear, instead flying step by step towards them. Thud, 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 thud. All the bullets struck No. 17's body, but they inflicted no harm whatsoever. It would not be an exaggeration to say there wasn't even a single hole in his clothing. This was because as the bullets were about to hit No. 17, he used his chi to dissipate their entire force, so the bullets merely rained down on him. And would a rain have any harm to the formidable No. 17? Clearly not. The 4 poachers were utterly dumbfounded by this scene. Without hesitation, they threw their guns away and turned to flee in panic. No. 17 would never show mercy to poachers. He would not let these 4 escape, his figure flashing as he vanished from his spot. Whoosh, whoosh. When No. 17 reappeared, he was right in front of the 4 men. Bang. Almost simultaneously, No. 17's fist struck the 4 men, sending them flying into the sky, disappearing without a trace. After dealing with these men, No. 17 looked down at the 2 rainbow deer, still drinking water, and a gentle look appeared in his eyes. Fortunately, he hadn't disturbed them. He prepared to fly back to his small cabin. Interested in a chat? A voice suddenly echoed in the air. Are you interested in a chat? Number 17 was taken aback and quickly turned around only to see a young man who had appeared behind him without his notice. This left number 17 in shock and a chill ran down his neck. When did this person appear and he had not even realized it? If the other party had any malicious intent and launched an attack, wouldn't he be caught off guard? The young man he was looking at now was none other than Lin Fan. While contemplating this, he tried to sense Lin Fan's aura, but to his astonishment, he found that he could not perceive any energy from Lin Fan, as if the person before him was just an ordinary individual. An individual without any energy. Yet he knew that the person in front of him was not an ordinary person. Could an ordinary person perform the void dance technique? Clearly not. Number 17 asked in surprise, "Who are you?" Lin Fan. Lin Fan sensed no. 17's tension and reassured him, "Don't be nervous. I mean no harm in coming here." No. 17 gave a slight nod. He too could sense Lin Fan bore no ill intent, otherwise such calm dialogue would have been impossible. He would already have struck. Lin Fan continued, "May I sit with you in your cottage?" After a moment's quiet contemplation, no. 17 simply replied yes. Thereupon he took flight toward his own cottage, leading the way. Lin Fan followed closely behind. Within moments they arrived at no. 17's modest wooden hut, crude hastily assembled from rough-hewn timber. Even a moderate gust might scatter it to splinters. Yet in this forest violent gales posed no threat. Before any storm could reach him, towering trees intercepted its fury. By the time it arrived, even the fiercest tempest had softened into a whispering breeze. Inside the hut, Lin Fan pulled up a wooden chair and sat calmly. "No. 17, he said, "allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Lin Fan. I am no ordinary being, but something rather extraordinary." How extraordinary, however, he did not elaborate, nor did he fully understand himself. Upon hearing Lin Fan's introduction, no. 17 instantly grasped the truth. Lin Fan was a god, hence why he could perceive no trace of energy from him. Yet this only deepened his bewilderment. "Why have you come to me?" If Lin Fan were divine, he could hardly be malevolent. So what then was his purpose? Lin Fan smiled faintly, not answering directly, but continuing conversationally. "I know you've never abandoned cultivation these years. Quite the contrary, you've made remarkable progress. You are no longer the no. 17 of old. This had already been unmistakably demonstrated during the power tournament." No. 17 was startled. How could Lin Fan know he'd never ceased training? Yet he quickly reasoned a god would naturally possess such knowledge. What puzzled him still was Lin Fan's true intention. With growing uncertainty he asked, "What exactly are you trying to say?" "I mean to say, you can advance far more swiftly. If you pledge yourself as my disciple, I will elevate your combat power beyond measure." This time Lin Fan revealed his purpose plainly. Truth be told, he couldn't predict whether no. 17 would accept discipleship. Unlike Sun Wukong and others, no. 17's heart was inscrutable, unyielding to easy conjecture. Still, Lin Fan believed he must embody unwavering authority. Only thus could he truly win no. 17's allegiance. After several seconds' silence, no. 17 spoke, "Become your disciple." "Precisely. Do you doubt my qualification?" Lin Fan asked, voice tranquil. At that instant he unleashed the overwhelming aura of a super scion god, a terrifying, all-encompassing pressure that surged across the entire earth. Capsule Corporation. In the gravity training chamber, Vegeta suddenly felt that monstrous pressure and instinctively shuddered, nearly losing his footing. Instantly he recognized its source, Lin Fan. Such an appalling aura. What is Lin Fan? He feels even stronger than before. Could this truly be the power of a god? Yet every deity I've encountered so far has been utterly feeble. His mind flashed to Dend East Kaioshin and the Elder Kai, then hardened with resolve. "I am the Prince of the Science. I will not yield. I will defeat Lin Fan." Training, more training. Without hesitation he cranked the gravity chamber to its absolute maximum. Vegeta wasn't alone in sensing Lin Fan's aura. Master Roshi, perched on an island and peering through binoculars at bikini-clad beauties aboard a luxury cruise ship, also felt it. The binoculars nearly slipped from his grip. That's Lin Fan's aura. Simultaneously, no. 18 and Krillin, who had been embracing, also felt the oppressive weight. Piccolo, Gohan, and others likewise recoiled. Even ordinary humans inexplicably grew agitated, as though some unspeakable calamity loomed on the horizon. Anyone who knew of Lin Fan's existence instantly recognized the source of that pressure. For in this age, only Lin Fan possessed such terrifying dominance. Not even Goku as a Super Saiyan 3 could rival its sheer magnitude. At that very moment, Lin Fan fixed his gaze upon No. 17, his eyes cold and fathomless. His battle power now stood at 18 billion, amplified by the divine essence of a super scion god. His aura was nothing short of apocalyptic. It was precisely this that instilled dread in Vegeta and the others. And for No. 17, standing closest, the strain was unbearable. Sweat poured down his face as he desperately channeled his energy outward to resist the crushing force. When Lin Fan judged the moment ripe, he retracted his aura. Immediately, every living being across Earth exhaled in profound relief, as if a suffocating shadow had lifted, leaving only lightness and ease. No. 17. Have you reached your decision? Accept discipleship, and I will make you stronger than ever before. Refuse, and I shall not compel you. No. 17 did not answer immediately. He fell into deep, silent contemplation. Number 17 fell into deep thought for a moment. To be honest, he was naturally tempted by the prospect of becoming stronger. With the strength Lin Fan displayed, he believed that Lin Fan had the absolute capability to teach him. However, at present he was unaware of Lin Fan's intentions, so he dared not easily agree, fearing that he might fall into Lin Fan's trap. Seeing that he remained silent, Lin Fan smiled slightly and said, "If you have any doubts, feel free to ask. I want to know, why do you want to take me as your disciple? What is your purpose? What do you wish to gain?" Number 17 questioned. Lin Fan understood that Number 17 was a clever person, unlike Wukong, who was an absolute martial fanatic. As long as he could enhance his strength, he wouldn't ponder such questions. Smiling, he replied, "The reason is simple. I want my disciples to be spread throughout the universe, and you and Son Wukong are my chosen key disciples." Number 17 was taken aback for a moment and asked in astonishment, "Son Wukong is also your disciple?" "That's right. He is currently cultivating inside the hyperbolic time chamber, and when he comes out he will experience a significant enhancement. If you still have concerns, you can wait for Son Wukong to come out of the hyperbolic time chamber and ask him." Number 17 pondered for a while. "No need to ask, I trust you." He knew that if he really asked Son Wukong, it would mean he had backed down. If that were the case, if he really became a disciple, he would inevitably be looked down upon by Lin Fan, as the latter would see him as too cowardly. Moreover, deep down he was inclined to become a disciple. Thus he felt there was no need to ask. Even if he had to inquire, he would have to keep it hidden from Lin Fan and ask quietly. "In that case, what should you call me now?" Lin Fan teased. Number 17 respectfully greeted him, "Master." Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting disciple number 17. Gaining 2 billion basic combat power, universal energy absorption, regenerative mechanical cells, divine energy 1. Current host's basic combat power 20 billion. Lin Fan was slightly surprised to find that he had gained divine energy again. What are universal energy absorption and regenerative mechanical cells? Universal energy absorption, a special skill of androids that supports an energy shield with both hands protecting oneself within it. The energy shield can absorb energy from all directions, and during the absorption process, movement is possible. Regenerative mechanical cells, special cells of androids implanted within their bodies capable of regeneration, providing exceptional survival ability. Seeing the effects of these two abilities, Lin Fan couldn't help but think that they were designed specifically for Number 17. Number 17 also had the ability to absorb energy, but without the ability to move, which became his most fatal weakness. However, universal energy absorption completely countered this weakness. While absorbing energy, one could move, thus avoiding getting hit by the enemy. Looking at regenerative mechanical cells, they were also a divine armor for androids. As long as the cells were not completely destroyed, they could regenerate. For Number 17, this was simply a super divine armor. He originally possessed infinite energy, and with the addition of these regenerative mechanical cells, it equated to infinite energy and pseudo-infinite life. He decided to learn universal energy absorption first, then teach it to Number 17. Learning universal energy absorption. Acquired universal energy absorption. Lin Fan retrieved his thoughts. Number 17. Since you have already taken me as your master, I will now teach you how to absorb energy. Before Lin Fan could say anything, Number 17 raised an eyebrow and jokingly replied, "Master Lin Fan, I've known how to absorb energy for a long time. You don't need to teach me that." He thought to himself, could it be that this is all he is capable of? If that were the case, did he still need to become a disciple? Lin Fan slightly raised his brow and then stood up, turning his back to Number 17. "I know you can absorb energy, but your method of energy absorption is rather lacking. During the absorption process, you cannot move at all. This will become your chicken rib, and I will teach you how to absorb energy while moving. Move while absorbing. How is that even possible?" I have studied the impossibility of moving during energy absorption for countless years, yet I have never found a breakthrough. In fact, this seems to be something fundamentally impossible. But now Lin Fan says that you can absorb energy while moving. This completely overturns everything I thought was unachievable after years of research. I looked at Lin Fan in shock. Is this really true? Number 17 found it hard to believe this was no small matter and was quite a shock to his mind, so he had to ask for clarification. Lin Fan once again spoke, clearly yes, it is true. You can still move while absorbing energy. This technique for energy absorption is called the 8 directions energy absorption, which is quite similar to your original energy absorption. However, this is a defensive shield. If it is broken, you cannot absorb. As long as it is not broken, you can continue to absorb. Number 17 was even more shocked. Not only was this an energy absorption shield, but it could also be used defensively. This was terrifying. It is not an exaggeration to say that this is an extraordinarily powerful defense. Seeing number 17's astonished expression time, and again Lin Fan smiled slightly. Let's not waste any more words, let's begin. As he said this, the two flew out of the small wooden house and arrived at a more spacious area. Lin Fan said, I will first teach you the theoretical knowledge. The 8 directions energy absorption means that you can absorb energy projectiles coming from all directions and transform them into your own energy, enhancing your strength. To perform the 8 directions energy absorption, the effect is best with artificial beings. After half an hour of explanation, number 17 completely understood the theoretical points of the 8 directions energy absorption. Number 17, you have roughly digested the knowledge of the 8 directions energy absorption. Try it out for yourself. Yes. Number 17 did not waste any more words and immediately flew forward, modifying his energy absorption technique based on Lin Fan's theoretical points. He controlled his breath well. With a sudden thrust of his hands, he shouted, rise. Whoosh. A burst of energy emerged between his hands, forming an energy shield that enveloped him, creating an energy absorption shield. Meanwhile, number 17 began to move at high speed, but after moving only 7 or 8 meters, the energy absorption shield vanished. Lin Fan, seeing this, reminded him, don't rush, adjust slowly. You just started, and using high-speed movement is hard to adapt to. Start with low-speed movements and gradually adjust. Number 17 immediately tried again. Rise. The energy shield appeared once more over his body, enveloping him, while he began to adapt to low-speed movement, as Lin Fan had instructed. After flying 100 meters, the energy absorption shield remained, and his speed increased as he became more accustomed. Lin Fan couldn't help but praise number 17's talent is indeed remarkable. It seems it won't be long before we can proceed to the next step. 2 hours later, number 17 had already mastered the technique of absorbing energy from all directions, and after performing this technique, he could move at high speed. Even at his peak speed, he could maneuver effortlessly. This made number 17 quite happy, though he did not display his joy on his face. Instead, he remained calm with a serene expression. Flying in front of Lin Fan, his tone was quite flat, yet Lin Fan could discern gratitude in his voice. Master Lin Fan, this absorbing energy from all directions is indeed very useful. As long as it works, that's good. I have one more thing to give you. Lin Fan said calmly. Number 17's interest was piqued. What is it? Coming from Master Lin Fan's hands, it certainly wouldn't be weak. Lin Fan stepped forward, raised his hand, and pressed it on number 17's shoulder. A brilliant ray of colorful light burst forth. At the same time, Lin Fan spoke in his mind. Use the regenerative mechanical cells on number 17. Ding, usage successful. In that moment, number 17 distinctly felt the presence of something new within his body. At this moment, Lin Fan withdrew his hand, causing number 17 to feel a bit panicked, as Dr. Gero had once installed a destruction device within their bodies. Now, with Lin Fan implanting something into his body, he felt like a startled bird. He instinctively took 2 steps back, his eyes fixated on Lin Fan. Lin Fan noticed his tension and reminded him, don't be nervous, this is your second gift from me, the regenerative mechanical cells. As long as the regenerative mechanical cells are not completely destroyed, you will not die and can recover as before. This way you will possess infinite energy and a pseudo-infinite life. Number 17 immediately felt his body and realized that the new addition was indeed cells, and he noticed that these cells were rapidly merging with a part of his body. At that moment, taking advantage of number 17's distraction, Lin Fan swooped in and swiftly yanked one of number 17's hands down. Number 17 let out a blood-curdling scream, his expression grave and extremely vigilant as he looked at Lin Fan, who had dared to act against him. Fuming, he shouted, what are you doing? I'm going to kill you. How could he treat him this way after he had trusted him so much? Lin Fan replied calmly, Don't rush. Number 17. I told you with the regenerative mechanical cells, as long as the cells aren't completely destroyed, you will recover as before. Take a look at your arm. Hearing Lin Fan's words, number 17 instinctively looked at his arm and was astonished to find that it was visibly regrowing at an incredible speed. This is simply unbelievable. Such powerful regenerative ability. Number 17 immediately understood that Master Lin Fan had done this to make him believe, which was why he had pulled his hand off, but this method of proof was a bit extreme. In less than a minute, number 17's arm had completely regrown. He moved it around a bit and realized it felt just like a normal arm under his control with no discomfort at all. Thinking about what Lin Fan had said earlier, he realized he effectively possessed pseudo-infinite life, and he couldn't help but feel excited. Though he usually did not express joy or sorrow on his face, he could no longer contain his happiness at this moment. With a face full of excitement, he said to Lin Fan, "Thank you, Master Lin Fan." It was truly thoughtful of Master Lin Fan to gift him such a wonderful treasure. This made him feel grateful. This is a welcoming gift for me. Next, would you like to cultivate inside the super spiritual time house? Number 17 nodded without hesitation. I'm willing. He glanced around, revealing a look of concern. But I still have to go to work. If I leave for too long, there might be bad people who come to poach. Lin Fan smiled and explained, "Don't worry, it won't be long. The effects of the super spiritual time house are quite miraculous. 10 years inside is equivalent to just 1 day outside." He roughly explained the effects of the super spiritual time house to number 17. Number 17 no longer hesitated and stated, "Master Lin Fan, I am willing to go in and cultivate. Let's go now." Lin Fan had been waiting for this very sentence. He needed number 17's determination. "Follow me." Lin Fan flew ahead, and number 17 followed closely behind. After a while, the two arrived at the entrance of the super spiritual time house not far from the Taoist temple. "This is the super spiritual time house, number 17. Go in." Number 17 looked at the super spiritual time house without any hesitation and quickly flew inside, having no doubts about Lin Fan's words. He felt that with Lin Fan's formidable strength, if he had any ill intentions, he wouldn't bother going through all this trouble. He could have just acted directly. It was even less likely he would give him regenerative mechanical cells and teach him how to absorb energy from all directions. Seeing number 17 enter, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. "Number 17, I look forward to your performance." Inside the ultra-spiritual time chamber, number 17 had just entered and saw Sun Wukong standing in midair, continuously practicing his punches. In that instant, Sun Wukong sensed a powerful aura entering the ultra-spiritual time chamber. He paused his practice and looked towards the entrance. He then saw number 17, which surprised Sun Wukong. He flew in front of number 17 and exclaimed, "Number 17, what brings you here?" Number 17 was a bit surprised to see Sun Wukong here as well, but then realized that Sun Wukong was also a disciple of Lin Fan, making his presence here quite normal. "Sun Wukong, you're here too." Sun Wukong scratched his head and replied, "Yeah, Master Lin Fan taught me the ultimate Kaioken, so I came in to train." "Ultimate Kaioken?" Number 17 muttered in response. He knew what the Kaioken was, but what on earth was the ultimate Kaioken? Seeing his confusion, Sun Wukong generously explained the ultimate Kaioken is the ultimate version of the Kaioken, which can reduce stamina consumption and the pain caused by the body. It allows one to unleash even higher multipliers of the Kaioken. Number 17 was instantly astonished. The Kaioken was already powerful, and the fact that the ultimate Kaioken had such effects meant it significantly enhanced the Kaioken. What kind of existence was Master Lin Fan? Not only did he understand the absorption of 8 directional energies, but he also grasped the ultimate Kaioken. "Number 17, tell me, how did you end up here? You haven't also become a disciple of Master Lin Fan, have you?" Sun Wukong asked curiously, his eyes reflecting a hint of expectation. "Yes," explained number 17. "I am now also a disciple of Master Lin Fan." "That's wonderful." Number 17 nodded in agreement. Master Lin Fan is very powerful. What Sun Wukong did not realize was that number 17 had experienced it firsthand, while he himself was merely fantasizing, or rather holding on to a belief. The belief that Lin Fan is strong. "Oh, someone has come in." At that moment, a woman in a qipao with a curvaceous and alluring figure flew in. Sun Wukong greeted her, saying, "Yes, this is you, Lin, a very impressive person." Number 17 looked at the newcomer and instantly discerned that her strength was quite average, at least in comparison to him. However, she had great potential. As long as she persisted in her cultivation, she would have a promising future. He felt he understood the reasoning behind Master Lin Fan accepting disciples, which was to only take on those with potential. Sun Wukong had strong potential, and this woman, while not as strong as Sun Wukong, also had decent potential. In fact, he felt that Yulin's potential was decent because she had comprehended the Celestial Master Technique to the 4th level, unlocking her physical potential. The Celestial Master Technique has a total of 12 levels, each level's potential being terrifyingly profound. Reaching the 12th level would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Hello, number 17. I am Yulin. Yulin greeted gracefully. Number 17 was not adept at conversing with others, but since Yulin greeted him, he felt he could not refuse, so he simply responded blandly hello. Yulin was a bit puzzled at how aloof he seemed. Just as she was about to ask, she felt her mental energy being depleted. Immediately, she regained her composure and looked at Sun Wukong and number 17, saying, "My mental energy is completely exhausted, so you both continue cultivating well." Whoosh. As soon as she finished speaking, Yulin vanished in an instant. Outside the super mental time house, Lin Fan was just about to fly back to the Taoist temple when he saw Yulin coming out. Seeing Lin Fan, Yulin was immediately overjoyed, flying over quickly and happily exclaimed, "Master." Now that she had experienced a boost in her combat power, she clearly felt that this master before her was truly invincible. He was in no way comparable to her previous master. By following him in cultivation, her future combat power would definitely be impressive. How was your harvest? Lin Fan asked with a smile. In reality, he was fully aware of how much combat power Yulin had gained. Speaking of her own gains, Yulin was quite happy. The harvest was very good, thank you for your guidance, master. Lin Fan nodded lightly, saying, continue to work hard in the future. Once your mental energy is stronger, you can enter the super mental time house for cultivation. We cannot waste opportunities. Understood, master. Yulin then asked, by the way, that number 17, who went in later, is also your disciple, right? He seems so aloof. Remembering number 17's cold demeanor, Yulin felt a bit displeased. Lin Fan explained with a smile, it's normal, that's just his personality. You'll get used to it. Did you encounter him? Upon hearing her master say this, Yulin did not think much more about it. Yes, Sun Wukong also encountered him. Lin Fan's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he flew towards the Taoist temple. The encounter between Sun Wukong and number 17 would surely spark a significant clash. Whether it was Sun Wukong or number 17, simply training alone made it hard to significantly improve their combat power. Only through intense duels could they enhance their fighting abilities. They both understood this. As they improved their combat strength, they would also gain enhancements, and it would be doubled. Truly delightful. Inside the super mental time house, after chatting for a while, Sun Wukong looked at number 17 with fervent eyes. Number 17, it's been a long time since we had a sparring session. How about a duel? Number 17, now possessing regenerative mechanical cells and the ability to absorb energy from all directions, was also eager to test his effectiveness. Sun Wukong before him was the perfect candidate. Even if Sun Wukong hadn't suggested it, he might have. Alright. Upon hearing number 17 agree, Sun Wukong was overjoyed, saying, great. Finally, it won't be boring anymore. He immediately used the sky dance technique to leap into the air, and number 17 followed suit. The two flew into the sky, standing on the same level. Number 17, are you ready? Sun Wukong said excitedly. Number 17 maintained a calm demeanor and gestured with his hand. Seeing him like this, Sun Wukong felt as if he was looking at the reckless android from the past. Yeah, whoosh. He charged at number 17, first swinging his fist fiercely. Bang. Number 17 stood in place, effortlessly blocking Sun Wukong's punch, and said calmly, Sun Wukong, transform into a Super Saiyan. In your normal state, you are not my opponent. This is a waste of time. We won't gain any enhancement. Okay. Sun Wukong smiled with excitement. He needed a strong opponent. After creating some distance from number 17, he clenched his fists and shouted, ha. In an instant, golden light erupted from Sun Wukong, illuminating the surroundings in a dazzling golden glow. Moments later, the light faded, revealing Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 3. His golden hair reached down to his waist, and he was enveloped in a layer of golden aura. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and excitedly declared, this is Super Saiyan 3. It surpasses Super Saiyan 2 countless times. Number 17 remained composed. He acknowledged that Super Saiyan 3 was indeed powerful, but he was not to be underestimated. With his fists clenched, he shouted, aha. Whoosh. Number 17's aura surged, causing the surrounding air to whip up into storms due to his heightened energy. The storms howled through the trees below. Sun Wukong felt that number 17's energy was on par with his own and exclaimed in shock, number 17, you are so strong. It seems you haven't given up on cultivation all these years. Number 17 smiled knowingly. You too. Whoosh. After the words were spoken, the figures of the two moved, and they felt as if two phantoms had flashed past, arriving in front of each other, exchanging a powerful punch. With a thunderous roar, the collision of the extraordinary punches erupted instantaneously, releasing a dense wave of energy that spread outward. In every direction, one could clearly see a wave rolling and expanding. The two did not cease their fierce exchanges of blows. Their fists relentlessly struck against each other. In just a few seconds, they had thrown hundreds of punches, yet not a single blow inflicted harm upon the other. With a resounding crash, the two exchanged another powerful punch and simultaneously retreated several meters. Sun Wukong swung his right hand, launching a series of energy blasts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the energy blast was about to strike number 17, a green energy barrier enveloped him. The blast struck the barrier and instantly dissolved into it. Absorbed, transformed into energy, fueling number 17 himself. Sun Wukong watched his own blast vanish without surprise. He knew full well that number 17 possessed this ability. Moreover, he knew this very trait was number 17's weakness. Seeing the barrier flare into existence, a fierce elation surged within him, and he roared, "Number 17, you've fallen for it." Shoo! His figure vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he stood directly before number 17, fist drawn back, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Whooshed! Yet, Sun Wukong's punch struck empty air. He glanced sharply. Number 17 had already darted aside. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Had he dispelled the barrier in an instant? Sun Wukong knew that during energy absorption, number 17 could not move. A vulnerability he'd exploited, deliberately launching several ki blasts to lure his opponent into activating the barrier, then seizing the opening to strike. Yet as Sun Wukong assumed the barrier had been instantly dropped, he saw it still shimmering around number 17, intact, unbroken. How is this possible? Before the question fully formed in his mind, number 17's fist slammed into his abdomen with crushing force. Boom! The impact hurled Sun Wukong hundreds of meters through the air. Before he could even regain his balance, number 17 shot forward like a guided missile, reappearing instantly behind him. A sweeping kick cracked across Sun Wukong's back. Then, seizing his arm, number 17 executed a flawless shoulder throw, hurling him skyward, before spreading his palms wide, aimed squarely at his airborne foe. He bellowed, continuous energy barrage. Dozens of ki blasts erupted towards Sun Wukong in rapid succession. Boom, 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 boom. Every blast struck home. Thick churning smoke erupted violently, obscuring the sky until it turned a uniform ashen gray, as though the heavens themselves had been swallowed by haze. Number 17 hovered motionless in the air, gaze locked ahead, sensing for Sun Wukong's aura. Shoo shoo. Suddenly, a torrent of overwhelming energy surged toward him. From the smoke burst Sun Wukong. Fists clenched, a devastating punch aimed straight at number 17's face. Number 17 had anticipated it. He knew Sun Wukong's vitality was legendary, tenacious as an indestructible cockroach. Thus, he'd never imagined a single barrage would be enough to fell him. Boom! Their fists collided midair, both warriors spinning backward in violent arcs before landing firmly on their feet. Sun Wukong's tattered robes smoldered faintly, wisps of burnt smoke curling from the frayed edges. Clear evidence that the barrage had ravaged his attire, though seemingly spared his body. As for his own condition, unscathed, Sun Wukong stared stunned. Whoa, number 17. You've grown astonishingly strong. But when you absorb energy, shouldn't you be unable to move? Number 17 wore a serene, unruffled expression. I forgot to mention, it's one of Master Lin Fan's techniques, octagonal energy absorption. Pride resonated in his voice, not arrogance, but quiet reverence. He spoke not for himself, but for his master. Sun Wukong scratched his head, utterly bewildered. Octagonal energy absorption. It means absorbing energy while moving freely, an evolved, perfected form of the standard energy barrier. Number 17 explained calmly. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in awe. Whoa, amazing. Master Lin Fan knows so many techniques. A subtle, knowing smile curved number 17's lips. He said nothing more, but inwardly he wholeheartedly agreed. Master Lin Fan didn't merely possess countless techniques. He also commanded extraordinary treasures. Even the regenerative mechanical cells bestowed upon him were peerless artifacts. Let's go all out, number 17. Sun Wukong declared, exhilarated. Instantly his battle cry rang out, "H-A, H-A." His aura exploded anew, crushing primordial, cataclysmic, surpassing all prior limits, surging into full power Super Saiyan 3. Number 17's lips lifted in a charming, enigmatic smile. At last, you're willing to unveil your true strength. Then let me reciprocate by unleashing the ultimate King Kai fist. Sun Wukong chuckled. I reserve the ultimate King Kai fist for moments of absolute necessity. He wanted to gauge number 17's true power. Only then would he decide whether to deploy it. For now, the technique amplified his power 30-fold. Stacked atop full power Super Saiyan 3, it granted him unwavering confidence he could defeat, or even annihilate, number 17. Thus he refused to unleash it lightly. Even if he did, he'd refrain from pushing it to its full 30-fold limit, fearing loss of control. Annihilation. Observing Sun Wukong's demeanor, number 17 sensed condescension, but felt no anger. After all, his opponent earned that confidence. Nor was he one whose inner calm could be swayed by others' attitudes, except perhaps by those closest to him. Both warriors assumed combat stances. Shoo! They vanished from sight, only to reappear simultaneously at the zenith of the sky. Boom! 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 Their fists clashed again and again, each collision unleashing shockwaves that made the heavens tremble and the earth shudder, spawning gales that scoured the land and dimmed the light of day. The ground fractured relentlessly. Within moments, the entire landscape resembled a volcanic eruption zone. Yet neither ceased their assault. Before entering, Master Lin Fan had told them, destroy freely. Nothing here is permanent. In 1 hour, all will restore itself. Nor need they fear shattering the hyperbolic time chamber. The chamber itself was impervious to any force they could muster. Outside the hyperbolic time chamber, beep. Disciple Sun Wukong's base combat power increased by 2 billion. Master receives double 4 billion. Current host combat power 24 billion. Beep. Disciple number 17's base combat power increased by 3 billion. Master receives double 6 billion. Current host combat power 30 billion. Hearing the notification echo in his consciousness, Lin Fan felt a warm, quiet satisfaction. His painstaking mentorship had finally borne fruit. Were others privy to Lin Fan's thoughts, they'd surely retort, is that truly painstaking? You trained each disciple for mere hours. Indeed, Lin Fan's teaching methodology was anything but arduous, in fact profoundly relaxed. He intended to instruct each disciple only once or twice, then place them inside the hyperbolic time chamber. Daily instruction. He'd refuse outright, not out of fear they'd steal his secrets, but simply because he abhorred exhaustion. Were it not for the necessity of recruiting disciples, he'd have long since embraced total blissful inertia. Inside the super spiritual time chamber. At the beginning, Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan 3 full power form was able to match Android 17, but as time passed, Android 17's combat power gradually surpassed Sun Wukong's and suppressed him, as he was an android with infinite energy, allowing him to use energy blasts endlessly. In contrast, Sun Wukong had limited energy and could not use energy blasts since Android 17 could absorb his energy blasts. Even the Kamehameha wave was previously absorbed by Android 17, creating a situation where Android 17 primarily attacked with energy blasts, while evading Sun Wukong's advances, not engaging for too long. This left Sun Wukong feeling exhausted, as if he had strength, but could not exert it, continuously being led around like a kite. Another series of energy blasts rained down, forcing Sun Wukong to cross his arms, enduring the full brunt of the blasts upon his hands, feeling quite frustrated. He felt extremely fatigued, thinking to himself that Android 17 was indeed quite crafty. With infinite energy to continuously attack with energy blasts, he would surely wear him down. Only by surpassing Android 17's speed could he engage him effectively in close combat. Thus, he could only employ the ultimate Kaioken. Considering this, Sun Wukong no longer hesitated, tightening his fists and shouting, "Ah, ha! Ultimate Kaioken!" In an instant, a bright red aura surged around Sun Wukong, each strand of his energy radiating a cold light, standing in stark opposition. 10 times. Sun Wukong's aura surged again, instantly elevating to 10 times the full power of Super Saiyan 3. Android 17, standing before him, felt a sense of urgency. He could not help but mutter to himself, the ultimate Kaioken is indeed powerful. Sun Wukong once said he could unleash a 30-fold ultimate Kaioken. If 10 times could yield such an effect, then 30 times would be. Android 17 understood that if Sun Wukong truly unleashed a 30-fold Kaioken, he would not stand a chance. But 10 times. He had enough confidence to win. Clenching his fists, he shouted back, "Ha! Ah!" Android 17's aura surged once more, significantly increasing his combat power. At this moment, Sun Wukong had stabilized with 2 auras surrounding him. the red ultimate Kaioken enveloping the golden Super Saiyan 3 aura. He looked at Android 17's rapidly increasing power, feeling slightly surprised, but more so excited. 17, you truly have hidden your strength. Moments later, Android 17's combat power reached the level of Sun Wukong's current state. The two vanished into thin air once again. Their fists clashed repeatedly, and soon the energy erupted throughout the hyperbolic time chamber, creating immense pressure that caused volcanic eruptions and tsunamis. In no time, the entire world was engulfed in a fiery red hue, everywhere ablaze. Even the areas with seawater were of a fiery red, as volcanoes and oceans fused into a true sea of flames. It was the apocalypse. The two fists collided simultaneously, with Android 17 gripping Sun Wukong's fist, both exerting their strength against each other. Sun Wukong, the tenfold Kaioken can't defeat me, so you need to increase your power. Bang! They both kicked simultaneously, sending Sun Wukong flying 7 to 8 meters. Sun Wukong, with a beaming face, exclaimed, him getting more and more excited. Since defeating Majin Buu, he had not experienced such an intense battle. Although he had fought with Tian Shinhan for a while days ago, it paled in comparison to the current intensity. Not satisfying at all. For a martial arts enthusiast, a battle that was not fulfilling was a tremendous torment. Ultimate Kaioken, 20 times. Sun Wukong increased the ultimate Kaioken to 20 times. If it were just a regular Kaioken, he would feel waves of pain throughout his body at this level. Moreover, his stamina would rapidly deplete. However, after executing the ultimate Kaioken at 20 times, he felt no pain. Although his stamina was consumed, it was not nearly as terrifying as the ordinary Kaioken. His red aura became even denser. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and confidently declared, 17. This is the ultimate Kaioken at 20 times. I am about to attack. Whoosh! In an instant, his figure vanished. At that moment, Android 17 sensed something was off as he saw Sun Wukong's figure becoming quite blurry. This indicated that the opponent's speed had greatly surpassed his own. Quickly, he distanced himself from Sun Wukong, pointing both hands forward and shouting continuous energy blasts. Dozens of energy blasts were unleashed. At this moment, the continuous energy blasts were no longer comparable to the initial ones. They represented Android 17's peak power. If most of these blasts hit Sun Wukong, they would inflict considerable damage. Although these blasts might not force Sun Wukong to retreat, they would significantly reduce his speed. At that time, Android 17 could unleash even more formidable attacks. If he did not even know his opponent's position, he would have no idea how to attack. Boom, boom, boom. All energy blasts exploded in the air. Yet Android 17 had a very bad premonition. Whoosh! Suddenly feeling a breeze by his ear, he realized Sun Wukong was already at his side just as he prepared to react. Bang! Sun Wukong appeared behind him, delivering a solid punch that struck him. Fortunately, Android 17 was protected by the energy absorption shield. This energy absorption shield, while primarily designed to absorb energy blasts, also provided decent defensive capabilities. Thus, Sun Wukong's punch was not too severe for Android 17. Once Android 17 regained his composure, he kicked at Sun Wukong, attempting to create distance, but Sun Wukong had already anticipated his intentions. He sidestepped first to evade the attack. Bang! Another punch struck Android 17's energy absorption shield. Android 17 realized that Sun Wukong was exploiting his speed advantage to initiate attacks first. At this rate, he would not be able to match Sun Wukong. After contemplating this, Android 17 clenched his fists, the veins on his arms bulging, his head raised to the sky, and he roared infinite continuous energy blasts. Boom, 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 boom. Instantly, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from Android 17's body, manifesting into countless energy blasts that radiated outward from his body, launching a massive onslaught. Sun Wukong never anticipated that number 17 would have such a move. As he watched the densely packed energy blasts akin to a light drizzle, he found that he could evade them all except for those he could not avoid, which he blocked with his arm. At that moment, number 17 seized the opportunity, charging towards Sun Wukong with the force of a mountain crashing into the sea. Bang! A punch was thrown. However, he did not strike Sun Wukong's chest, but was instead blocked by Sun Wukong's palm. Moreover, he noticed the other party revealing a smile. In an instant, he realized was Sun Wukong deliberately waiting for him. His guess was not wrong. Sun Wukong was indeed acting with intention. Because Sun Wukong knew that it would be somewhat difficult to approach number 17 proactively, as the latter possessed infinite energy, he could instead lure number 17 to come closer. It now appeared that his approach was quite successful. Number 17 was about to retract his hand, but was caught by Sun Wukong. He pulled him closer with force. Bang! At the same time, a fist from his other hand smashed towards number 17's chest. Bang bang. In an instant, dozens of punches had already landed, and the sound of sizzling came from the energy absorption shield, which kept exploding. At that moment, Sun Wukong raised his fist high. Gathering all the strength within him, he unleashed a devastating punch upon number 17's energy absorption shield. The energy absorption shield was instantly shattered, and Sun Wukong's punch directly struck number 17's chest. In that moment, Sun Wukong released number 17's hand, placing his own hands on his waist. Kamehameha. A tremendous energy coalesced into a Kamehameha wave surging towards number 17 with terrifying force. Boom, boom, boom. The immense energy struck number 17, causing plumes of smoke to rise as number 17's body began to plummet rapidly. Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong immediately reacted, his face filled with embarrassment. It seems I didn't control my strength well. He quickly flew up, grabbing number 17 to prevent him from falling into the volcano, releasing his state to return to normal. Hurriedly, he apologized to the flustered number 17. Number 17, I'm sorry, I just couldn't control myself, so I. Number 17 managed a difficult smile. It's fine. At the same time, he realized that there was still a significant gap between himself and Sun Wukong. Initially, he thought he was merely 30 times weaker than his ultimate technique. Now it was only 20 times, and he couldn't withstand it. He had to train with all his might. However, after this battle, his combat power had seen considerable improvement. Looking at number 17's bloodied face and the large wound on his chest, Sun Wukong asked once more, "Are you really okay?" Number 17 wanted to scold Sun Wukong for being foolish, questioning whether he was fine when he looked like this. Of course he wasn't fine, but could he admit that he was hurt? Clearly not, otherwise where would his pride be? I'm fine. At that moment, Sun Wukong clearly saw that the wound on number 17's chest was healing at a visible speed. In shock, he asked, "Wow, number 17, how is your wound healing by itself?" Number 17 simply smiled. This was the ability of regenerative mechanical cells, but he did not reveal that to Sun Wukong, as it was his trump card. If he disclosed his trump card to others, wouldn't he be in great danger? Sun Wukong noticed that number 17 was just smiling and not responding, which further piqued his curiosity. Just as he was about to continue asking, he felt his body becoming light. His mental energy was somewhat dazed, and he suddenly understood that his mental energy must have been completely exhausted. Number 17, my mental energy is depleted. I need to leave first, and after that we can spar. Whoosh! Sun Wukong's figure instantly vanished, as if he had never appeared at all. His sudden disappearance caused number 17 to plummet again. He fell onto the edge of a volcano with his thigh just dipping into the lava. The molten fire was continuously melting number 17's thigh. Number 17 couldn't help but curse Sun Wukong. "You're not just a monkey, you're truly a dog." At that moment, the ground of the hyperbolic time chamber was rapidly restoring itself, exactly 1 hour since the last restoration. Outside the hyperbolic time chamber, Lin Fan heard a voice in his consciousness. Ding, disciple. Sun Wukong's basic combat power increased by 3 billion. Master gains double the increase, 6 billion. Currently, the host's basic combat power 36 billion. Ding, disciple. Number 17's basic combat power increased by 3 billion. Master gains double the increase, 6 billion. Currently, the host's basic combat power 42 billion. Suddenly, Lin Fan heard another alert from the system, and his mood soared like a blazing furnace. Fantastic, he had increased by 12 billion. It did not disappoint me at all. Battle truly proved to be more effective than tedious training. If I take on more disciples in the future, should I gather them together for a competition? That way, by watching the matches, my combat power could soar. He poked at his slender fingers. Sweetly contemplating, this seems like a very good idea, but I need a reason, otherwise they won't push themselves. Not everyone is a martial fanatic like Wukong. Right, I could hold a Lin Clan disciples competition and offer some decent rewards that would surely attract everyone to compete fiercely. Not bad, this method is indeed very good. Master Lin Fan. Just as Lin Fan was happily thinking, a magnetic voice rang out. Just from the voice, he knew it was Sun Wukong. He opened his eyes and smiled. "You're out." Sun Wukong nodded happily. Clenching his fists, he said joyfully, "Master Lin Fan, I feel like I've improved a lot." "You improved a lot? Then I must have doubled." However, Lin Fan would not voice this thought, instead encouraging him. "Keep working hard, you are just getting started." Sun Wukong did not lose his composure as he understood that his journey was still very long and his goal was to catch up with Master Lin Fan. Thinking of this, he immediately said, "Master Lin Fan, teach me the way to become a god. I want to battle with you soon." Lin Fan was not afraid of Sun Wukong at all, so there was nothing to hide. "Sure, you should rest well tonight. Come find me tomorrow, and I will teach you how to control your aura." Originally, he wanted to tell Sun Wukong that if 6 righteous scions concentrated their just heart's light onto one person, they could become a super scion god, but after thinking, he decided against it. At this moment, Sun Gohan's wife was not yet pregnant, and even if she were, there was no fetus yet, and without the addition of Little Fong, Sun Wukong could not become a super scion god. Control aura. Sun Wukong was puzzled. Isn't controlling aura a very basic practice? Why teach it? Lin Fan roughly explained, this control of breath is not merely simple control, it is the first step into the realm of the divine. Great. Master, hurry back and change into another set of clothes. Lin Fan reminded, noticing the tattered clothing of Sun Wukong. By the way, Master. Sun Wukong suddenly recalled something. What? Lin Fan asked, somewhat puzzled. Was there something Sun Wukong still needed to ask? What is going on with the body of number 17? I saw his wounds healing automatically. Sun Wukong had been puzzled by this question until now. He clearly remembered that during the battle with number 17 years ago, number 17 did not possess such abilities. Could it be that these years of cultivation had granted him such powers? Or perhaps it was something taught by Master Lin Fan. Sun Wukong had come to trust Master Lin Fan's abilities greatly, as he seemed to know almost every technique. Lin Fan observed Sun Wukong's confusion and pondered for a moment. Since he was so curious, he must have already asked number 17, and the latter did not tell him, not because he did not trust him. Rather, it was to keep the regeneration of mechanical cells as a trump card. If he revealed it to Sun Wukong, wouldn't that be exposing number 17's secret? Although number 17 would not blame him, such an action was indeed not advisable. You still need to ask number 17 about this. Lin Fan merely smiled and said, hurry back and change your clothes. Lin Fan watched as the disappearing Sun Wukong murmured, this instantaneous movement is quite impressive. It's truly an essential skill for home and travel. Yawn. Feeling a bit tired, I should head back to rest. He stood up, preparing to return to the Taoist temple. Suddenly, the ringtone of his phone rang out. Lin Fan was startled. This phone was given to him by Bulma, and the only person who should know this number was Bulma herself. Even he didn't know his own number. Could it be that Goku has arrived? With this thought, he answered the call. Hello? Mr. Lin Fan, it's me, Bulma. A crisp voice came from the other end of the line. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan confirmed that it was indeed Bulma. He asked in confusion, Bulma, why are you calling so late? Is something the matter? Mr. Lin Fan, a month from now, I'm hosting a birthday party and would like to invite you. All right, I'll come a month from now. Without a second thought, Lin Fan agreed, feeling a bit regretful thinking it was Goku who had called. Bulma didn't expect Lin Fan to agree so readily. She thought it would take more persuasion. By the way, Mr. Lin Fan, Goku just called. He said he would arrive on Earth tomorrow at noon. Come to my house tomorrow at noon. Feeling slightly disappointed at first, Lin Fan instantly felt his spirits lift upon hearing this. Okay. After a brief chat, they ended the call. Holding the phone with delight, he exclaimed, I can't believe Goku is really coming. With this, he would have the cosmic map and could contact Broly. Thinking about being able to accept Broly as a disciple soon, he couldn't contain his excitement. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Lin Fan realized, so in just a month, Beerus and Whis will descend upon Earth. He still vividly remembered that Beerus and Whis had appeared on Earth during Bulma's birthday party, first encountering Sun Wukong before arriving at Bulma's luxurious cruise. They encountered Vegeta. Vegeta nearly soiled himself upon seeing him. Because Beerus was the childhood nightmare of Vegeta, as a child, he witnessed his father King Vegeta being trampled underfoot by Beerus, unable to move at all. The humiliation was profound. The more he thought about it, the more he felt the urgency of time. No, I must speed up the process of accepting disciples. As he spoke, he flew back to the Taoist temple, lay on the bed, and leisurely played with his phone before taking a nap. The process of accepting disciples must be expedited, but rest is still necessary. After all, he was just a slacker. The next day, just after waking up, he heard the system's notification sound. Ding, disciple number 17 has increased basic combat power to 5 billion. Master gains double 5 billion. Current host combat power 47 billion. Lin Fan stretched lazily. Not bad at all. Waking up from a nap has boosted my combat power by 5 billion. It seems that being a slacker suits me. Disciples, you must work hard. If you don't diligently cultivate, how can the master surpass Beerus? He mumbled as he walked out of the room. Just as he stepped out, he saw Yulin approaching with a smile. Master, breakfast is ready. Oh, is it really that good? Lin Fan was quite surprised to among the disciples he had accepted this was the first time someone had prepared breakfast for him and come to invite him to eat. Yulin smiled and explained, it's only right for the disciple to honor the master. Indeed, this female disciple was worth it. It seemed there was an opportunity to accept more female disciples even if their qualifications were a bit lacking. Not for any other reason, but for the sake of being able to have breakfast and drink fresh milk. Wait, female disciples. Isn't Angel Bados a female? If he could accept Angel Bados as a female disciple in the future, that would be quite a good thing. Not only is she highly talented, but she is also stunning. Her background is also impressive. The daughter of the Grand Priest. With this identity in the universe, he could walk with pride. If he became her master, even with average strength, he could still walk with pride in the universe. Thinking about it felt quite wonderful. However, it also seemed a bit like a daydream. The master and disciple arrived at the dining area of the Taoist temple, where breakfast was already prepared: bread and milk. This is not the soul projection technique from your Taoist master arts. It is instant transmission. Lin Fan explained. Moreover, soul projection does not function in this manner. Soul projection occurs while remaining physically in place. The soul departs the body, yet the body itself does not relocate, as Sun Wukong does when he vanishes from one spot and reappears elsewhere. Yulin had never heard of instant transmission before, but even its name alone struck her as profoundly practical. She turned to Lin Fan with a playful glint in her eye and asked, Master Lin Fan, could you teach me instant transmission? Tianzhenfen and Sun Wukong exchanged faint, startled glances. Instant transmission was exceedingly rare. Among everyone they knew, only Sun Wukong possessed it. Could it be that Master Lin Fan also commanded this art? Truthfully, had Lin Fan affirmed it, none would have doubted him. Not even for a moment. Especially Tianzhenfen. He believed it without hesitation. If Lin Fan had successfully integrated the bloodline of the three-eyed celestial sovereign into his very being, then mastering instant transmission would surely pose no insurmountable challenge. A flicker of awkwardness crossed Lin Fan's mind. He did not yet possess instant transmission. Yet he held quiet confidence that the system would grant it to him in due time. Yulin, I do not teach whatever you wish to learn, nor is every technique suited to your cultivation path. Given your innate talent, the Taoist master arts, and particularly soul projection, are your true domain. Instant transmission is not aligned with your essence. Upon hearing these words, Yulin nodded earnestly and replied with humility, Understood, Master. Tianzhenfen and the others exchanged silent, thoughtful glances. Could it be that their master truly wielded instant transmission? Sun Wukong gave no such deliberation. His sole desire at that moment was to learn Lin Fan's breath regulation method. Master Lin Fan, please teach me the breath regulation method at once. Wukong, patience, patience. Let us first break our fast. Lin Fan observed Sun Wukong's restless eagerness and mused inwardly, truly a monkey, restless to the core. Sun Wukong gazed at the bread and milk laid upon the table. After a moment's contemplation, he seated himself, seized several loaves, and devoured them with eager rhythmic bites, then drank the milk in great thirsty gulps. A sudden realization struck Lin Fan. Sun Wukong's appetite is truly terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he has already consumed 7 steamed buns and 5 cups of milk, causing Lin's face to darken. At this rate, there won't be anything left for the master. She immediately scolded, How can you eat so much? The master hasn't even had his fill yet. Lin Fan, whose appetite is not large, shrugged it off, saying, It's fine, let him eat. Sun Wukong scratched his head awkwardly, saying between bites, It's just so delicious that I can't control myself. The others, except for Yulin, could only smile helplessly. Tianzhenfen couldn't help but say, Wukong, for you anything edible is delicious. Sun Wukong smiled awkwardly. He really isn't picky at all and believes that as long as there's food, it's the best. There is no such thing as good or bad food. After finishing breakfast, Lin Fan brought the others to the main hall of the Taoist temple, sitting cross-legged in the main seat. Below sitting were Tianzhenfen, Sun Wukong, Yulin, and Jiaozi. Today I will teach you how to control your breath. The way I control breath differs from yours, and I call it super breath mastery. It is a very subtle mastery of breath. If you can master this, it will greatly enhance your strength. Now I will explain to you that in order to control your breath, well, you need to grasp the 3 elements of adjusting breath, adjusting body, and adjusting mind. The basic requirement is to maintain a clear mind, eliminate distractions, and reach a state of tranquility where breath, body, and mind are are combined. After an hour, Lin Fan stood up and looked at the 4 disciples sitting on the ground, saying, "You all go practice now, avoid disturbing each other." Yes. The 4 stood up and flew out of the Taoist temple to begin their practice. After seeing them leave, Lin Fan instantly appeared outside the temple and glanced up at the sky, thinking, "It's time to go to Bulma's house." Using the sky dance technique, he soared into the air, heading towards Bulma's house. Shortly after, Lin Fan arrived above the Capsule Corporation. He landed swiftly. In the garden, 2 children were playing. One was Sun Wutian, and the other was Trunks. Both noticed Lin Fan's arrival. They were not very friendly, especially Trunks, who had not forgotten how Lin Fan had sent his father flying with just a finger. Trunks questioned, "Hey, what are you doing at my house?" Lin Fan had no intention of hiding anything. "Your mom invited me." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan felt the ambiguity in his words, quickly adding, "I need to talk to your mom about something." Why does it feel so ambiguous? Forget it, no explanation needed. The more he explained, the more confused it got. "Trunks, could you please call your mom and tell her Lin Fan is here?" Trunks had a poor impression of Lin Fan and naturally wouldn't be obedient. "You hurt my dad yesterday. There's no way I'm helping you now." Lin Fan did not pay much attention to Trunks' words, as he understood a child's instinct to protect their father. He smiled and said amiably, "Don't make a fuss, just behave and listen. I was teaching your dad how to be a better person, not hurting him." Trunks was taken aback, asking in confusion, "Teaching my dad how to be a better person?" Lin Fan's eyes twinkled as he continued to spin his tail. "Yes, I was teaching your dad some principles of being a person. I didn't hurt him, I was doing it for his own good. Now your uncle Wukong is also my disciple. So what I'm doing to teach your father is for his benefit, and I meant no harm." This statement left Trunks in deep thought, as he had heard that Sun Wukong was now Lin Fan's disciple. Trunks still found it hard to believe and continued to ask, "Really? Are you teaching my dad how to be a better person?" Looking at Trunks' innocent expression, Lin Fan felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. How could he feel like the big bad wolf? "No, this is correct guidance. I am indeed teaching Vegeta to be a better person, to not be too arrogant or petty." "Hey, Lin Fan." At that moment, Bulma arrived on a flying vehicle. "Bulma, Mom," Trunks called out. Bulma nodded lightly. Lin Fan directly asked, "Bulma, has Goku arrived yet?" "Not yet, but he should be here soon. Please have a seat over there." Bulma pointed to a chair in the garden. Whoosh! Strange sounds came from the sky. Lin Fan and Bulma heard the sound and looked up. They saw a UFO descending rapidly. The two instantly understood. Jayak came. Lin Fan thought to himself, better late than never, just in time, without making him wait too long. Trunks and Son Goten also noticed the arrival of the spaceship. They immediately gathered around to watch. Once the spaceship landed, Lin Fan and Bulma walked over. At that moment, the spaceship opened, revealing an alien that looked like Ultraman. This alien was Jayak, a galactic patrolman, a hero of justice. Many adventure comic protagonists drawn by Bulma's sister ties were based on Jayak. Unfortunately, they didn't sell well. If it weren't for their family's wealth, they would have starved long ago. Seeing Jayak, Bulma took the lead to greet him, saying, "Hi Jayak, long time no see." Indeed, it had been a long time since they last met. They couldn't recall exactly how long, just that it had been a while. Jayak also greeted, "Long time no see, Bulma." He then curiously asked, "Bulma, I heard from ties that you need a cosmic map. What do you need a cosmic map for?" Bulma did not hide it and explained, "It's not for me, it's for Lin Fan." She pointed to Lin Fan beside her. Lin Fan smiled slightly and said, "Jayak, hero of justice, hello." Jayak's eyes sparkled with stars and his fondness for Lin Fan skyrocketed, because he loved being called a hero of justice. "Hello, Lin Fan. What do you need a cosmic map for?" Jayak asked with confusion. Although a cosmic map wasn't something illegal, he needed to clarify its purpose. This was to prevent anyone with ill intentions from harboring negative thoughts about the universe. Upon hearing Jayak's question to Bulma, Lin Fan had already considered how to respond. He explained, "I have a disciple who got lost in the universe, and I want to find him." Disciple? Jayak was a bit incredulous. He looked young, how could he possibly have a disciple? Bulma explained, "Lin Fan is very strong. Even Sun Wukong is his disciple." Sun Wukong, Jayak muttered to himself. Lin Fan reminded, "That is to say, the one who defeated Frieza." Jeek quickly retreated several steps, looking at Lin Fan in panic. His impression of Sun Wukong was a bit vague, but he had a clear understanding of Frieza, the former emperor of the universe, known for his extremely cruel methods. They had also received orders to capture Frieza, but had never succeeded. In fact, they were quite fearful of Frieza, as many of their colleagues had perished at his hands. Moreover, they would suffer torment before dying. It was simply terrifying. There was a time when just mentioning Frisia would give the Galactic Patrol a headache, and they longed for someone to emerge and eliminate him. Fortunately, not long after they discovered that Frisia had been eliminated. As for who did it, they did not investigate. Why not? Because no one was willing to get involved. Since the threat was gone, they were relieved. There was a sense of resignation in the air. However, Jeek never expected to encounter the master of the one who had defeated Frisia on Earth. If his disciple could eliminate Frisia, how formidable must this master be? After contemplating this, his perception of Lin Fan changed instantly, becoming much more respectful. His demeanor and speech lost their previous seriousness and grew much more amiable. Once he steadied his emotions, he smiled and said, "Your disciple's son Wukong is quite impressive." Lin Fan understood Jeek's character. His attitude towards the strong was completely different from that towards the weak. He was not the type to bully the weak. Rather, he enjoyed showing off in front of them, seizing any opportunity to act cool. He was someone who sometimes feared death, yet at critical moments could still take action. It would be an exaggeration to say he was useless, and it would be even more of an exaggeration to say he was useful. After Lin Fan's summary, Jeek's character was almost identical to that of Yachirobe. If these two met, would there be a sense of mutual appreciation? Wukong is quite good. By the way, can you give me the cosmic map? Jeek immediately reacted, no longer procrastinating, and promptly took out the cosmic map to hand it to Lin Fan. "Here, but please don't do anything bad." Lin Fan assured, "Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person." Though he wasn't exactly a good person, he wasn't a bad one either. He couldn't bring himself to do anything immoral. After receiving the map, he glanced at the densely packed coordinates and names. He would study it thoroughly when he returned. "Thank you, Jeek." Jeek smiled and said, "You're welcome. Bulma, is there anything else?" "If there isn't, I will take my leave." As he spoke, he glanced at his spaceship only to see Trunks and Goten fiddling around inside. "Hey, don't mess around. Honestly, those mischievous kids," Jeek said helplessly. Lin Fan reminded, "These two kids, one is the son of Prince Vegeta, and the other is the son of Sun Wukong." Jeek's mouth twitched, his heart trembling. What kind of background is this? The son of Prince Vegeta and the son of Sun Wukong. No matter which one it is, they are not to be trifled with. He quickly changed his tune, saying, "In that case, you can play, just don't press that purple button." However, he should have known better. Once he mentioned it, the two mischievous little ones turned their eyes around, looking for the purple button everywhere. The purple button was located on the side of the spaceship seat. Trunks looked at Goten beside him and asked, "Goten, what do you think this purple button does?" "I don't know." Goten naturally had no idea. "Should we press it?" Trunks' eyes sparkled with mischief. Goten and Trunks were like two peas in a pod. They would not deny Trunks' request. Trunks, with a beaming smile, pressed the button. Ding dong, ding dong. A series of urgent alarm sounds erupted. Upon hearing the alarms, Jeek was taken aback, shouting in panic, "Not good." Bulma hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Jeek, in a state of terror, twisted his expression and said, "It's out." "What's out?" Bulma asked, bewildered. "A universe-level demon has been released." Jeek explained in a panic as a white smoke emerged from a square green box. Goten, Trunks, quickly get out of the way. Wuqian, Trunks, get out of the way. Lin Fan cried urgently upon sensing danger. "Danger? Bulma, flee at once." Jocko shouted, alarmed by the sight. His own son had just been engulfed by an unknown white mist. Would Bulma truly run? She would not. Seizing Jocko just as he turned to flee, she demanded fiercely, "Jocko, what is this thing?" He still tried to bolt forward. Bulma threatened, "If you don't explain this clearly, I'll tell Vegeta you deliberately harmed Trunks." At those words, Jocko instantly crumbled, staggering backward in terror, and stammered, "That mist is the prototype form of Karda, a cosmic-level demon. He can possess living beings, seizing full control over them. And not only that, he amplifies their combat power by roughly tenfold. This is an utterly terrifying ability." Bulma's eyes widened in sudden comprehension. She whirled toward Trunks, swallowed whole by swirling mist, and slammed a furious fist on Jocko's skull. "So Trunks has been possessed." Trunks' face twisted grotesquely, lips cracked and blistered skin flushed, crimson fists clenched until his knuckles bleached white, while thick coils of mist writhed hungrily around his body. "Ah, Mom, I'm burning," he choked, cheeks swollen with agony. The mist seared like salt ground into open wounds. Seeing her son's torment, Bulma's heart shattered, and she lunged forward, only for Jocko to seize her arm, holding her back. "Bulma, don't go near him. If you do, you'll be possessed too." Lin Fan paused briefly, then turned to Jocko. "What do you mean? Does Karda possess more than one person at once?" Truth be told, Lin Fan had never heard of this cosmic demon. Not a single memory stirred within him. Yet it surprised him not at all. The universe was vast, teeming with countless demons, and Jocko, as a galactic patrol officer, routinely transported such criminals. It was entirely plausible. According to the Dragon Ball Super timeline, Jocko should not have arrived on Earth yet. He was meant to appear much later. His early arrival stemmed solely from Lin Fan's intervention. Lin Fan had contacted him directly. Had he not done so, Jocko would likely have delivered Carta straight to confinement, or even to trial. Jocko nodded gravely. Correct. Carta can possess multiple hosts simultaneously, up to 5 at once. So Carta's unique ability proves formidable indeed, Lin Fan observed calmly. I'll fetch Vegeta to subdue Trunks. Bulma exclaimed, voice tight with urgency. Then she recalled, Vegeta was deep inside the gravity training room. Would he even hear her call? Frustrated, she muttered, Ugh, why now Vegeta? Jocko glanced at Lin Fan. Isn't he Goku's master? With him here, wouldn't that be even better? Bulma blinked, then snapped her fingers. Oh, right. Lin Fan, you must save Trunks. Lin Fan gave a quiet, solemn nod. No plea was needed. He would act regardless. Not for duty nor obligation, but because Trunks was still a child and Lin Fan could not bear to watch a child perish. Ha! Trunks roared, and in that instant his clothes exploded outward, his aura surging violently. His battle power skyrocketed, tenfold beyond his base strength. Lin Fan watched, thoughts sharpening. Jocko had spoken true. The possessed did gain exactly 10 times their original power. At this moment, Bulma looked at Trunks with deep concern. Her eyes reddened, her face darkened, twisted in pain. Jark said, the only way is to unleash Carta and then store him back in the box. Bulma said with a heart full of pain, is there no other way? Jark felt helpless. If there were another way, he would certainly have mentioned it. He shrugged his shoulders. There is none. This is the only method. The corrupted Trunks fixed his blood-red eyes tightly on Lin Fan, as if intending to devour him. This left Lin Fan somewhat astonished. Why was that? Jark, does he seem to harbor animosity towards me? What could be the reason for that? Jark immediately explained. It's because even before Trunks was possessed by Carta, he held a deep-seated dislike for you, and now that he is possessed, he cannot control himself. And since Carta hates you because Trunks does, he will also harbor hatred towards you. The corrupted Trunks clenched his fists, looking at his own hands, exclaiming with excitement, this body is merely a child, yet it is so powerful. I like it so much, I like it a lot, it will be mine from now on. Prepare to die. Though Trunks was a child, he was a Super Saiyan, and such a physique held excellent potential. Lin Fan paid no mind to the words of the corrupted Trunks, feeling both amused and exasperated. It seemed that because Trunks disliked him, Carta also held a grudge against him. Die. The corrupted Trunks dashed toward Lin Fan, delivering a powerful punch. Jark couldn't help but exclaim, what a fast punch. Although he saw the speed of Trunks' punch, in reality, if he faced this move, he would be unable to evade it. His eyes saw it, but his body couldn't react. Jark had a special talent. His eyesight was exceptional, allowing him to see many subtle things, as if he could almost see through things. However, Lin Fan was faster. With a casual wave of his hand, he effortlessly blocked the punch of the corrupted Trunks. A look of shock flashed in the eyes of the corrupted Trunks. Oh, what was happening? His punch was blocked. How could he possibly block his attack when his punch was so fast? After realizing this, Trunks prepared to withdraw his hand, but in that instant he was astonished to find that his fist was grasped by Lin Fan, pulling with immense strength, rendering all efforts futile. It felt as if he were caught in an endless abyss, being drawn in by limitless strength. In an instant, a cunning glint flickered in the eyes of the corrupted Trunks, and a smile crept onto his lips. Lin Fan frowned slightly, sensing that something was amiss. Sure enough, as expected, a cloud of smoke erupted from the hand of the demonized Trunks, swirling ominously towards Lin Fan. Jace, witnessing this, hurriedly shouted, get out of the way. Lin Fan frowned. This Carta even wanted to possess himself. How annoying. Drink. Get lost. Ho! A cold voice filled with domineering pressure rang out. The rising smoke quickly retreated as if it had encountered something exceedingly terrifying. Jace stumbled back in shock, raising his right leg, arms crossed, utterly astonished. Oh, this? Just a scolding was enough to make Carta retreat. That's incredible. Though Bulma had no idea how powerful Carta truly was, she understood from Jace's reaction, coupled with Trunks being controlled by Carta, that Carta was indeed quite formidable. Yet such a powerful being was frightened off by just a scolding from Lin Fan. The imposing and serious voice continued. Get out of Trunks' body, return to the box, or I will obliterate you. Everyone present looked at Lin Fan, their mouths twitching. Having already scared Carta away, would he really willingly leave Trunks' body? Surely not. If he was willing, he wouldn't have attacked Lin Fan earlier. As they pondered this, they saw Carda's smoke exit Trunks' body and obediently return to Jace's box. In an instant, Jace and the others were left dumbfounded, especially Jace, who stood there for a long time not knowing what to do. Once Bulma snapped back to reality, she noticed Jace was still in a daze and pounded him on the head, saying, "Stop dawdling, quickly close the box." Jace immediately reacted and hurriedly closed the box. Just as Bulma was about to speak, Trunks suddenly collapsed to the ground. "Trunks!" Bulma called out worriedly and rushed over, holding Trunks tightly in her arms. Lin Fan reminded, "It's nothing, he just fainted from sudden fatigue after Carda left his body." "Oh, I see." Bulma immediately felt relieved. Jace, holding the box containing Carda, looked at Lin Fan and asked in confusion, "Why does he listen to you so well? You told him to return to the box, and he just complied." Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle, wondering what was so surprising about that. Wasn't it simply because his strength was so overwhelming that he could obliterate Carda with just a flick of his hand? In the eyes of Jace and the others, Lin Fan's shout was merely ordinary, but it was far from just an ordinary shout. It was filled with terrifying pressure. Just that seemingly casual "get lost" made Carda feel as if his heart was about to explode, making him realize that he was not on the same level as Lin Fan. Even with Trunks' potentially powerful body, he was no match for Lin Fan. Thus, he prudently left Trunks' body, returning to his own box. Back in the box, he still had a chance to survive. If he truly angered Lin Fan and faced his wrath, he would be doomed. However, Jace's question still needed an answer. "Have you considered one possibility? That is, I am too strong, and he dare not oppose my words." Jace found it hard to believe. After all, Carda was a universe-level demon who had exerted great effort to capture him. How could it be so easy in Lin Fan's mouth? It felt almost nonchalant. However, since he was the master of Sun Wukong, perhaps he truly was that strong, which would explain Carda's fear. But was it really to such an extent? Looking at Lin Fan with skepticism, he stopped asking. Grabbing the box, he jumped onto his spaceship and looked at Bulma, saying, "Bulma, I'm heading back to report now." He didn't want any more unexpected occurrences. "Go ahead, come to Earth to play whenever you have time." Bulma waved her hand. Jace closed the door, activated the spaceship, and in a flash soared into the universe. Lin Fan had obtained the cosmic map and achieved his goal, bidding farewell. "Bulma, then I shall take my leave as well. Goodbye, Mr. Lin Fan." Lin Fan utilized the sky dance technique, soaring up, quickly flying back to the Taoist temple. Upon arriving at the temple, he saw Sun Wukong approaching him, a look of puzzlement on his face. "Master Lin Fan, where have you been?" Lin Fan walked inside the temple, replying, "It's nothing, just went to Bulma's house." "What's wrong? Aren't you training?" "Bulma's house. Training, but Gohan just came to find me saying Shishi has something to tell me. I need to head back for a bit." Lin Fan nodded, saying, "All right, you go back first. You can still practice controlling your energy, even at home." Suddenly, Lin Fan thought of a way to motivate Sun Wukong to train. "How about this? You go back and cultivate. Once you have mastered the technique of controlling your breath that I taught you, you can come back to find me. Until you have mastered it, don't come looking for me." Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, why not?" Lin Fan could tell him that he knew he was very passionate about cultivation, a martial arts fanatic, so he was deliberately giving him a hard time to make him work harder. Could he tell him that? Clearly not. No reason. "If you can't even pass this small test, then you are not fit to be my disciple." Sun Wukong suddenly understood that this was a test of himself. He had thought he had done something wrong. He had experienced quite a few tests, especially during his training with the Turtle Hermit, where he endured challenges alongside Krillin. Now, thinking back on those tests, he couldn't help but recall his childhood with Krillin. He felt a bit nostalgic. But soon he pulled his thoughts back. With confidence, he said, "All right, Master Lin Fan, I will strive to cultivate. It won't be long before I come to find you." Lin Fan lightly nodded. "Go ahead." Whooshed. Sun Wukong used instant transmission and left in the blink of an eye. After Sun Wukong left, Lin Fan intended to go to his room, but after a moment's thought, although there was no longer any disturbance from Sun Wukong, there were still Tianjin Fan, Yulin, and Jiaozi. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi would likely not disturb him, but Yulin was uncertain. Thinking about it, he decided to find a quiet place. After considering this, he flew out of the temple and used the sky dance technique to find a relatively quiet location. Soon he found a place that was quite serene. Ding. Disciple No. 17 has increased basic combat power by 3 billion. Master has received double the increase of 6 billion. Current host combat power 53 billion. Lin Fan heard the system's notification and couldn't help but exclaim, "I finally broke through the 50 billion combat power barrier." Now that I have transformed into the Super Saiyan God, my battle power is bound to soar. I've closed the distance to Beerus by another small step. I must quickly recruit Broly. This guy is the one with the explosive battle power. Calling him a bug wouldn't be an exaggeration. Lin Fan sat cross-legged on the ground. He took out the universe map and began searching for the planet Vampa, where Broly and his father had been exiled. The universe map was vast and the annotations were very small. If one did not look carefully, it was easy to overlook. If it weren't for Lin Fan's keen eyesight, his eyes would have fatigue from scanning through the dense text. Just looking at it for a few minutes would have made his eyes dry. He was determined to keep his eyes open, focusing intently and not missing a single word. An hour later, Lin Fan still hadn't found the location of Vampa, which left him feeling quite frustrated, yet his eyes remained wide open. He was unwilling to miss any detail. When Lin Fan finally saw the 3 characters for Vampa, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. After searching for an hour, he had finally found it. Heaven rewards those who toil. He located the position of Earth, and then found Vampa's position, roughly memorizing the locations of the planets between the two in his mind. He began to activate the effects of the vast heart. His gaze fixed on the universe map, while the search function of the vast heart started to move, shifting quickly from Earth towards Vampa. Since it was his first time operating it, Lin Fan was quite careful, fearing failure would render all his previous efforts worthless. About 20 minutes later, the search effect had reached Vampa. On Vampa, Lin Fan sensed many life forces. However, he only detected 2 Saiyan auras, one of which was very weak, approximately 4,000 in combat power. The other aura was undetectable because its surface combat power did not reflect its true potential, giving off a feeling of imminent explosion. Lin Fan knew this battle power belonged to Broly, while the other must belong to Broly's father Paragus. At this moment on Vampa, Broly was walking alone, looking dejected and lost in thought, clearly burdened by his worries. The reason for his gloom was that his friends had all avoided him and no longer played with him. His friends were not humans, but animals. On this planet Vampa, there were only 2 beings, his father Paragus and him. Thus, apart from befriending animals, he had no other companions. However, recently his animal friends had stopped playing with him, avoiding him, as if he were something terrifying. This left him quite puzzled, not understanding what was happening. Broly. Just then a magnetic voice echoed in Broly's mind. Broly heard it as if it were a call. The sudden sound startled him, but in an instant he steadied his mind. Looking around, he shouted, Who is speaking? The voice he heard was in fact Lin Fan's. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Fan, considered a god. I am here to help you. Lin Fan informed Broly of his name, as he needed Broly to know it in order to take him as a disciple. Only then could Broly genuinely express his intention to learn. Broly muttered, Lin Fan. God. Upon hearing Broly's murmuring, Lin Fan felt a strange sensation in their conversation. It was as if in his past life the protagonist in a novel had been communicated with by some grandmaster who then taught the protagonist to cultivate and helped him soar to greatness. And now Broly was the protagonist in the novel, while he was the grandmaster. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed to be the case. However, he didn't dwell on it for too long. After all, taking Broly as a disciple was what truly mattered. Broly continued to ask, Since you are a god, can you tell me why my friends are ignoring me? They act as if they are terrified of me. Why is that? Have I offended them? Lin Fan pondered in his heart. His friends. What friends did he have? Wasn't it just him and his father on Vampa? Oh right, he was referring to those animals, was he? After careful thought, according to the plot in Dragon Ball Super, it wasn't Broly who had offended the animals, but his father. You haven't offended them, it is your father Paragus. Broly was momentarily stunned, unable to believe it, as he retorted, Impossible, it cannot be my father, he doesn't even know them. How could he have offended them? Is it because I went berserk and lost control that I offended them? Lin Fan explained, No, you have a special control device from your father around your neck. Once you go berserk, your father will know. Moreover, you get along well with these little animals. They haven't offended you, so how could you possibly go berserk? Broly thought for a moment and felt it was true. He would only go berserk when angry, and he had been getting along splendidly with these little animals, never feeling anger. So how could he possibly go berserk? Could it really be his father? He couldn't help but continue asking Lin Fan. No god, how could my father have offended my friends? Lin Fan did not hold back at all, because your father doesn't want you to play with those animals. So he pretends to be you and kills these animals upon seeing them, so they naturally fear you. Broly vigorously shook his head. Impossible, that's absolutely impossible. My father would never kill my friends. Broly, if you don't believe me, you can go check the lake where you often play. There are several animal corpses lying inside. Lin Fan's words instantly struck Broly's mind, making his pupils dilate as his head shook violently. Yet he still did not go berserk. He swiftly flew to the lakeside where he usually played, finding nothing by the shore, and with a splash he jumped straight in. He submerged into the depths of the lake. Soon he spotted 3 corpses at the bottom of the lake, and at a glance he recognized them as the bodies of his 3 close friends. No wonder he hadn't seen his friends for some time. They were already dead. They had perished at the lake's bottom. And the perpetrator of this tragedy was none other than his father Paragus. He couldn't believe it, but with the corpses before him he had no choice but to accept the truth. He clenched his fists, filled with rage as he reflected on everything. Suddenly, his heart raced, pounding against his chest. He lifted his gaze, gritting his teeth, his face contorting as the muscles began to swell. It was utterly terrifying. With an angry roar, Broly instantly entered a rampage state, splashing water everywhere. Broly flew out of the lake, and due to the terrifying aura around him, the lake water was instantly swept up thousands of feet. The entire lake was drained, clearly revealing the bottom. This terrified some small creatures hidden in the dark, making them even more afraid of Broly. From this day forth, it would be truly difficult for him to have these small animal friends on the Wampa Star. Feeling Broly's explosive power, Lin Fan couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder he is the legendary Super Saiyan. His explosive strength is truly terrifying." At this moment, he hasn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan. If he does, his combat power will soar dramatically. Inside the cave, Paragus was repairing the spaceship when he suddenly heard the alarm sounding loudly. What's going on? Why did Broly suddenly go berserk? The alarm indicated that Broly had entered a rampage state. Paragus immediately set down his work and flew out of the cave. After exiting the cave, he saw the rampaging Broly causing destruction, continuously bombarding everything with energy blasts. Broly. Seeing Broly in a rampage, Paragus quickly shouted. Broly heard his father's voice and immediately looked over, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury, as if he had locked onto Paragus. This made Paragus momentarily stunned. An uncontrollable shiver ran down his spine. What the hell? What's happening? He had seen Broly go berserk before, but never like this, staring at him, as if he was locked onto him, ready to send him to hell. Once again he yelled, "Broly, stop it now." However, how could Broly in a rampage state possibly stop? Moreover, the reason Broly was in this state was that he knew his father Paragus had killed his good friend. Having destroyed his relationship with his friend, he could not control his emotions and fell into a rampage. Therefore, the root of all this was Paragus. Would Broly stop just because Paragus asked him to? Naturally not. Seeing that he could not stop Broly, Paragus took out the remote control for the device and pressed it without hesitation. The special control device on Broly's neck emitted bursts of electricity, continuously shocking him, making Broly seem like a snake grasped by its vital point. After struggling in pain for a few minutes, he collapsed to the ground unconscious. Paragus flew over, picked up Broly, and soared back to the cave. About 10 minutes later, Broly awoke, opened his eyes, and saw his father Paragus. Paragus was constantly holding the remote control. As long as Broly made any sudden moves, he would immediately press the remote, but in reality, he knew that Broly would not harm him in a non-rampage state. In fact, if he truly cared for Broly and regarded him as a son showing some paternal love, then even if he did not place the special control device on Broly, Broly would not harm him even in a rampage. Although Broly was rampaging, there still existed a trace of rationality, as long as he held enough significance in Broly's heart, he could awaken him. However, Paragus' love for Broly was extremely twisted, or rather selfish. The reason he was willing to be exiled to Wampa Star with Broly was primarily because he saw Broly's terrifying potential and wanted to use Broly to help him rule the universe and become the Cosmic Emperor. It is not an exaggeration to say that Broly is his sword, a sharp blade to unify the universe. When a father seeks to exploit his son, paternal love will become distorted, purposeful, selfish, and twisted. "Father, Broly, how could you suddenly go berserk? What is happening?" Paragus asked, filled with confusion. Broly did not answer, but instead asked, "Father, did you kill my friends?" Paragus paused, not quite understanding why Broly asked him this, and lied, saying, "Your friends? I don't know your friends, why would I kill them?" After living with his father for so many years, Broly could tell at a glance that his father was lying. "Father, I saw their bodies in the lake. Why did you do this? Why did you kill them?" Facing Broly's repeated questioning, Paragus was very angry. After all, he was the father and Broly was just the son. What kind of tone was this? "Yes, those beasts were all killed by me. I killed them for you." For me, Broly could not understand. Killing his good friends was said to be for him, and now no animals were willing to be friends with him. Could this also be for him? Paragus continued to explain, indeed I did it for you. Every great achiever has gone through loneliness. If you want to achieve great things, you must withstand loneliness. Not allowing you to befriend them is to test your endurance. Broly weakly said, but I don't want to achieve great things, I just want to. Paragus immediately berated, Broly, shut up. You are the legendary Super Saiyan with terrifying potential. You are destined to accomplish great things. Even if you don't want to, you can't. Back then, King Vegeta was jealous of your talent and wanted to kill you for your sake. I was also exiled to this Wampa Star. Don't you remember how we have lived these years? We will take revenge on King Vegeta, rule Planet Vegeta, and then we can rename Planet Vegeta to Planet Paragus. Then we will rule the universe and become cosmic emperors, and you will be my first general. Broly, the universe is ours. Haha. Paragus became more and more excited, as if he had already grasped the entire universe. Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. Encountering such a father is also a kind of tragedy. He really treats his son as a tool to use. Broly was about to speak. Paragus immediately interrupted him. All right, Broly, stop talking and reflect on yourself. I need to repair the spaceship. Once it's fixed, we will leave this damned place and soar into the universe, achieving our path to becoming emperors. Broly opened his mouth. Father, just now. Broly was about to reveal Lin Fan's situation, but after some thought he decided against it. Paragus turned around and asked in confusion, what's wrong? Broly shook his head. He then walked out of the cave. As he stepped outside, Lin Fan's voice echoed once more. You were about to tell your father Paragus about me, weren't you? Broly did not refute, saying yes. So why did you suddenly give up? Lin Fan asked curiously. Broly spoke with a hint of sadness in his tone, pessimistically saying, because I want to be friends with you. I don't want my father to drive you away again, or even kill you. Lin Fan understood in his heart that Broly was not inherently bad, it was just that he was surrounded by a villain like Paragus, so there were some things that could not be avoided. However, if Lin Fan appeared, he certainly wouldn't let Broly do what he shouldn't. Lin Fan simply smiled at Broly's words and did not elaborate further. In reality, how could Paragus possibly drive Lin Fan away? How could he kill Lin Fan? It was absurd to think that someone with 4,000 battle power could kill someone with 53 billion. Originally, Lin Fan wanted to say that Paragus was not qualified to do so, but after some thought he decided it was unnecessary to say that. It was unreasonable to insult one's own father. These matters were for Broly to comprehend. Broly, do you want to leave this planet? Do you wish to meet more humans and make more friends? Lin Fan asked knowingly. Without hesitation, Broly replied, I do. His father Paragus wanted to leave Planet Vegeta. Did he not also wish to leave? However, without a spaceship, he could not leave Planet Vegeta at all. He could only wait for his father to repair the spaceship. What he did not know was that even after Frisia's soldiers Zay and Reamer came, his father Paragus still had not repaired the spaceship. In the end, the two of them left the planet by following Zay and the others, and as soon as they left, they went to find Son Goku and Vegeta. At that time, Son Goku and Vegeta had already transformed into Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Super Blue. However, the two were still pressed down and rubbed into the ground. Ultimately, it was because the two fused into Vegeto and transformed into Super Blue Vegeto that they managed to defeat Broly. This shows how terrifying Broly's potential truly is. He was simply a man akin to a bug. Nevertheless, over the years, Broly had persisted in training every day. Even if he did not want to train, his father Paragus would never agree to that. After all, Paragus still wanted to unify the universe to become the emperor of the universe, and Broly was his sharp sword. If this sword was not honed sharp, who would slay all his powerful enemies for him? All right, Broly, if you become my disciple, when the time comes, I will come to take you. Moreover, if you become my disciple, I will teach you many skills. With these skills, your battle power will greatly increase. Broly did not care much about skills, he cared more about leaving Planet Vegeta. Originally, he could have made friends with these animals, but now his father had severed his bond with them, making it difficult for him to become friends with them again. Firstly, it was due to his feeling of guilt, and secondly, because these animals might not forgive him. Even if they did forgive him, they might not dare to be friends with him. Moreover, as long as his father existed, if he became friends with them, it would be equivalent to putting them in danger. Therefore, for whatever reason, he wanted to leave this place. I am willing to become your disciple. Master. Earth. Lin Fan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for accepting Broly as a disciple, gaining battle power of 2 billion purification technique, Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Super Blue, and Divine Energy X1. Current host, base battle power, 55 billion. Oh, I actually gained Super Saiyan 4 and Super Blue and also obtained a Divine Energy. With this, I now have 2 divine energies and can create 2 disciples with divine realms. That's quite nice. A bit regrettable that I didn't get instant transmission. Ever since witnessing Son Goku's instant transmission, Lin Fan had been wanting one, but it all depended on luck. The system wouldn't give it to him, and he felt helpless having to wait. But he believed that he would definitely get it. This lazy master system had excellent rewards, and each time it was more than 3 or 4. Besides items, very few things appeared repeatedly. Thus, this instant transmission should not take long to reward him. Let's see what this purification technique does. Purification technique can be cast on things that have lost their reason and entered a frenzied state to stabilize their mind and restore their normal state. Lin Fan's eyes suddenly brightened. This purification technique was specifically developed for Broly, wasn't it? Currently, the one who easily goes berserk and enters an uncontrollable state is none other than Broly. With this purification technique, he need not worry about losing control. Learn the purification technique. Learn Super Saiyan 4. Learn Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Super Blue. Acquired purification technique. Acquired Super Saiyan 4. Acquired Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Super Blue. Memories surged into Lin Fan's mind. Master, are you still there? The voice of Broly came through his consciousness. After calling him master, he had not heard Lin Fan's voice, which confused him greatly. Upon realizing, Lin Fan immediately explained, I am here. I was just thinking, since you have already become my disciple, I will also gift you some presents. Broly did not ask what the gifts were. Instead, he first thanked, thank you. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, considering whether to teach Broly the purification technique, but after some thought decided to hold off for now, deciding to first teach Broly the cultivation of super aura mastery. In his view, Broly's potential was great, but his training had always been chaotic and unstructured. It was not an exaggeration to say it was aimless. Since on this planet, there was only his father, and his father was utterly useless in terms of training. He could not provide Broly with any correct guidance. Therefore, he needed to lay a better foundation for Broly. If he could master his own super aura mastery method, then his battle power would naturally increase significantly. In the future, regardless of what techniques or skills he trained in, he would be able to learn them relatively quickly and better grasp his aura during battles. Broly, the first gift I am giving you is a method called Super Aura Mastery to control your aura. Listen carefully. An hour later, Lin Fan asked in Broly's consciousness, Broly, have you remembered everything? Broly nodded. I remember, master. Lin Fan was quite pleased. Teaching a clever disciple is enjoyable and effortless. All right, then you can start practicing. Once you master the technique of controlling your breath, I will come to teach you other techniques. Broly hurriedly asked, Master, when will you take me away? The question he cared about most was leaving planet Wampa. He was willing to become Lin Fan's disciple largely because Lin Fan had told him he could take him away from planet Wampa. Don't worry about that. Just focus on learning the technique of controlling your breath, and then I will teach you some techniques before taking you away. Lin Fan continued, consider this period as a retreat for cultivation. Broly no longer pressed for answers. After all, Master Lin Fan had said so. Yes, master. Earth. Lin Fan retracted his vast heart effect, stood up from the ground, and gently breathed out. Truly remarkable, the effect of this vast heart is simply powerful. While flying toward the Taoist temple, he muttered to himself, next, who should I take as a disciple? In this 7th universe, the only ones with decent potential and a love for battle were Vegeta and Frieza. If Vegeta were to take the initiative to ask to be taken as a disciple, he would definitely act proud, and there was even a possibility of him being cold and distant. It seems the next target is Frieza then. However, this guy is currently enjoying a fantasy in heaven, and I can't enter heaven. The only way is to collect the Dragon Balls to resurrect him. I need to go find Bulma again. Wait, Bulma's birthday party is coming soon, and she will be collecting Dragon Balls during this time as the grand prize for her party. Lin Fan suddenly realized that Bulma would collect the Dragon Balls as the grand prize for the party. Later, due to the appearance of Beerus, the Dragon Balls were used to find the god of Super Saiyans. If I want to collect the Dragon Balls, I must hurry. But this means I can't go find Bulma, or she will know I'm looking for the Dragon Balls. Soon Lin Fan flew to the entrance of the Taoist temple. He descended and walked inside, still pondering who else might have the Dragon Ball radar if he can't go find Bulma. At that moment, a clear female voice came from outside. King Pilaf, there is a Taoist temple here. Lin Fan paused upon hearing the voice. Puzzled, he replied, King Pilaf. Could it be the comedic trio? Turning around, he indeed saw the combination of Pilaf, Xiao Wu, and Ashio. Oh, it really is those three. Just as I was dozing off, a pillow comes along. Lin Fan knew that the three of them must have the Dragon Ball radar, as they had been tirelessly searching for the Dragon Balls to fulfill their grand wishes. Pilaf and the others also noticed Lin Fan. The moment Xiao Wu saw Lin Fan, her eyes sparkled. Unable to suppress herself, she exclaimed, "So handsome." With a face like a sculpture, distinct features, fair skin, and a perfect figure. Pilaf shot her a glance, saying, "Hey, stop daydreaming, let's go in and eat first." Ashio immediately agreed, saying, "Yes, food. We've gone 3 days without eating. Following King Pilaf, we go hungry 9 times a day." Pilaf, hands on his hips, shouted, "Shut up. I'm training your willpower. Look at me, I don't feel hungry at all." After saying that, his own stomach growled. Xiao Wu and Ashio exchanged glances. This made Pilaf blush, and he quickly changed the subject, saying, "Let's go into the temple and find something to eat." Arriving at the temple entrance, Lin Fan did not let them in, as he knew Pilaf's character. He couldn't be too nice to this guy, and had to use both kindness and severity. This was the only way to obtain the Dragon Ball radar. Pilaf saw that Lin Fan was blocking their way and questioned, "What are you doing?" Lin Fan replied with a calm smile, "Nothing, I just don't want you to go in." Ashio immediately looked pitiful, wagging his tail, and said, "We haven't eaten for several days, just let us in." Xiao Wu chimed in, "Yes, we haven't had anything to eat for days, have some pity on us." Lin Fan looked at the expressions of Xiao Wu and Ashio and couldn't help but feel that these two were indeed quite unfortunate. Following such a hopeless king, having meals sporadically, yet Lin Fan admired their loyalty to the two. It's impressive that they hadn't betrayed Pilaf despite following him to such a state. Their loyalty was unmatched. Pilaf was not as easy to talk to as Xiao Wu and Ashio. Glaring at Lin Fan, he made a fierce expression and shouted, "Hurry up and cook for me, or I'll kill you." Xiao Wu and Ashio exchanged glances, thinking this wasn't right. Seeing the three of them putting on such a show, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. It looked like they really thought they could take him on. Seeing Lin Fan suddenly laugh, Pilaf immediately was not pleased and questioned, "What are you laughing at? Do you think I can't handle you? I am King Pilaf." Saying this, he glanced at Ashio and shouted, "Release the dog." Ashio immediately put on a fierce expression, barking, "Woof woof, King Pilaf is the best in the world." Looking at the loyal Ashio, Lin Fan really didn't want to discourage him, but with someone like Pilaf, if he didn't let him know his strength, he would never listen. With a smile on his face, he waved his hand. A terrifying pressure erupted from Lin Fan's body, and in an instant it sent Pilaf and the others flying several meters, crashing to the ground. So painful. The three fell to the ground, rubbing their backs and thighs, feeling immense pain. Lin Fan calmly asked, "You see, if I just release a little pressure, and you can't withstand it, how can you handle me?" Pilaf instantly understood. The seemingly amiable and harmless handsome guy in front of him was not simple, he was a formidable character. He immediately softened, saying submissively, "I was just joking." Lin Fan did not have time to waste with Pilaf on this matter. "Pilaf, Xiao Wu, Ashio, I can give you 3 something to eat." Upon hearing there was food, the 3 were instantly overjoyed, especially Ashio and Xiao Wu, who cheered yay. Although Pilaf was happy, he cunningly pulled the 2 aside and whispered, "Don't you find something odd?" Ashio and Xiao Wu didn't think too much. They asked back, "What's odd? What's wrong?" Ashio and Xiao Wu looked at the worshipful King Pilaf in confusion. Pilaf analyzed, "Did you not notice that he knows our names?" The 3 of them thought carefully, and it was indeed the case. "Yes, how does he know our names?" Pilaf continued to flaunt his intelligence, analyzing like a detective. "In this desolate place, there is a Taoist temple. I suspect he is targeting me, deliberately laying a trap for us, having investigated us thoroughly, just waiting for us to jump down." Lin Fan saw Pilaf mumbling to the 2 and knew Pilaf was showing off his cleverness. "Let me ask you, do you want to eat something? Are you planning to starve to death?" Xiao Wu immediately shook her head at the mention of starving. "I don't want to starve to death." Ashio also spoke up, "I want to eat." Pilaf once again grabbed the 2. "Have you both forgotten what I told you?" He looked at Lin Fan and asked, "Hey, I have seen through your scheme. Do you have some sinister plan waiting for us?" Lin Fan rolled his eyes, feeling quite speechless. "Pilaf, you have no money, no treasures. What kind of sinister plan could I possibly have waiting for you? However, there is indeed something I need your help with." Pilaf was instantly overjoyed and proudly said, "Haha, Xiao Wu, Ashio, see. My analysis is correct, he indeed has a scheme." Ashio and Xiao Wu looked at him with admiration. "King Pilaf is amazing." Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. These two's loyalty seemed a bit like foolish loyalty to him. No matter how you look at it, it seems rather foolish. "Pilaf, I can give you food, but you need to lend me the Dragon Ball radar for a while." Pilaf paused slightly. "Dragon Ball radar? How do you know we have the Dragon Ball radar?" Lin Fan smiled. "There are many things I know. You can consider it. Will you lend me the Dragon Ball radar for a while, or will you leave hungry? I will give you 1 minute to consider. Ashio and Xiao Wu looked at each other and unanimously agreed. King Pilaf, let's lend him the Dragon Ball radar. After all, we can't find the Dragon Balls anyway. Pilaf's mouth twitched a few times. Can't you have a little backbone? How could we possibly not find the Dragon Balls? Ashio said pitifully. So should we give him the Dragon Ball radar? Of course we give it. Pilaf said firmly, looking as if he would be angry with anyone who refused. Ashio was instantly delighted. Great, finally we have food. Xiao Wu was also very happy. Finally there was food, as she had been hungry for several days and was almost out of strength. Meanwhile, Pilaf slightly turned his head, revealing a sinister smile. Looking at Lin Fan, he said, we can lend you the Dragon Ball radar, but you need to guarantee we have enough to eat. That's not a problem. Lin Fan snapped his fingers, signaling the others to follow him into the Taoist temple. After entering the temple, Lin Fan was not in a hurry to ask Pilaf for the Dragon Ball radar, because he knew this guy wouldn't give it easily unless the food was served first, then he would give it to him. Calling out Yulin, who was cultivating. Yulin, go prepare some food for these three, make sure there's a lot. Yes, master. Yulin looked at the combination of these three with confusion. Having never seen them before, she felt very strange about why she needed to cook for them. However, since it was her master who instructed her, she did not ask too many questions and obediently complied. As Pilaf and his companions prepared to eat, Lin Fan stopped them, extending his hand. Dragon Ball radar. The Dragon Ball radar was on Xiao Wu, and before King Pilaf could speak, it was taken out from his pocket and handed to Lin Fan. Originally, Pilaf wanted to make some demands, but Xiao Wu was quite practical in her view, since they had already reached an agreement earlier. Then naturally, after Lin Fan fulfilled his part, they would have to honor their promises. In fact, among the three of them, it was Pilaf who was more cunning, and because of this, Xiao Wu and Ashio were kept under his control, utterly loyal. After Lin Fan obtained the Dragon Ball radar, he immediately activated it and told Yulin, once they finish eating, clean up. I'll step out for a bit. Yes, master. Looking at the display on the Dragon Ball radar, she flew out using the sky dance technique towards the direction indicated by the radar. Yulin sat on the couch, closed her eyes, and began to cultivate the Heavenly Master technique. Half an hour later, Pilaf and his companions felt bloated, propping themselves up with their hands and slumping to the ground, weakly saying, so stuffed. Ashio weakly remarked, being too full makes one feel weak, and not eating also leads to weakness. King Pilaf, can we eat normally in the future? That would be much better. Pilaf certainly wanted to have normal meals, but could he say his strength didn't allow it? If he said so, what would happen to the dignity of King Pilaf? I am training your willpower. Xiao Wu stated, I don't want to train my willpower in this manner. King Pilaf, why don't we seek refuge with the Taoist temple? That way we can eat every day. For this suggestion, Ashio was the first to express his agreement. King Pilaf, I support this proposal. Before Pilaf could speak, whoosh! Lin Fan flew in, handing the Dragon Ball radar to Pilaf. The Dragon Ball radar has been used up, returning it to you. King Pilaf, look. Xiao Wu pointed at the bag in Lin Fan's hand. It was a transparent plastic bag containing 7 Dragon Balls. The three of them were instantly stunned upon seeing the 7 Dragon Balls, their eyes nearly popping out, their mouths twitching. Were these 7 Dragon Balls just collected? They had struggled for so long without collecting a single one, yet Lin Fan had gathered 7 in just half an hour. It was truly unbelievable. In fact, for someone like Lin Fan, collecting Dragon Balls was an extremely easy task. As long as he had the Dragon Ball radar, it was a matter of minutes. If it weren't for it being Lin Fan's first time using the Dragon Ball radar, he would have collected them even faster, and during his search he also used a healing technique to save a wyvern. Thus it took him half an hour. Had he not saved the wyvern, when he returned, Pilaf and the others would still not have finished their meal. Pilaf took the Dragon Ball radar, steadying his mind, while a crafty glint flashed in his eyes. His earlier willingness to lend the Dragon Ball radar to Lin Fan was not merely for a meal. Rather, he sought to use Lin Fan's help to collect Dragon Balls. However, he did not expect Lin Fan to gather the Dragon Balls so quickly. At this moment, seeing the 7 Dragon Balls, he was already contemplating how to get them into his own hands. Lin Fan noticed the look in his eyes. He calmly reminded Pilaf, I know what you're thinking, but you better not have any ideas about the Dragon Balls, or I will truly kill you. When he spoke of killing, Lin Fan utilized a certain amount of energy, causing Pilaf to feel a cold force penetrate his heart, making him involuntarily shudder. In an instant, Pilaf immediately abandoned the idea of getting the Dragon Balls, not daring to be mischievous in front of Lin Fan. Although Lin Fan was not a bad person, he would not easily let go of anyone who touched his belongings. In his heart, he always adhered to the principle, if others do not offend me, I will not offend them. If they offend me, I will definitely retaliate. If Pilaf did not provoke him or touch his bottom line, he could pretend not to see him. After all, such a character was merely a comedic figure and not to be feared. But it could also lead to trouble. For instance, when making a wish, Pilaf might suddenly blurt out his own wish, which would ruin Lin Fan's plans. Once a wish is made, one must wait a year before making another wish on the Dragon Balls. Thus, Frieza could only be revived a year later, and his apprenticeship with Frieza would also be delayed for a year, a situation he absolutely would not allow to happen. Because Beerus would soon awaken and descend upon Earth, he needed to face Beerus and defeat him. Even if he couldn't win, he had to protect Earth. Although he was not originally from this Earth, it resembled the Earth of his past life quite closely. Since that was the case, he would do his best to protect it. Moreover, if he were to live on another planet, he would not adapt well. Since that was the case, it was better to continue staying on Earth. Pilaf retreated repeatedly, fearfully saying, "I dare not, I dare not." Lin Fan stepped out holding the Dragon Balls, planning to display the 7 Dragon Balls for a wish, but after a moment's thought he decided it was better to be cautious. Flying into the air, he soared at high speed toward another direction, arriving at a more secluded location. Lin Fan placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground and loudly called, "Come forth, Shenron. Grant my wish." Suddenly the sky was filled with dark clouds and golden rays of light flashed out. In no time the whole world was engulfed in darkness. At Gohan's home, Piccolo and Gohan were guests, and seeing this scene exclaimed in surprise, "What is this? Could it be Shenron?" On came House Master Roshi was enjoying the sunlight, but when the sky suddenly darkened, turning into night, he also expressed his surprise, who summoned Shenron. 18 Krillin Shenron. Everyone knew that this kind of scenario was the way Shenron appeared. In no time a green dragon appeared, coiling high in the sky, gazing at Lin Fan with extreme arrogance, saying, "Come state your wish." Before Shenron could finish speaking, he immediately sensed something unusual about Lin Fan. "Huh, you are also a god." He sensed the aura of divinity from Lin Fan, which was even more profound than his own, indicating that Lin Fan was superior to him in both strength and other aspects. Of course, except for the power of wishing. Lin Fan gently nodded, "Shenron, please revive Frieza." Upon realizing Lin Fan was also a god, Shenron lost his previous arrogance. After a moment of silence, he said, "Frieza's body was shattered into pieces long ago. It cannot be restored." Hearing Shenron say this, Lin Fan suddenly remembered, right. Frieza was cut into countless pieces by future Trunks. Shenron continued, "Even if the soul is called back, it would be meaningless, ultimately, just a scattered body and soul." Lin Fan instantly fell into a dilemma, carefully thinking that when Sorbet from Frieza's army revived Frieza, it seemed like he had Shenron summoned back the scattered body and soul, and then used a regeneration device to bring Frieza back. Yes, that's it. Upon realizing this, he said, "Shenron, just revive Frieza." All right. Shenron's eyes turned blood red. In the sky, Frieza's fragmented body began to fall, dozens of pieces, even hundreds of pieces. Lin Fan glanced at it and couldn't help but smile. Trunks was indeed ruthless, but it was necessary. In future Trunks' world, it was far more difficult to survive than in this current world. In future Trunks' world, Son Goku and Vegeta were dead, only he and Gohan were left. Later, Gohan also died, leaving him all alone. The first wish is granted. There are 2 more wishes. "Please give me an advanced regeneration device right here." Shenron replied, "This wish is a bit challenging, if it consumes a lot of energy and will require 2 wishes to fulfill. Since the regeneration devices on Earth are not advanced, it at least requires a level of regeneration device equivalent to Frieza's army." That works. Lin Fan had no other wishes, so he didn't mind treating this wish as 2 wishes to fulfill. The divine dragon's eyes flashed. A red light emerged. An advanced regeneration device appeared before Lin Fan. "The wish has been fulfilled, farewell." In an instant, the divine dragon transformed into 7 Dragon Balls, scattering in all directions of the world. Lin Fan waved his hand, activating the regeneration device, and with a gentle gesture, a gust of wind swept Frieza's fragmented body into the device. After contemplating for a moment, he applied a healing spell on Frieza's body, thus accelerating Frieza's resurrection. Once everything was prepared, he activated the device. Streams of green energy flowed within the regeneration device. Several energy blasts struck a nearby large tree, using these trees to simply construct a shelter, preventing the regeneration device from being damaged by rain. After completing these tasks, Lin Fan flew towards the Taoist temple. Upon returning to the temple, he saw the tattered 17th flying in. 17th, upon seeing Lin Fan, respectfully greeted, "Master." After this experience, 17th gained quite a lot, feeling very pleased. His attitude towards Lin Fan was much more respectful than before. How do you feel, 17th? Lin Fan asked with a smile. I feel quite good. I can now skillfully use the 8 directions energy absorption and have comprehended a special technique. 17th said excitedly. Lin Fan praised a special technique. That's quite impressive. Lin Fan chatted with number 17 for a while, before sending him back to change into another set of clothes, telling him to come find him later so he could teach him other techniques. As for the special technique that number 17 had comprehended, Lin Fan did not ask, as he did not want to put number 17 in a difficult position. Since it was a special technique, it must be one of his trump cards. Asking about someone else's trump card was equivalent to probing into their secrets. Such things could easily evoke resentment, and Lin Fan naturally did not wish to do so. The next day, Lin Fan stood outside the temple enjoying the breeze, pondering how long it would take for Frisia to recover. Pilaf along with Xiaowu and Ash walked towards him. After having dinner together yesterday, the three did not leave because they were originally going to collect the Dragon Balls, but now the Dragon Balls had been used by Lin Fan. They would need to wait a year for the Dragon Balls to cool down before they could be used again, so they planned to stay at the temple for a while. Pilaf looked at Lin Fan, who was leisurely resting in his chair, and asked, "Can we stay at your temple for a while?" Lin Fan did not look at Pilaf, but he understood the situation. He joked, "Sure, but I won't provide you with food and drinks." Oh, Xiaowu and Ash immediately became nervous. The reason they had stayed was to have enough to eat every day. If they couldn't eat enough, wouldn't that be the same as being elsewhere? Pilaf frowned, feeling distressed. "We can help you with tasks, and you can provide us with food and drinks." "Oh, so you want to work for me?" Lin Fan pretended to realize something. There was nothing much to do right now, and teasing Pilaf was quite entertaining. Pilaf remained silent as he felt he was the esteemed King Pilaf and deserved to save face, but that was indeed the case. "All right, as long as you do the work properly, I can provide you with food," Lin Fan stated. Xiaowu and Ash immediately replied, "Happily, great. We will complete the tasks excellently." Finally, the days of having meals inconsistently were coming to an end, which was truly wonderful. Pilaf was also pleased, but he did not show it too much. He had to maintain his composure as a king. Lin Fan waved his hand and said, "You guys go clean up." Okay. The three happily left. Just as they had left, a notification appeared in Lin Fan's mind. Ding. Disciple Sun Wukong's basic combat power increased by 1 billion. Master gains a double boost, 2 billion. Current host's basic combat power is 57 billion. Oh, Sun Wukong's combat power increased by 1 billion. Does that mean he has mastered the technique of ultimate key control? It seems he is about to come find me. Whoosh. Just as Lin Fan thought this, Sun Wukong appeared before him, looking at Lin Fan, who was resting on the chair, and excitedly said, "Master Lin Fan, I have mastered ultimate key control." Lin Fan nodded gently. "Not bad, you've mastered it quickly." Lin Fan truly admired Sun Wukong. Mastering ultimate key control was quite a difficult skill, yet he had grasped it so quickly, which was truly surprising. He truly deserved to be the protagonist of Dragon Ball. Although his innate talent was not remarkable, his understanding was absolutely unparalleled. He was simply invincible. "Master Lin Fan, please teach me how to become a god," Sun Wukong said, eagerly rubbing his fists together. Lin Fan asked, "Why do you want to become a god?" "To defeat you," Sun Wukong replied directly. Lin Fan. He was momentarily speechless. So this guy still hadn't forgotten what he had said before, that only by becoming a god could he fight against Lin Fan. Seeing Lin Fan fall silent, Sun Wukong was a bit puzzled. Did he say something wrong? No, he was just speaking the truth. He wanted to become a god just to challenge and defeat Master Lin Fan. "Master Lin Fan, what's wrong?" Lin Fan came back to his senses and smiled. "It's nothing, all right. I will start teaching you how to become a god today, which is to transform into a Super Saiyan god." Currently, Lin Fan had a basic combat power of 57 billion, while Sun Wukong only had over 200 billion. This meant that Lin Fan's basic combat power exceeded Sun Wukong's by over 200 billion, so he naturally was not afraid of him. Sun Wukong's greatest reliance was the ultimate Kaioken, which Lin Fan also knew. Not only that, but Lin Fan also possessed numerous techniques and special skills. How could he possibly lose? Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly, "Yay! Finally, I can learn how to become a god. Super Saiyan God is simply stunning. Follow me." Lin Fan used the sky dance technique, soaring into the air and flying towards a lush forest, which was the direction where the hyperbolic time chamber was originally located. To transform into a Super Saiyan God, a substantial amount of time for comprehension was needed. Moreover, training was also required. All of this had to be done inside the hyperbolic time chamber. Of course, Lin Fan would not enter, as one only had 10 opportunities to use the hyperbolic time chamber in their lifetime. He needed to wait for the right moment to go in. Entering now would be a tremendous waste. More importantly, Lin Fan did not want to exert himself. He did not wish to engage in excessive training. He just wanted to lie down. Lying flat was the most comfortable. Arriving in front of the hyperbolic time chamber, the two sat cross-legged on the ground and began explaining to Sun Wukong how to become a Super Saiyan God. To become a god, there are two methods. Firstly, absorb divine energy, master the ultimate key control technique I teach you, and undergo intense gravity training to become a Super Saiyan God. Secondly, the simpler method is to have 6 radio-sharded Scions transmit their kind intentions to one of them, allowing that Scion to become a Super Saiyan God. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Wow, it can be done that way too," and began counting on his fingers 6 Scions. Me Gohan, Goten, Vegeta, Trunks. Don't count, it's not enough. Lin Fan interrupted, knowing the numbers were insufficient. If there were enough, there would be no need to discuss the Scions inside Dilly's womb. Moreover, becoming a Super Saiyan God through the second method requires a lot of time to stabilize, otherwise it would be extremely unstable, so the first method is still needed. Sun Wukong nodded happily. As long as he could become a Super Saiyan God, he was willing to do it by any means. In a moment, I will grant you the divine energy, and at that time you will enter the hyperbolic time chamber for fusion. This time when you enter the hyperbolic time chamber, I will increase the gravity to 1,000,000 times. You need to train inside and transform into a Super Saiyan God. Let me remind you, if you use the Ultra Instinct technique I taught you, it will be quite easy. Moreover, you need to. Do you remember what I told you? Lin Fan asked. After half an hour, he had already taught Sun Wukong how to become a Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong nodded seriously and said, "I remember, Master Lin Fan." "Good, I will now infuse the divine energy into your body." Lin Fan waved his hand, and a colorful energy appeared in his palm. Upon seeing this energy, Sun Wukong felt a tremor in his heart, as he had never experienced such a sensation before. It was the first time. He couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "This is divine energy, how amazing!" Lin Fan turned his wrist and pressed his palm directly against Sun Wukong's chest, infusing the divine energy into Sun Wukong's body. In that moment, Sun Wukong felt a warm energy flowing through him, quickly spreading throughout his entire body. It unfolded step by step as if it were merging with his entire being. Lin Fan said to Sun Wukong, "Wukong, go in." "Yes." Sun Wukong quickly flew into the hyperbolic time chamber. The moment he entered, Lin Fan waved his hand and adjusted the gravity to 1,000,000 times. "Wukong, I believe in you," Lin Fan muttered as he turned and flew towards Frisia's direction, wanting to see if Frisia had made any progress. Logically speaking, with an advanced regeneration device along with his own healing techniques and Frisia's tenacious vitality, the strength of his body, and the existence of his soul, reviving within a day or two should not be an issue. After a while, Lin Fan arrived at the regeneration device containing Frisia's body. Just as he arrived, Lin Fan was slightly taken aback as he clearly saw Frisia in the regeneration device shake his head. Suddenly opening his eyes, a sharp light shone forth as his fists swung. Bang! Boom! Boom! The regeneration device was instantly destroyed, exploding into countless pieces. Lin Fan watched this scene, his lips twitching, and in a flash he appeared before Frisia. Slap! "You wasteful thing." He slapped Frisia across the face. Frisia was sent flying dozens of meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Fan looked at the regeneration device that had exploded into countless pieces, feeling a bit of pain. After all, this was obtained through the wish of the dragon. This relatively advanced regeneration device might be useful in the future, but now it had been blown up by Frisia, that wasteful creature. Frisia, bewildered, climbed to his feet, staring fiercely at Lin Fan. Although he didn't understand what was happening, he was filled with rage at that moment. How dare this person slap him, treating him, the cosmic emperor, with such contempt? He flew towards Lin Fan in an instant, throwing a punch. Lin Fan stood still, unmoving, and the moment the fist was about to hit him, his body flickered slightly, easily dodging Frisia's attack. Impudent. He then slapped Frisia's face. Another slap sent Frisia flying. Frisia's mouth twitched repeatedly, his cheeks contorting step by step, as if they were a twisted mass, clenching his fists with a creaking sound. He shouted in fury, "Slapping me? How dare you slap me? Unforgivable, unforgivable." Frisia roared in anger, his aura continuously rising, spirals of energy swirling around his body. Hoo-hoo. Successfully transforming into Frisia's final form, he said ominously, "This is my final form. You dare slap me, I will beat you to death." Whoosh. His figure flickered, speeding towards Lin Fan, once more a punch aimed at him. His current speed was indeed countless times more formidable than before, yet it was still far from enough. Hoo. He easily dodged. Frieza looked at Lin Fan in disbelief, his eyes wide open. How could he avoid a punch from his final form? Unbelievable, this king does not believe it. Bang, bang, bang. His fists kept crashing down, but not a single punch managed to touch Lin Fan. Oh, all of them missed. Not even a hair of Lin Fan's was touched. This filled Frieza with rage. How could this be? He was a dignified cosmic emperor, yet could not even land a punch on this person. Yeah, Frieza yelled again, launching a full-force punch. However, the result was still the same. Lin Fan easily dodged. But this time Lin Fan decided not to let Frieza attack again. He raised his hand and exhaled. Slap. A solid slap sent Frieza flying hundreds of meters away, crashing through countless trees. Before Frieza could stand up, Lin Fan had already reached him. Looking at Lin Fan standing before him, Frieza's face was swollen with anger, his eyes bloodshot, wishing he could devour Lin Fan alive. Preparing to exert force with his back foot and launch a surprise attack on Lin Fan. However, at that moment Lin Fan spoke, "If you attack like a mad dog again, I will send you to heaven. Listen once more to the little fairies sing." Frieza's face changed dramatically, unable to help but swallow hard. At the same time, he became much clearer in his mind. Looking at the person before him, he knew he was not an opponent. Even after transforming into his final form, his opponent had not exerted any strength. What kind of terrifying existence was this? After realizing this, he immediately felt the opponent's energy, but he found he couldn't sense the opponent's combat power at all. It was as if he were facing an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person be this formidable? This was definitely not an ordinary person. Suddenly, he recalled something many years ago. He had felt no energy from someone, yet that person's strength was explosively terrifying, unfathomable. That person is none other than God of Destruction Beerus. At that time, the God of Destruction Beerus appeared before him and directly commanded him to annihilate planet Vegeta. At that moment, he did not recognize the suddenly appearing God of Destruction Beerus and was taken aback to hear him speak in a commanding tone. He felt quite displeased and prepared to fight the God of Destruction Beerus, but the latter quickly delivered a few slaps, much like how Lin Fan is hitting him now. He was instantly convinced as he realized he was no match for him. Resisting any further would only lead to his demise. From that point on, he harbored a deep fear of Beerus. The person before him seemed to possess an existence akin to that of Beerus. "Who are you?" Frieza asked cautiously. "Lin Fan." Lin Fan did not hide the truth. "Frieza, you should know it was I who resurrected you." Frieza may not have known before, but he understood now, yet he was puzzled as to why Lin Fan would resurrect him. "Why did you bring me back to life?" Lin Fan did not conceal anything either. "It's simple. I see potential in you. You have achieved considerable power without any training, so with training you will undoubtedly become even stronger." Mentioning his potential, Frieza proudly replied with confidence, "That's right, I have never undergone training, and if I did, my power would absolutely soar." Then a sinister smile appeared. "I might even surpass you." Lin Fan chuckled, finding the idea of surpassing himself to be utterly improbable. "Unless you choose not to become my disciple. If you become my disciple, my power will always surpass yours. But if you refuse, will I allow you to live?" Naturally, that was out of the question. It wasn't out of fear of Frieza threatening him, but because Frieza was resurrected by him. If he could not be utilized, then he would have to return him to the afterlife. Seeing Lin Fan's playful smile, Frieza's mouth twitched several times, filled with rage, clenching his fists, longing to kill. But reason told him that he was not Lin Fan's match at present. If he acted impulsively, he would be the one to die. He did not wish to return to the afterlife, nor did he want to hear those damned spirits singing. How repugnant. "You see potential in me, what do you want?" Frieza was equally baffled by this question. What did the other party want with his potential? Did he intend to seize his potential? However, he had never heard of a method to take someone else's potential. Lin Fan quickly dispelled his doubts. "Don't worry, I simply want to take you as my disciple, nothing else in mind." Frieza was momentarily stunned, looking at Lin Fan in confusion. "Take me as your disciple?" "Exactly, I can help you enhance your combat power and make you stronger," Lin Fan said lightly. Frieza took 2 steps forward, the unique sound of his footsteps echoing, and with a sinister smile he asked, "You make me stronger, are you not afraid I will deal with you?" "Frieza, let me be honest with you. Even if you become stronger, you will still not be my opponent. I will forever remain in existence you cannot surpass." Lin Fan initially did not want to discourage Frieza, but since this fellow kept bringing it up, he had no choice but to strike a blow. Frieza's mouth twitched wildly, his expression dark as though he had lost a loved one. He had never twitched like this, even at the death of his father. All right, Frisia, I will ask you now, do you wish to become my disciple? Just as Frisia was about to answer, Lin Fan reminded him, think carefully before you respond. Frisia suddenly felt a chill running down his back, as if his life were under severe threat. However, one thing he understood was that his life was indeed at risk. If he answered negatively or refused to become a disciple, he would certainly be sent to the afterlife by Lin Fan before him. Reluctantly, he answered, I am willing. I am willing to become your disciple. Frisia exhibited a proud demeanor, yet Lin Fan noticed the absence of the system's notification, knowing that Frisia was not genuinely willing to become his disciple. Under the circumstance that the other party was not sincerely willing to become a disciple, the system would not activate any rewards. He said flatly, Frisia, you are not sincere in wanting to be my disciple. If you wish to become my disciple, you must be genuine. If you are merely being perfunctory, the final outcome will be but one. Frisia felt both anger and helplessness. It was the first time he encountered such a situation in so long. Even facing Sun Wukong did not evoke such feelings. At this moment, Lin Fan reminded him, by the way, let me remind you of one more thing. The current Sun Wukong can easily kill you. Off. Frisia exclaimed in surprise, his pupils widening like a bull's. What? Sun Wukong can easily kill me. He would not think much if it were someone else who could easily kill him. However, upon hearing that Sun Wukong could effortlessly kill him, he had many thoughts because Sun Wukong was his arch-nemesis. He had gone to hell and heaven due to Sun Wukong. At this moment, the person he most wanted to kill was none other than Sun Wukong, along with that mysterious sword-wielding scion who had obliterated him into countless pieces. Future Trunks. Lin Fan continued, you heard me correctly, Sun Wukong can indeed easily kill you. Majin Buu has already been eliminated by him. Do you think you can contend against Majin Buu? Frisia swallowed hard. His father had repeatedly reminded him that in this universe there was one person he must not offend, and that was Majin Buu. That was an extremely terrifying existence. Although he had never clashed with Majin Buu, he knew that his father would not scare him, but rather that Majin Buu was indeed formidable. After contemplating these thoughts, he realized that Sun Wukong was indeed very powerful now. Oh, it won't be long before Sun Wukong becomes a god, and his power will significantly increase. Lin Fan saw Frisia's expression change drastically and continued to spill more information. The previously slightly calming Frisia again heard the familiar voice, and a surge of shocking information flooded his mind. In an instant, his body stiffened like stone, his tongue rarely tied, unable to speak for a long while. Lin Fan found Frisia's current expression quite gratifying. This was the effect he desired. He believed that Frisia would surely sincerely wish to become his disciple next, as everything had already fallen into his plan. About 2 minutes later, Frisia calmed down, his brain regaining its ability to think. He asked suspiciously, are you harboring a grudge against Sun Wukong? Do you want to use me to eliminate Sun Wukong? Is that why you want to take me as your disciple? His question was precisely within Lin Fan's calculations. Earlier he had said so much, knowing that once Frisia regained consciousness, he would certainly ask such a question. Once this question was posed, Frisia would basically be secured. Self-righteous. I can tell you that Sun Wukong is also my disciple. The method to becoming a god is something I taught him. I can tell you that Sun Wukong is also my disciple, and the method to become a deity was taught by me. Frisia was once again astonished, his face a mask of shock, but this time he quickly regained his composure. Having been struck by too many shocks, he now seemed to have developed a sort of immunity to them. However, he carefully analyzed the situation. It wasn't that Sun Wukong was powerful, but rather that this Lin Fan was exceptionally formidable, capable of teaching Sun Wukong to become a deity. How terrifying is that? If Sun Wukong becomes a deity, then surpassing him will be a difficult task. After contemplating this, he immediately said, although I do not know your intentions, I hereby officially take you as my master. Master. Even now, Frisia had yet to comprehend Lin Fan's motives, but regardless of what they were, he no longer cared. As long as he could grow stronger, surpass Sun Wukong, and ultimately defeat him, that was all that mattered. Ding. Congratulations on accepting Frisia as a disciple, gaining combat power of 3 billion, an immortal body, super frost demon enhancement, liquid instant transmission, and the indestructible skill. Current post-combat power 60 billion. Upon seeing these rewards, Lin Fan was very excited. He had finally unlocked instant transmission along with an immortal body and the indestructible skill. This time the rewards were truly explosive in luck. It was well worth the painstaking half-hour spent collecting the Dragon Balls. Now to check the effects of the immortal body. Immortal body. After obtaining an immortal body, one becomes immune to death, reaching a state of immortality except against destructive forces. Super Frost Demon Enhancement Liquid can enhance the bloodline of the Frost Demon race, increasing potential by countless times. The exact multiplier depends on the qualities of the individual being enhanced.